Chapter 51. Do you know? Lee Minutes looked at the people who came from a distance. There were two people he was familiar with. One of them was Kong Yingda, and the other was him. As soon as Kong Jingting saw Kong Yingda's appearance, she trotted over, directly plunged into his arms. Grandfather. When he threw himself into his arms, he burst into tears. That is how much grievances it takes to cry like this. Let the people around you be moved by it. Kong Yingdu asked curiously, what's the matter, child? What happened? I almost tainted the Wang family just now. As soon as these words came out, Kong Yingda jumped like thunder. It's not a day or two for the Wang family to dare to do this. The courage of the Wang family is getting bigger and bigger, and they even dare to bully me. No, I have to go to the palace and talk to His Majesty, and let someone come to rule this Wang family. I'm so mad. But the power of the Wang family is huge, and if they want to govern, how do they govern? This gave Li Shimin a headache. If it were to be cured, it would have been cured long ago. Nor will he hope that Lee Minutes can build an industry to see if he can compete with these 5 companies. It's a man named Wang Xi. I almost asked someone to give it to me. Fortunately, someone with lofty ideals came to rescue him, otherwise you might not be able to see your granddaughter. Having said that, I cried again. Women are really made of water, and they burst into tears at every turn. It can be said that it stopped. Master, I don't think the 3 of them are good people. I'm afraid that the young lady will be deceived, so we should not meet. Butler Yang said on the side. Steward Yang, don't say a word. No one thinks you are dumb. Kong Jingting said so. This life-saving person, I should thank others for it. Kong Yingda said so. This is one of the principles of his life, and he will not give up. Yes, China needs such people. There is humanity on the other side. Kong Jingting saw the visitor at this time. Uncle Fang, you are here too. It turned out that Fang Xuanling was with Kong Yingda. I just happened to be looking for something like your grandfather, and I didn't want this to happen today, so I'm here. This Wang family really needs to be managed properly, otherwise he doesn't know who owns this world. What is Li Tang? This world is still the world of the surname Li. His surname is Wang. What is it? Kong Jingting was quite grateful. If it were other women today, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to suffer the same. Jingting took me to see who rescued you. I have to thank him. Grandpa, go right there. Kong Jingting pointed to a place not far ahead. At that time, both Kong Yingdu and Fang Xuanling were stunned, because in front of them, it was Lee Minutes. The two of them were a little terrified. But Kong Jingting on the side knew nothing about it. She was still there twittering good things. From time to time, Butler Yang is sour. They were all here, and they were seen by Lee Minutes, and there was no reason not to go up and talk to them. So the two had to bite the bullet. When they arrived, Lee Minutes was looking at the two with a smile, and the guards behind them. Grandpa, this is Mr. Zilli. I think you should know it, because you often gave me his poems before, and I can recite every one of his poems. He is really a talented man. I chatted with him just now. Not only is he talented, but his character is even better. Kong Jingting kept talking about Lee Minutes' goodness, but the more they talked, the two of them didn't have the heart to listen. Yes, yes, that's it. Kong Yingda even said a few yes. Uncle Fang, come here too. Kong Jingting was innocent like a child, and then Fang Xuanling walked towards Lee Minzai. Lee Minutes smiled. Fang Xuanling, Master Kong, we meet again. The two were a little embarrassed. Are these 6 princes called or not? How did they meet? The 6th prince here. Kong Jingting wondered what it meant. But he asked, so you know each other? Then I won't introduce you. More than knowing. It used to be a subordinate relationship. So what's next? However, Lee Minutes broke the silence. Master Kong, what about what I asked you to do now? It's been a long time. Kong Jingting was perplexed. It seems that his grandfather and Mr. Zilli have a deal. Seeing that Kong Yingda's waist was about to bend down, he didn't even dare to look at Lee Minutes. This time, everyone present was shocked. What kind of person is this Mr. Zilli? Mr. Zilli, it's almost ready. Give me a few more days, and now it's the final stage of the Ministry of Households. Mr. Zilli, Fang Xuanling was also at a loss. No one ever told him that Lee Minutes was Mr. Zilli. You are Mr. Zilli? Mr. Zilli who sells poetry? He asked. He didn't look for it before, but Cheng Yojin went. So I don't know that Lee Minutes is Mr. Zilli. Kong Jingting said. Uncle Fang, don't you know each other? Why don't you know that he is Mr. Zilli? Knowing is knowing, but they are subordinates. The sixth prince was not named Zilli, but Lee Minutes. Is there a problem? No. No problem. The two were like a mouse meeting a cat. Speak carefully. It's fine, Master Kong. I hope you are ill this time. Don't delay anymore. I don't have much time for you. Reading www.youkanzu.com. Kong Jingting was stunned on the side. What's the matter? Who can tell me? Son, I'll tell you later. It's better to communicate and study with Mr. Zilli in the future. Kong Yingda didn't know what he was thinking, just saying so. Kong Jingting naively thought that her grandfather said it casually, repeatedly agreed. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely. I have to learn more from him. If there is nothing to do, let's go ahead, Mr. Zilli. Let's retire. Kong Yingda was in a hurry to leave. That is also impossible. Kong Jingting said. That life-saving grace has not been reported yet. Kong Jingting. There is no need to report this, just let your grandfather handle my affairs properly. Lee Minutes said. Then how can it be done? It has to be reported. Kong Jingting is still not leaving, which makes people very anxious. Yes, don't worry. This time it's true. Then let's go first. Then Kong Yingda took Kong Jingting's hand and left with Fang Xuanling. Kong Jingting still looked back at Zilli from time to time. Her mind was full of doubts. What's going on here? Why are the two elders afraid of Mr. Zilli? Is he an amazing character? Asked Kong Yingda but did not speak. Zushan sighed and said, that's Duke Guai. What about the prince? Isn't he afraid of the prince? Zushan, let someone clean this place. We'll start a big fight in a while. Clear. Chapter 52, The Method of Stealing Glass. On the way, Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask a question. Jingting, how did you meet Mr. Zilli and what is he doing here? That Fang Xuanling also pricked up his ears and listened. They want to know the specific process. Kong Jingting said, I was walking on the street just now, but I didn't want to, but I ran into Anxi. He wanted to be mean to me, but fortunately Mr. Zilli came. Then, what is he doing in Dongxi? It seems to be buying a storefront. That storefront belongs to the Wang family. I saw that they had a deal. Mr. Zilli bought a piece of the Wang family's storefront. How much is that? It doesn't seem to be money. It's a box of things. It's not heavy. I see two people can lift it. If it is a box of money, it may have to be carried by 4 people together. Kong Yingda and Fang Xuanling were silent. A box of things can't be money. They know that the storefront of the Wang family is more than 30,000 tals. 30,000 tals is not as simple as a box. The weight alone is several thousand kilograms. How could 2 people lift it? So, what's in the box is something else. And that old guy Wang Yang is not easy to deal with. If there is not enough value, he will sell the store. Fang Xuanling asked what it is. It seems to be something like Liu Lai. I saw it in my grandfather's room before, but he is of higher quality, bigger and more crystal clear. Liu Lai. When the two heard it, they exclaimed, a box of colored glass. How terrible that is. It was actually taken from the hands of the 6th prince. Then it can be big or small. But he couldn't tell Li Shiman directly. So Kong Yingda suggested, Gagong why? This matter is no trivial matter. You must not mention it to your majesty. Otherwise I am afraid of 6. I understand. Don't worry, I won't talk about it. That's great. Grandpa, what are you talking about 6? 6 what? It's nothing. I said that in the future, you can go to Mr. Zilli when you have time. Kong Yingda said with a smile, if you can climb the line of Lee Minutes, it is not impossible. He also once said that he would let Lee Minutes come to his granddaughter to talk about poetry, but now it looks like he doesn't need to be a lead. Moreover, as far as he knows, Li Shiman is still very reluctant to Lee Minutes. If Kong Jingting can be combined with it, then Kong Jingting will also have a support in the future. Even if Lee Minutes couldn't go back, in terms of his earning ability. Kong Jingting is also way free about food and clothing. Of course it's good, but I see him seem a little arrogant. Jingting, Uncle Fang told you that all scholars are like this. Your grandfather is also for your own good. You must understand his heart. Fang Xuanling also persuaded. Well, that's fine. The group chatted for a long time. And so, a few days passed. Lee Minutes has moved to a new place, and the contents of Zushan restaurant have also moved here. Everything starts from scratch, and when the horseshoes are produced, that is the beginning of his huge profits. During this period of time, Chainan began to crack down. Because of Kong Jingting's incident, some criminals have been arrested a lot. This is especially true of some children of aristocratic families. In the end, they had to hand over some money before they were released. At the same time, in the Lising Hall, Li Shimin is meeting Fang Xuanling and Kong Yingde. During this period, Concubine Yang and Empress Chengsun were also present. Xuanling, how is the investigation into the assassination? Your Majesty, this morning, a body was found in the East Palace. This person is Liu Oye's henchman, and this was found from him. After finishing, Fang Xuanling handed over a note. Li Shimin saw it and said, "Okay, let's stop this matter. Don't investigate." It seems that Li Shimin has his concerns. Or is it because of some other thing that I don't check it out anymore? Don't wait for people to react. Li Shimin asked again, by the way, how about the Wang family? A few days ago, Kong Yingde and Fang Xuanling mentioned about that day in Zokao. Li Shimin is very concerned. So, special people to deal with this matter. Your Majesty, we have stepped up our patrols in Chainan City. If we find anyone who commits a crime, we will punish them severely. Recently, the Wang family has also restrained a little. HMPH, he's not restraining. I'm afraid he's going to exterminate the family, right? This is just what Li Shimin said. The size of the Wang family was beyond his imagination. The key point is that most of Datang's economic lifeline is in their hands. They're a tumor, but they can't be shoveled out right away, because they are connected with the blood of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty is wise. Even though everyone knew the result, they still said so. By the way, I saw that Li Minutes bought the site of the Wang family in Dongxi. What does he want to do? Does he have so much money to buy it? It seemed that Li Shimin had discovered everything Li Minutes had done. About this matter, Fang Xuanling and Kong Yingde knew it. But they didn't speak. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin's eyeliner is everywhere. Some people said that Li Minutes prepared a box, and the contents of that box are very important. You know that, right? Li Shimin's eyes shifted to the two. Yes, Your Majesty, that box is full of colored glass, just like the one in this palace. In the end, it was Kong Yingde who said it himself. As soon as these words came out, Concubine Yang on the side said, Concubine Wang Gaifai seems to have obtained the same colored glaze a few days ago. Saying such words at this time will inevitably lead people to think blindly. After all, that box of colored glass was destined for the Wang family, and Concubine Wang is surnamed Wang. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. There seems to be some ulterior connection between them, or is it just for the family? The same. He actually entered the palace. Then, by saying that, Zaiji deceived me, did he get his colored glaze from Li Minutes? Where did Li Minutes get so much colored glaze? Li Shimin seemed to sense something was wrong. Cheng Yojin actually lied to himself. This guy is about to be beaten. Concubine Yang said at this time, perhaps Yaina got it from somewhere else. She doesn't speak for Li Minutes, but for whom? But Empress Chengsun said, I heard that colored glaze can be refined. Could it be refined? When Li Shimin heard it, it seemed to make sense. He longed for the method of glaze. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of his own son. If it is normal, he can directly ask for it. But now, he and Li Minutes are like enemies. Ask him for? He couldn't take this face off. But wouldn't it be better if you could get it? The Xuanzai festival entered the palace and said that I had something to look for him. It seems to start with Cheng Yojin. Because he can get Liu Lai, he must be close to Li Minutes. If the recipe can be obtained, the treasury will also be taken to the next level. When Cheng Yojin entered the palace, Li Shimin told him that he wanted to wash and gave him two choices. First, get Li Minutes color matching method. Second, be punished. Cheng Yojin said, I don't want to. But when Li Shimin spoke, he had no choice but to choose number one. After accepting the task, he went to the East City. Chapter 53 Arrangement of Organs. The storefronts in the south of the East City have not been named. It is remote here, but it was bought by Li Minutes, and the place is sparsely populated. Quiet for the time being. In the vast backyard, there are traces of excavation everywhere. Zhu Shan led a team of men and horses, pulling the goods with a carriage to the backyard. These horseshoes are put in that room, and someone will clean them up. Remember, don't run around, or we won't be responsible if you get hurt. The team was a little puzzled. Will it hurt at home? It's so weird. But after all, in the family, it can only be as Zhu Shan said. Zhu Shan was afraid that people would not believe him. He added, just now, a person broke into the backyard by mistake and was directly injured. If the rescue was not timely, I am afraid that the yin and yang would be separated. As soon as these words came out, everyone began to pay attention. It's okay, don't run around. Okay, you can leave when you're done. After explaining these things, Zhu Shan went to the deepest place again. Oncoming was Xrengai, who was full of rice in his hand. Xrengai, is the sixth prince inside? Yes, he's fiddling with the distillation equipment and doesn't eat. It's really worrying. People want to eat. If they don't eat, they are really hungry. Why doesn't he eat? I don't know. It's been like this for a while. He's like this. It's scary to concentrate. By the way, what are you looking for? Xrengai asked helplessly. There's nothing wrong, just part of the shipment came, and the Miss Kong family is here again. Hey, this girl is really persistent. Not to mention, I have to go out and get some fruit wine back. I heard from the sixth prince that now is a critical time. The demand for fruit wine has increased again. Go. As for Zhu Shan, he went to the depths. The further in, he seemed to smell the scent of wine. That wine is very strong. He didn't think much, just knocked on the door. The voice of Li Minutes was greeted inside. Didn't you say don't bother me? Hurry up and buy some more fruit wine. I want to store more good wine. Sixth prince, it's me, Zhu Shan said quickly. When Li Minutes heard it was Zhu Shan, he said, coming. When Zhu Shan entered it, he saw a huge distillation equipment in front of him. This device was built a few days ago by Li Minutes at a cost of 5 pulls of silver. It is said to purify the wine and conduct research to create a new industry. Zhu Shan was very puzzled at first, but after experimenting with it, he also tasted a cup and slept for a day and a night, and he never dared to say anything again. 6 princes. Is something wrong? Li Minutes was still working on the distillation equipment, which he built by relying on the latest drawings in the browser, and the purification rate was very high. It's just time-consuming. He's thinking about how to improve it a little bit and make it faster. Zhu Shan said, half the horseshoe has been shipped, and the other half will be back in the afternoon. When Li Minutes heard this was considered good news. Oh, that's great. These blacksmiths are still very punctual, and they finished it in less than 10 days. If there is no business, it is a loss. The sooner it's done, the better. After all, each of them only took 1 glass. It can't be monetized right away, and if the smithy wants to keep them going, they have to do it in the shortest time possible. Therefore, it will be faster. Well, your tens of pulls of silver are going to be spent today, and I have already paid 10 pulls from the restaurant. Do you think it's okay? Zhu Shan said again. Li Minutes looked at this man. Sure enough, it was for a loyal person. In terms of money, he subsidized it for free. But this money is Zhu Shan's money, and he doesn't want it at all. So it was rejected outright. No. Your money is your money. My money is our money. You don't have to worry about money. I have a solution. How can I not worry? Li Minutes has spent all his money. But don't worry about it. Isn't the money coming? Huh? What does that mean? The horseshoe is about to be realized. Realize? How? That Cheng Yojin never showed up, and would he really pay all at once? What's next? Next, Of course. Go to General Cheng and ask him to prepare the money. One more thing, I want to tell him that there are many institutions in our backyard, so don't let him get caught up in the institutions. Just a while ago, Lee Minutes remodeled the entire backyard, so that none of the organs that could be accessed were left behind. He also invented some more advanced mechanisms according to the introduction on the browser. With these organs, the money earned in the future will be put into the backyard. If you want to steal it, you have to weigh it. Moreover, some people who want to kill him are afraid that they will not be able to enter the backyard, so they will be trapped in the organization. Yes, got it. I'm going to do it now. Zushan turned around and was about to leave, and seemed to remember something. He came back and said, "That Miss Kong family is here again today. She has been with us for 7 consecutive days. Now she is sitting in the front hall. Would you like to see her?" Kong Jingting is very persistent and obedient. Following Kong Yingda's words, he ran to him every day, saying that he wanted to see him, discuss poetry with him. But he was not free, and he never saw her. After all, making money is a big deal. So let your children's personal affairs aside first. At the same time, he also knew what Kong Yingda was thinking. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Is that so?" "Yes," she said. "Today, you must see her, or you won't leave." "It's really hard. It might have been a mistake to save her in the first place. If I knew it earlier, I would have let you come forward." Zushan smiled. "If you let me come forward, then I'm not better. The other party's grandfather is a bachelor." He was dreaming and wished he could be like this. Lee Minutes pushed him. "Wake up, it's daytime." Dreaming? Zushan was a little embarrassed. "I lost my mind for a while. Sorry. It's not a big deal either." Lee Minutes thought for a while and asked this woman to leave first. "So I thought that there are some poems in my study. That is to say, come on, go to my study and give her a random poem and let her study it, so as not to come to me every day." "Yes, I'll go here." This woman. He sighed and buried himself in the distillation apparatus. As for Zushan, he went out and took a piece of Magpie Bridge Fairy. Went out. "How do you know that this Magpie Bridge Fairy is a love poem?" "It says, Xianyun makes a coincidence, Fxing spreads hatred, and Yin Han travels in darkness. As soon as the golden wind and jade dew meet, they will win." But there are countless people in the world. The tenderness is like water, the good season is like a dream. Bear to look at the way back to Kwekiao. If the two loves last for a long time, how can they be in the morning and evening? Especially the last 2 sentences. That Kong Jingting was not ashamed after seeing it. Sure enough, Kong Jingting left really satisfied. After a long time, there was a noise outside the door. Chapter 54 Fuss. When Lee Minutes was distilling in the room, he heard a voice from outside. "There is an ambush. Quickly protect the general. Protect the son." "Ambush? What ambush? Where? Who is it?" "The general's son." "You dare to ambush in your own home? Aren't you afraid of your own organs?" He didn't think much, just went out the door, and didn't pay attention to the movement of the distillation equipment at this time. The wine on it was flowing into the glass bottle, and the bottle was half full. He ignored it, but went out of the room and closed the door. Go to the front yard. It's so big it took a while to get there. At this time, a group of people was standing there. "What's going on?" "What ambush?" "Mr. Zilly, wait for me." Xrengai also came out. Zushan was on the spot. He said with a bitter face, "It's not an ambush, it's not an ambush. This is a mechanism designed by Mr. Zilly. Don't be nervous." But no one listened to him. If you look closely, there is a person hanging from the sky. Isn't that Cheng Yojin? There is also Cheng Chu by below. He is staring at Cheng Yojin flying in the sky, anxious. He seemed to understand something. It must be that Cheng Yojin ignored Zushan's persuasion and ran around everywhere and got caught. This is interesting. The people below are very nervous. With knives in their hands, they secured their surroundings so that no one could approach them. Cheng Yojin in the sky shouted, "Put me down. Who dares to plot against me? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. His duck-male voice is very loud. You can hear it all around. The people around also looked up at Cheng Yojin in the sky. I didn't pay attention at first, but now it's better. When he called, everyone paid attention. If it weren't for the fact that this was a private residence, people might have looked at it directly. Now Cheng Yojin is famous. He seemed to feel a lot of gaze. Then he shouted, "Go away, don't look, what's so beautiful? Believe it or not, I'll beat you." When he said that, the crowd dispersed. The other party is the great general of the Tang dynasty, and they're just civilians. How dare they not listen? Farce, just farce. Zushan? Didn't you tell General Cheng that there is an agency here? Why did you let him get caught? Li Minutes asked as soon as he arrived. Mr. Zilli, I have persuaded me, but General Cheng doesn't listen. What can I do? Speaking of disobedience, Cheng Yojin is really the first person. Cheng Chubai felt ashamed for Cheng Yojin, and with him were all the officers and soldiers. They were really ashamed of Cheng Yojin as their company. The place became very chaotic. Then Li Minutes hurriedly said, "Zushan, why don't you go to solve the organ soon? What are you doing? This organ has a control center. As long as the corresponding organ of the control center is solved, it will be restored to its original state." Yes, I forgot. I was so anxious just now. When Cheng Yojin heard that he wanted to kill, he had forgotten it. You let Lao Tzu float in the air? How dare you say forget it? He shouted, "Don't hurry up." Yes, here we go. Zushan immediately went to lift the organ, and Cheng Yojin was slowly put down by people. The ground returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. As soon as he heard that it was Li Minutes who made it, he who was going to kill, suddenly lost his momentum. After all, Li Minutes is of high rank, and this time it was for him. How dare you not? Scared me, Mr. Zilli. What the hell are you doing with these things? Call. Cheng Yojin said with some blame. General Cheng, you also know that there are many people who want to kill me and covet my wealth. I have no choice but to do so. The organs here can protect my safety. Cheng Yojin panted heavily, and after a while, he said, I haven't tried the others, but this mechanism is really good. Can you tell me the principle, and I will go to my house to get one later? He said shamelessly. Cheng Chubai on the side just couldn't hold his head up. How could his father be like this? I don't feel ashamed to ask someone for something. Cheng Yojin was convinced that his relationship with Li Minutes should not be rejected. But he was wrong. General Cheng is the most powerful in the world, and we don't need this thing. We only need it. When Cheng Yojin heard it, it seemed to make sense, so he nodded sharply. Glancing at Xrengai again, he became a little guilty. Li Minutes touted Cheng Yojin and then said, Fortunately, you didn't trigger other organs, otherwise we would separate yin and yang, so be careful in the future, be obedient. Cheng Yojin's face changed drastically. What? Is there anything more powerful? He took a sharp breath. Is this light? Of course. These are just prototypes and will be more perfect in the future. Prototype? The prototype is so great. What was Li Minutes carrying in his head? Everything he did was shocking. Can't be bothered. It seems that you still have to be careful when you come here in the future. Chubai, you came over and met Mr. Zilli. Cheng Yojin said again. Of course it is. Who made him so disobedient? Cheng Chubai came directly. This time, he was very good. Directly greeted Li Minutes. Chubai has met Mr. Zilli. Now he doesn't know that Li Minutes is the prince. If he knew, he would be shocked. Don't be too polite. Li Minutes didn't pay any attention to him, but thought to himself, what did Cheng Yojin ask Cheng Chubai to do? He looked around again. There are more than a dozen carriages in the rear, with more than a dozen boxes on them. He knew that these boxes should contain 100,000 tals. So just ask, General Cheng, is the 100,000 tals in the rear? Yes, it is 100,000 tals. Where's your horseshoe? I'm going to carry it. It's all in the backyard. Let them come and move. Come here, move the money to the backyard, and take out the horseshoes. Chubai, you can take a look. Yes, Father. Zushan, you lead them into the backyard. don't trigger the agency. He didn't want to do anything more. Organs deal with bad people, not against their own people. Yes, come in with me and carry the money up. I'll settle it later, and who of you will settle the horseshoes with me? Zushan shouted, and dozens of officers and soldiers carried boxes of money into the backyard. I go, Cheng Chubai said quickly. The people at the scene were busy. From today onwards, Li Minutes can be regarded as one of the two largest households of 100,000. And when people were busy, Cheng Yojin leaned over and whispered, "Sixth Prince, I came to see you today. There is one more thing. Can I take a step to talk?" This Cheng Yojin doesn't do anything good every time he finds himself. What is he going to do now? Okay. Please. Li Minutes led Cheng Yojin to the depths. Chapter 55. Not enough alcohol. The two went to a secluded place. Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? There's no way to go inside. It's absolutely safe here. No one will hear it. Cheng Yojin watched from side to side, very careful. The place here is very tricky. There are no people around, and Li Minutes even dug a river around it. According to the traditional Feng Shui theory, water can generate wealth, and lakes can gather wealth. On the one hand, the river dug around this area conforms to the concept of Feng Shui, and it can be regarded as a miniature version of the moat, and the effect is similar. So if someone is going to eavesdrop on something, or steal something, that's impossible. Cheng Yojin said, "Sixth Prince, that Liulai was made by you?" Li Minutes wondered, why did he ask such a question? Did he know something? Or why? Why do you ask about this question? I'll ask you, isn't it? Li Minutes didn't reply, because this cannot be said. He didn't want to say either. I refuse to reply to you. Well, I won't tell anyone. When Li Minutes heard this, what this guy said was really unreliable. Could it be that Li Shimin asked him to come? 8 achievements are. Sorry, if you're asking this question, please do it. Xrengai, see off the guest. Li Minutes was about to issue an expulsion order. Xrengai appeared immediately. General Cheng, please. Cheng Yojin was a little lost. Going back this time? If there is no answer, I am afraid that Li will be punished. The horseshoe power this time is afraid that it will be buried. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken that glass with me. Everything is just too greedy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be what it is today. Sixth Prince, you can't. No, see off. Cheng Yojin was a little unwilling. He was about to go out, but here his nose moved. What taste? It's wine. How can there be such a mellow wine? Li Minutes thought to himself. Oops. It must have been the distilling equipment dripping all over the bottle. Then it spilled, and once the wine was spilled, it would evaporate with the air. This volatilization made Cheng Yojin smell it. No, Xrengai, send General Cheng out. Xrengai really wanted to hold Cheng Yojin, but it was too late. Cheng Yojin has left the moment quickly. Then, he stopped in front of a door. Because of his wine fragrance, he is really not afraid of the authorities. Li Minutes was very depressed. This product is very good wine. If you drink too much, it will definitely go wrong. Can't let him get drunk here. At that time, it is not certain that something will happen. Go stop him. It's too late. It's too soon. Cheng Yojin had already opened the door and entered. Then came his voice from the door. Good wine, really good wine. Obviously, he was drinking. It's over now. No one can pull this guy away when he drinks. And, that's the head of the wine. With his distillation equipment, at least 60 degrees or more, one sip will cause heartburn. Cheng Yojin must not know how powerful this wine is, so he probably drank it all. When Li Minutes entered the room, the glass bottle had been picked up by Cheng Yojin, poured into his mouth. Cluck cluck. This bottle of wine has gone halfway. He had a big throat and didn't feel anything unusual at first. No, don't drink. Where can Cheng Yojin listen? Cough cough. The wine is still too strong. He coughed violently, but it didn't stop him from drinking. He put down the wine bottle slowly. This wine is a little different. General Cheng, don't drink too much of this wine. What kind of wine can't you drink too much? I'm a big drinker. I can drink 10 or 8 bowls in my spare time, no problem. Drinking this wine as water can quench my thirst. This blind self-confidence makes people very speechless. The wine Cheng Yojin mentioned was low alcohol. At that time, the wine was mainly fruit wine, and the degree of alcohol was not high, basically equivalent to that point of beer. But his purified wine is different. A gust of wind blew, and Cheng Yojin's wine strength came directly up. This wine goes up really fast. It's less than 1 bowl. It's even better than my 20 bowls. Cheng Yojin was shaking a little while he spoke. Looks a little drunk. Lee Minutes thought to himself, why don't you ask? He will say anything. After a while, the old guy started to shake involuntarily, even babbling nonsense. So he asked, General Cheng, you came to ask Liu Lai today. Who asked you to ask about this? Cheng Yojin shook his body and said, this is what your majesty wants to ask. Hiccup. Last time my Liu Lai was brought into the palace and he took it away. I'm so pissed off. Today ... They saw the same. In Wang Gaifei's. Cheng Yojin swayed and told all the truth. Usually he doesn't talk. Now it's fun. Lee Minutes thought to himself, this Li Shiman is really shameless. I still wanted my own technique of colored glass, so I asked Cheng Yojin to ask. Don't give this to anyone else, unless he comes to beg himself. And a little puzzled. This royal family moves really fast. After only a period of time, he sent his colored glass to the palace to Wang Gaifei. In this way, this big family is probably not simple, and it has penetrated into the entire Tang dynasty. In the palace, the people all have their people. If he wants to gain a foothold in Chainan, he has to defeat them. Any more? Go. Cheng Yojin didn't reply, but took a few sips. Was drunk by him. Am I drunk? Why is the sky turning? Cheng Yojin swayed from side to side, afraid that he was about to fall. As soon as the words fell, he thumped and fell to the ground. What, are you kidding me? Half a bottle of this wine is enough, so drink another bottle. In addition, the ancients were accustomed to drinking low alcohol, so how could they possibly endure it when they encountered high alcohol? On the other hand, Cheng Yojin's alcohol intake is not good either. General Cheng, wake up. Lee Minutes tried to wake him up, but there was no response at all. When asked about the key point, he fell asleep, which is a pity. Xrengai was a little flustered on the side. That's all. It needs to be dealt with quickly. Sixth Prince, he seems can't do you need me to call Lang's Hong? He was about to leave, but was stopped. No, it's just a trivial matter. He's just drunk. Just take a nap. Drunk? I've never seen anyone drunk like this. In ancient times, the wine was at a low level. If you drink too much, people are not drunk, but they are full. Xrengai was very puzzled. Is it still a small thing? Lee Minutes thought to himself, how to get this thing away next? Don't let him stay with him. Some secrets might be discovered by him. It seemed that he had to let his son take him away. Xrengai. Yes, get him to the front room. So Xrengai got Cheng Yojin to the front hall. Then Lee Minutes called Cheng Chubai. Cheng Chubai was stunned when he saw Cheng Yojin like this. How long has it been? People get drunk. PS. After 1 o'clock tomorrow, 20 chapters will be updated in a row. Stay tuned. Chapter 56, Modern Ideas. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. Facing Cheng Yojin's appearance, Cheng Chubai's face turned pale, and he was too frightened. Some were flustered. Mr. Zilli, what's wrong with my father? Cheng Yojin was just like dead. As a peer, Cheng Chubai couldn't accept it. If Cheng Yojin really hangs up, it will be a big deal. Not only is his brother not letting him go, Li Shiman is also afraid that he will be blamed. And they have never been able to rely on them. What will happen in the future? God, who will save Cheng Yojin? Lee Minutes said calmly, it's okay. He's just drunk. It's okay. It doesn't look like it. He lay on his stomach as if he were dead. In addition, his body is very huge, and he can't see the ups and downs caused by breathing at all. Cheng Chubai was about to try his breath with his hands, and asked doubtfully, my father is a big drinker. And it's only been a long time. How can he get drunk? Mr. Zilly must be joking, right? Did you get drunk within 10 minutes? It's unreasonable. Lee Minutes shrugged. I didn't lie to you. Why don't you believe it? If you're drunk. Maybe because you're old. You can't drink enough. If you don't believe me, go and smell it. Does he smell of alcohol? Cheng Chubai was suspicious, and when he looked forward, he smelled a burst of alcohol, choking him out. Finally he covered his nose. At this moment, Cheng Yojin suddenly turned over and faced the sky. And also snoring. The breath was full of alcohol. Still drooling. And it flowed down the mouth. Vomit. He threw up, and his vomit was all around him. Now everyone is nauseated. After he vomited, he still giggled from time to time. Good wine. Good wine. Another bowl. Come, finish this bowl of wine. After he finished speaking, Bazaar went to sleep with his mouth shut. It looked like he was really drunk. Many soldiers also saw Cheng Yojin's embarrassed state, and refreshed their cognition one after another. It turns out that the general will also get drunk. Who knew that he was drinking more than 10 times the degree of liquor? Suddenly, Cheng Yojin hugged a stone pillar on the side and smirked there. Everyone is dizzy, and this performance is simply a disgrace to the name of the general. Lee Minutes continued. Look, aren't you drunk? Now everyone believes it. Yes, come here, quickly put the master on the carriage. Let's go back quickly. No one dared to step forward, but had to, until Cheng Chubai shouted, what are you still doing? Hurry up. Don't you want to get involved? These talents went to lift Cheng Yojin. When they lifted Cheng Yojin, Lee Minutes saw something. It's called, etc. Mr. Zilly, what else is there to order? Xrengai, take the bottle back. Don't lose it. Cheng Yojin still had a glass bottle in his hand, but he couldn't let him take it away, for fear that Li would come again. Yes. Xrengai walked forward and grabbed the glass bottle. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yojin seemed to know that he was coming to grab it, and put it directly in his arms. No one is allowed to steal my wine. No. This is what everyone did not expect. Mr. Zilly, forget it. Let him take it away. Anyway, this old guy is his own. It's okay to let him take it away. Cheng Chubai said. Farewell. Then the group of people left here. Xrengai stepped forward and said, Sixth Prince, is that wine really that strong? He asked curiously. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lee Minutes said with a smile. Xrengai, aren't you strong? How could General Cheng get drunk after only one bowl? If you don't believe me, try it. Zushan followed suit and said that he had also tried that wine. I won't try this, afraid of making a mistake. That's not good. Xrengai said that he should not try because he still had to protect Lee Minutes. Another point, so as not to be as embarrassed as Cheng Yojin. He wants a face too. By the way, can this wine have a name? I call it Y-free wine. What a Y-free wine? Watching General Cheng sleep like this, like a child, carefree. This Zushan can really explain. Okay, let's not mention this. How is the liquidation? Sixth Prince, the 100,000 tals of silver have been liquidated, which is a lot. We provided them with 100,000 sets, and most of them were from the blacksmith shop. In this way, the capital this time only spent a few tals of silver and made a profit of 100,000 tals. The road of tens of millions of articles and billions is getting closer and closer. Okay, very good. Go hire someone you can trust and do a good job. Then you take out 10,000 tals from the warehouse and decorate the store. There are also security issues around the area to ensure. One more point, you and Xrengai must be present when you withdraw money from the warehouse in the future, or I can be present. Every 1 or 2 of our pennies must be spent on the edge of the knife, not to be wasted. Unexpectedly, Lee Minutes thought so much, which refreshed Zushan's cognition. Yes, and Lee Minutes is not at all vague about security issues. If you take it, it's 10,000 tals. Also, take part of the 10,000 tals of silver to recruit some high-strength warriors, trained by Xrengai, and patrol day and night. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. In Lee Minutes' meaning, he wanted to make this place an existence no less than the Chi Palace, even more solid than the Taikai Palace. Of course, That's only for later. Understood. So what are we going to do next? There are two things to do next. The first is Liulai. The second is wine. The former can start. The latter does not work. Next, take another 10,000 tls out, buy a large amount of the materials needed for colored glaze, and set up a special colored glaze factory in the backyard, with about 10 shaft kilns, and many craftsmen. These people are up to you. Leader, I only have one request. The formula must not be leaked within half a year. The next time I am afraid is when he makes a lot of money. As soon as 100,000 tls arrived, he directly took out 20,000 tls, which was a big deal. Things haven't been done yet. Why half a year? I asked. Think about it, if an industry has been in business for a long time, others will definitely follow suit. And this formula will definitely flow into the market. For some things, people who are just starting out can make money, and the profit is the highest. Followers can only pay more. Effort and cost make money. What we have to do is make the money up front, make the most money with the least cost. So you get the idea. What Lee Minutes said was a set. Although it is very concise, it makes people feel like it is very powerful. What he said seemed very different to Zushan and Xrengai. They have been instilled with a lot of modern concepts, which will be helpful in the future. Everything went as he expected. Next, he's going to do it again. P.S. One of the 20 chapters of violence. Ask for full order. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 57 Not Learning Smart. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. The next morning, Cheng Yojin woke up from his sleep, holding the glass bottle in his hand. He thought for a while, why is this bottle so beautiful? It is different from the previous Liulai. Headache. He then put the bottle on the table. What's the matter? This. He remembered what happened yesterday, first seeing a strange device, and then some wine dripping from it. The wine was so strong that just one bowl made him drunk all night. Never before. Explanation. That thing is a good thing. If you can get it, give it to Li Shimin. I'm afraid it will also be a credit. It just depends on whether Lee Minutes is willing to give it or not. If you don't want to, you may have to go back to the palace once. Oops. The Liulai thing hasn't come to an end yet. I knew I wouldn't drink that wine. It's really a mistake to drink. Madam, when is it now? Cheng Yojin had two wives, the original wife of the Sun family, the third daughter of the county magistrate Sun Liu, who died in 628 at the age of 31, which is a pity. Successor of Kui She, the eldest daughter of Guixin in Kizubijia in the Sui dynasty. She is in her 20s, young and beautiful. Some people say that Cheng Yojin got this woman because of the blessing of 100 generations of cultivation. Kui She got up and said, Master, it's Mao Shi. Between 5 and 7 in the morning. It's not too early. It's too late. I'll go out and lie down. Cheng Yojin realized that the matter was serious. Before Zoko, he had to go to Lee Minutes again. I didn't do a good job yesterday, but I was drunk all night. His mood was uneasy, and if Liu's matter was not settled, he was afraid that he would be reprimanded by Liu. Then all his credit was in vain. It's like making 1,000 yuan. But because of some things, another 1,000 yuan is posted. The effort was all in vain. Master, what's the matter? The concubine is waiting for you to update. Cheng Yojin waved his hand to indicate no need. I have something important to do. Go ahead and put away the bottle. Don't let anyone see it. Kui looked at the bottle and felt curious. I saw that the master was holding this bottle all the time yesterday. What's the difference between this bottle? This is a glass bottle. There is no good thing in 1,000 miles. You can put it away. I will come back and tell you in detail. Before Cheng Yojin finished speaking, he went out the door. He went all the way to the east gate. At this time, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast. So he went to Dongshi. His speed was extremely fast, and what he thought the most was a mistake. Drinking mistakes, this is clearly reflected in him. East City has just opened, and it is sparsely populated. Especially in the store where Lee Minutes was, there was no one at all. I believe that it will not be too long, this will be the new center of East City. Cheng Yojin walked very fast, but when he arrived in Dongshi, He was secretly pointed at him. Yesterday he was embarrassed, and today he appeared again. Will there be embarrassment again? He couldn't care less. Step up again. When he reached the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for him to enter it, a female voice stopped him. Uncle Cheng, are you here too? Cheng Yojin saw that it was Kong Jingting. But what does this word mean? Nephew, where are you going? Kong Jingting looked ahead. Cheng Yojin informed. You are also looking for Mr. Zilli? She was shy and didn't reply directly. Uncle Cheng is also looking for him? Yes, I have something to do with him. Why don't you go with me? No, I won't go in. By the way, Uncle Cheng, can I trouble you with one thing? Cheng Yojin said in a puzzled way. If you have something to say directly, there is no trouble or trouble. Can you give this letter to Mr. Zilli? Kong Jingting handed over a letter that said Mr. Zilli Kai. Cheng Yojin was even more puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Don't give it to Lee Minutes yourself, but let yourself give it. Look at her slightly shy look. He seemed to understand something. An expression I understand. Uncle Cheng, can you? Okay, willing to serve. Don't forget me then. No, don't worry, please give it to him yourself. Must. Thank you Uncle Cheng. Cheng Yojin accepted the letter and went into the house. Kong Jingting left shyly. This time Cheng Yojin learned smart. You can't break into it, for fear of being hung up, which would be a shame. As soon as you get inside, call out. Where is Zushan? Take me to see Mr. Zilli. As soon as Zushan saw Cheng Yojin, he kept sighing. Why is this thing coming back? It took him a lot of time to clean the floor just yesterday, so why is it here again today? Wouldn't he come to drink wine again? If so, it's depressing. But he also said, General Cheng, good morning. Don't talk nonsense. Take me in. Cheng Yojin was in a hurry. He shouted. How dare Zushan not obey? Yes, yes, this way please. In my heart, there are hundreds of people who don't want to. All the way to the backyard. General Cheng, Mr. Zilli is inside. Wait a moment, you'll call him. No need. No time. Cheng Yojin took a big step forward. With a sudden bang, he fell directly into a trap. This time, he directly cursed. Zushan, you don't want to live. You dare to play with me. General Cheng was wronged. I didn't. I asked you to wait here. You didn't ask, and then you went forward. This is going to the left. Zushan looked aggrieved. It was Cheng Yojin who fell by himself. What does it have to do with him? He also asked him to wait for him there, because you left in a hurry. You, forget it. Don't care about you. Get me up quickly. Zushan was depressed, but he still got Cheng Yojin up together. Isn't it good here yesterday? Why are there more traps? This is what Mr. Zilli meant. The further you go to the backyard, the more organs. Now the organs are being debugged. Once completed, they may fall and die there. This made Cheng Yojin's back cold. Fortunately, I called Zushan in advance, otherwise I would be embarrassed again. Fortunately, the trap is not yet ready. Otherwise he may be the first general of the Tang dynasty to die in the trap. He patted the dirt on himself, and looked at the sky. The sun is about to come out. There should be some time. I'm waiting for you here, you call. Don't make me wait too long, you know. Finally, he simply said so. Otherwise how can it be? Zushan ran away at this time, and he didn't dare to do anything. It's even more impossible to get him back. Hold on. Zushan left and went to the room. He walked cautiously to the room. The route alone made Cheng Yojin feel dazzled. How is this? How to remember? If Cheng Yojin was allowed to walk again, he might still fall into the trap. Mr. Zilli, General Cheng is looking for something. Chapter 58 Unintentionally inserting willows. Liu Chengyin, Datang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. In the room, Lee Minutes was debugging the equipment. As soon as I heard Zushan's voice, General Cheng came only yesterday and came again today. Do you still want to ask about Liu Lai? He murmured. Does the sixth prince see or not see? See. Bring him in. Yes. Lee Minutes thought to himself that this old guy came over because of Liu Lai. The events of yesterday obviously did not make him give up. If you really ask, it's fine if you don't admit it anyway. After a while, Cheng Yojin walked in. He was careful with every step he took, for fear of an agency appearing. There is no agency here, you can rest assured. Lee Minutes was a little depressed. Why weren't you afraid yesterday? I'm afraid of this today. Looking at the mud on Cheng Yojin's body, it turned out to be like this. 6 princes. Cheng Yojin walked over with a smile. The tone was full of congratulations. What? Come over for a bowl today? I don't have much wine for you to drink. You vomited all the wine you drank yesterday. What a waste. No, I came here today to ask, do you sell this equipment? Cheng Yojin pointed to the distillation equipment on the side. Oh, turns out he wanted his own device. Not for you lie. While talking here, Cheng Yojin walked to the edge of the device. I know it's hard to decide. It's okay. Think about it. I produced a lot of wine today. He licked his tongue. I'm afraid it's going to be drunk again. It's all up to him. Do you still want to drink? I can get some for you. Lee Minutes didn't mean to sell equipment at all. What, are you kidding me? I'm working on distilled liquor now. How could it be sold? Is there a glass bottle? Pack a bottle. Cheng Yojin was not polite. When he saw the wine, he forgot what he was doing here. Lee Minutes is also strange. This guy actually focused on the wine and didn't ask about Liu Lai. Okay, who made us have a good relationship? Lee Minutes is not a stingy person. Cheng Yojin wants to drink, so give him a drink. Anyway, the drunk is not his own. At the same time, he also has a lot of glass bottles. This made Cheng Yojin a little embarrassed. Yes, we have a good relationship. I'm still bothering you everywhere. I'm really sorry, but I'm not a free person. If you need anything, just tell me, I will do it. He patted his chest and said, wait for your words. There will be many times to use Cheng Yojin in the future. With his words, everything is easy to say. That wine. The wine will be given to you. Come, take it. Lee Minutes took out a bottle of wine from the side and handed it to Cheng Yojin. This bottle is more elegant and indistinguishable from modern wine bottles, because they have researched some glass, some simple and beautiful shapes, just made them, and can do it all the same, which is even better. A good thing. Transparent and free of impurities, it is more than 100 times better than fruit wine. Cheng Yojin stared at the wine bottle. Only then did I see clearly that the wine was transparent. I drank it too fast yesterday and didn't pay attention. By the way, does this wine have a name? I call it Wine-free wine. Wine-free wine, with a good name and a good name. He is indeed a good scholar. The 6th prince is very talented in writing, and even his name is so literate. My admiration for you is getting deeper and deeper. That one is higher than the mountain and deeper than the water. If I take it, I'll just call it spirits. Ha ha ha. Great. Really great. It's amazing. It's amazing. Cheng Yojin really doesn't praise people. What can he understand? Do you know what packaging is? A good name can make things even taller. It can also sell better and circulate better. Just like her daughter Hong. Just listen to her name. You know what the wine is. Well, let him go. Cheng Yojin seemed to notice the change in Lee Minutes' expression. Then he said, I don't talk much, so don't take offense, 6th prince. It's not surprising, but it's true that it's disgusting. Is there anything else? If not, I have to study new flavors. Lee Minutes didn't want to waste time. You really don't want to sell that equipment? Back to this question again. Sell 10,000 tals. It can be sold. He deliberately said it was high. A piece of equipment was 10,000 tals. So high, he shouldn't buy it, right? Cheng Yojin cried when he heard it. Why don't you go grab it? 10,000 tals can solve the hoof problem of 10,000 horses. Yes. I'm just grabbing it. You must know that the economic benefits of this wine are far greater than 10,000 tals. If you don't want it, I won't force it. Also, let me tell you, the price of this bottle of wine is worth 100 tals. 100 tals of wine? It turned out that he needed 100 tals for a bottle. He widened his eyes. 100 tals. Well, I'll go back and see if I want it. Cheng Yojin was actually thinking, go back and talk to Lee. Maybe he will. As long as the household pays the money, he doesn't care. By the way, when I was at the door, I saw Miss Kong's family. She lingered at your door for a long time. She gave me this and let me pass it to you." Cheng Yojin handed over a letter. Lee Minutes frowned. "Is there anything you can't say directly?" "I have to write a letter. Obviously I can speak face to face. But you reading www.uukanzu.com has to be so circumspect. I really don't know what the women are thinking." "Okay, it's nothing to do with me. I have to go to the morning court." "Zushan, take me out." After finishing, Cheng Yojin took another bottle of wine and left. And Lee Minutes didn't take him into consideration because he was reading the letter. He opened the letter, and his face changed greatly. This is clearly a love letter. What is written on it is a girl's mood and her admiration for herself. She also talked about the gift of poetry yesterday, which moved her very much. Willing to wait for him, help to get along for a long time. At this time, there are probably not many women who dare to behave like this. Shi Kong Jingting is definitely one of them. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he was. "I can't." He clearly asked Zushan to give her an ordinary poem. How could she behave like this? "Zushan, coming." Zushan wondered why he called him again. He entrusted a delivery to bite the gold out. "The sixth prince has something to do with me." "What kind of poem did you give Miss Kong family yesterday?" "According to your meaning, I took out a song from the top. It said Magpie Bridge Fairy. I read the first two sentences and wrote it well, so I gave it to her." When Lee Minutes heard this, he was finished. She was misunderstood. "This is fun." Inadvertently inserted Willow, Liu Chengyin. "Sixth prince, what's wrong?" "No, it's nothing. It's none of your business. Go down." Zushan felt a little strange. Isn't it just a poem? How it feels like a big deal. As everyone knows, the meaning of this poem is the relationship between men and women. Speaking of Cheng Yojin, he went to Tji Palace, and here he is still inadvertently inserting Willow's, Liu Chengyin. Chapter 59. Is it him again? Exclamation mark. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. As for the Taikai Palace, in the early dynasties, civil and military officials stood on the left and right. They discussed some state affairs. It was found that Cheng Yojin was not present. Xu Jingzong first said, "It seems unreasonable that Lugu Ogong doesn't come to court every 3 days." Yu Ying said to his people, "Even if it is a great hero, the credit is not as high as that of the Duke of Qi. But the Duke of Qi will always come to the early dynasty." "Yeah, the Duke of Qi is now managing the waters and has not been able to go to court." Compared with the Duke of Lu, it is really too much of a child's play. "That's because Lugu Ogong is becoming more and more arrogant." "What's the point of not coming to court?" These people stand on the opposite side of Cheng Yojin. The opinions of these people, such as Du Yui, Qin Kaiang and others, did not agree. "I handed over some things to Lugu Ogong, and sometimes I can't get out of it." "Isn't it normal?" "Yes, everything depends on what your majesty ordered." "I support Duke Lu." The words left some people speechless, and they were about to refute. But someone shouted, "It was Duke Lu who came," and he caught up. Cheng Yojin was swaggering into the palace at this time. With such a defiant approach, I am afraid that only he can come out. What is Duke Lu holding in his hand? People's eyes moved to Cheng Yojin's hands. Is it Liu Lai? Transparent glass. Someone recognized it. If Lee Minutes heard this, he would have to despise him. "It's just an ordinary glass bottle." These people are really scumbags. "Lugu Ogong, what is in your hand?" Xu Jingzong leaned over shamelessly. "HMPH. Who was talking ill of Lugu Ogong just now?" Qin Kaiang couldn't stand it any longer and said directly. Xu Jingzong laughed. "Don't take it seriously, I was just complaining." Cheng Yojin looked down on this surnamed Xu very much, and directly ignored his existence. "Go away, don't mess with Lozi." "Yes." Xu Jingzong touched his nose. Fang Xuanling asked, "Lugu Ogong, what is in your hand?" The old friend's question. He wants to answer, but it's just, "He'll know in a while." But there was no answer. What did he want to do? His Majesty is here. At this moment, the eunuch exclaimed. Li Shimin walked in from outside, slowly sat on the dragon chair. His face was dignified. as if he had something on his mind. "Meet your majesty." The ministers bowed at the same time. "All their kings are exempt from gifts." Li Shiman's eyes wandered and he saw Cheng Yojin all the time. "Zaiji, how are things going?" he asked as soon as he came. The thing that was handed to him yesterday was the method of colored glass. "Your majesty, the minister is not finished," Cheng Yojin said. Xu Jingzong can be heard whispering on the side. "You dare to be so loud? If you haven't finished, you will be miserable in a while." Sure enough, Li Shiman was angry. "What? Not finished? Are you going to be punished?" "This is a big deal." He didn't even finish it. I don't give Li Shiman any face anymore. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yojin was in no hurry. "Your majesty, I tried to ask him out, but I couldn't get an answer. He never wanted to tell me, and I couldn't do anything about it. But I got something better." What Li Minutes didn't want to say, Cheng Yojin couldn't hold a knife to his neck and ask him. He can't do this kind of thing, and he won't do it. "I'd rather be punished myself than force him to do something he doesn't want to do." What can be better than Liu Lai? Li Shimin was curious. "People are even more curious," Cheng Yojin said proudly. "The answer is in my hands." Only now did people realize that the reason why he dared to come today was that he had the answer in his hands, right? "What is it?" "It is this." Cheng Yojin raised his hand. Li Shimin could not see clearly. "Come closer and look." Yes. Cheng Yojin took the bottle and went to Li Shimin's place. Li Shimin took a look. "It's just Liu Lai." "What's there to see?" "Your majesty doesn't know. This is wine." When Cheng Yojin's words came out, everyone was puzzled. "Liquor? Not like the ancient wine is turbid. Is it clear that it is clear water?" There is a poem saying that a pot of turbid wine is happy to meet each other. It is said that the color of ancient wine is turbid, but in their view, it is transparent. "Zaiji, don't fool me. I will be angry." "This is not the same as the wine Li Shimin drinks." Cheng Yojin was proud. "This is free wine. A cup of fruit wine is worth 10 bowls, and it is more mellow and delicious. It is also not sweet, and it is more top-notch. You can drink it without worry." Oh, everyone was puzzled. "Lu Gong, don't lie. How can wine be like this?" "Yes, I'm afraid there is no such wine in this world." "Don't believe me? I can't do anything about it. I was drunk by it yesterday." "You must know that I can drink 20 bowls," Cheng Yojin said with 2 bottles of liquor. Li Shimin is also a good drinker. He also knew about Cheng Yojin's alcohol intake. The drink that can make him drunk must be hard liquor. He suddenly said, "Zaiji, get some for me to taste." Unexpectedly, his words were opposed by the ministers. "No, your majesty, the origin of this thing is unknown." "No, you can let Guogonglu try it first." Cheng Yojin was not happy. "You are reading www.uukansu.com. Do you think I will harm your majesty? This wine is a good thing. If it is popularized in the future, it can increase the tax revenue for the Tang dynasty." Cheng Yojin said so. Li Shimin wanted to try it even more. "Come on, get me a cup." Everyone wants to oppose, but Li Shimin glared back. "No one is allowed to say anything. Otherwise, I will be angry." "Yes, your majesty." Cheng Yojin ordered someone to bring the cup, poured wine. As soon as the lid of this wine is opened, the aroma of the wine is exuded. The surrounding people immediately praised. "This wine is very fragrant. Must be delicious." After a while, a little eunuch served the wine glass. Li Shimin took it, put it on his nose, and took a sharp breath. He praised. "The taste is very fragrant, and it is rich. It is a wine that I have never tried." After finishing it, he drank it, and his face immediately showed a rosy color. Everyone stared at him closely, for fear that something was wrong with him. "Good wine. It really is good wine." With this wine, who would drink any fruit wine? This wine has to be promoted. This may be the highest evaluation given by Li Shimin. Cheng Yojin smiled proudly. Then Li Shimin asked again, "By the way, how is this wine made?" "This one has to come from him. The method is from him, and the minister just gets this wine from him." Li Shimin understood who Cheng Yojin said about him. It's him again. He wondered why there was a shadow of his Li Yin everywhere. The last time with Liu Lai was not over yet, so he made Yu Jiu again. Is there anything Li Minutes can't figure out? Is it wrong to drive him out of the palace by himself? At this time, he couldn't hold back his face to let Li Minutes come back. But what was said just now, what should I do? Chapter 60 Imperial Wine. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. Xu Jingzong, who did not open his eyes, asked, "Who is he?" Li Shimin's face darkened. This guy can't open the pot and mention it. He can't even lift his face to mention Li Minutes' name. Who else does he say? Xu Jingzong, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Cheng Yojin replied directly. Xu Jingzong seemed to realize that he had said something wrong. Your Majesty, I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Li Shimin shouted, enough is enough. Don't say more. Shut up. It's really getting darker. Xu Jingzong closed his mouth. Your Majesty has a solution. Zaiji, tell me what to do. Your Majesty, I have inquired about this wine. This wine is produced from a piece of equipment. As long as you get that equipment, you can mass produce it. And as long as you only need some fruit wine, you can come up with a good free wine. Cheng Yojin said. Li Shimin's frowning brows relaxed. Then buy it. It's a good business. Li Shimin's idea is not simple. This wine is good, high quality. The price must be very high. If you put it in the market, it will definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, it can also be regarded as a good thing to reward the hero. That is much better than rewarding gold and silver treasures. And looking at the situation, the cost is low and the profit is high. It doesn't occupy the national treasury, so why not do it? Your Majesty really want to buy it? Cheng Yojin asked again. Why don't you buy it? If there is such a good thing, and he is willing to sell it, I naturally want to buy it. If it's just a business, it's not about asking for help. Cheng Yojin began to hesitate. Zaiji, if you have any difficulties, say it directly. Don't be like this. Like a bitch. Li Shimin couldn't stand it any longer. He is willing to sell, but only needs 10,000 taels of silver. As soon as Cheng Yojin's words came out, the people in the Ministry of Household directly stood up to oppose it. Your Majesty, isn't this too expensive? What equipment costs 10,000 taels of silver? That's not how money is spent. Yeah, Your Majesty, please think again. Money has to be spent on the blade. It can't be spent like this. When it comes to spending money, these people are like miser. But this is their duty. If they don't keep the money, Tang will be finished. In normal times, Li Shimin also agreed with their approach. But today is different. Whoever dares to stop him is to be his enemy. Enough. Are you questioning my decision? Everyone was silent. Who dares to say anything? Zaiji, let this matter be handled by you. Yes. Then, Li Shimin added, I know, worried about the money being spent, and it's gone. But don't worry, as soon as the equipment comes back, I have to imitate 100 units, and the price will definitely not be high. Furthermore, I have already thought about it, using the appeal of the imperial court to make Yu liquor sell well. People are puzzled. What does your Majesty mean? Pass on my will, and give Yu wine as imperial wine. The royal wine is exclusively for the royal family. As soon as these words came out, the ministers suddenly realized, I see. The common people are very curious about the royal things. If it is imperial wine, then the people will rush to buy it. After all, this is the wine that the emperor drinks. And for future rewards, it also provides a lot of convenience. Li Shimin also has 2 brushes to be the emperor. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers said in unison. Speaking of the Ministry of Household, I remember that Duke Lu had withdrawn 100,000 taels of silver to repair the horse's hoof. I wonder what the situation is now? Xu Jingzong suddenly mentioned again. Qin Kaiyang stood up. Xu Jingzong, this matter has been reported to your Majesty. 100,000 horses are stepping up to replace their horseshoes, and they will be completed in 3 days. He really couldn't bear to see Xu Jingzong's evil doing. These words made all the ministers excited. In this way, the Tang army is only strong but not weak. However, Li Shimin added, The matter of horseshoes in the future will be handled by the Ministry of Households. They will control the cost. This is a transfer of responsibility. Cheng Yojin said that he didn't want this shit either. Once was enough for him. A second time, for this reason, he was also counted twice by the agency. Is there anything else? Let's say that Cheng Yojin left the palace, go to the East City. He found Li Minutes. It's straight to the point. Sixth Prince, Your Majesty wants your equipment, and I brought the money as well. This made Li Minutes feel a little uncomfortable. What? Li Shimin really wants to buy it. He said it casually, but he didn't expect that Li Shimin would really be willing to pay such a high price for it. Your father and son are incomprehensible. I feel that your majesty may not hate you so much. Really? It's just a prince. It's not right. Li Minutes said. Let him go back. Impossible. What a shame to go back this time. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Cheng Yojin had to say again, by the way, your majesty bestowed Yujiu as imperial liquor for the royal family, so you must sell me this equipment. Before Cheng Yojin said this, Li Minutes didn't want to sell it at all. But when Cheng Yojin said this, he changed his mind. Why? That is equivalent to Li Shimin doing marketing for himself. From today onwards, there is a wine called Yujiu, which will be popular in the whole Tang dynasty after tomorrow. In this case, Yujiu will no longer have to worry about sales. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. You can make hundreds of devices by yourself. For Li Shimin to build it, he will at least have to study it for a while. According to this time difference, he can be the first to make money. So, he said, okay, I'll sell it to him. Real? Yes. Now you can pull it away. Li Minutes was so determined. Zushan and Xrengai who were on the side were a little puzzled. Is this sold? These days, Li Minutes treats the device like a treasure, but now he is going to sell it. Okay, really happy, my money is outside. He'll ask them to come and pull it. Cheng Yojin went out to summon people. Zushan asked at this time, Sixth Prince, is it sold? Yes. If you don't make money, you will lose money. But this is your baby. Can't we make it again? You get the money in a while, place an order directly, and deliver 10 units in 2 days. We're going to make a lot of money. Li Minutes said very happily. Bing hasn't made any money yet, but this wine has made it first. When it comes to ice, I think of Kong Yingda, an old guy who hasn't settled down after so long. Enough is enough. That night, there was a wine name in the entire Chainan city, free wine, but there was no such wine in the market, only in the palace. Then, in the future, it will be time for Li Minutes to make a fortune. Until then, he has a big problem to solve. That is, his shop does not have any signs and no name. This is very unfavorable for him to spread. If you don't have a decent name for a big business, that's definitely not going to work. So, he turned his attention to someone. Chapter 61 Pinkengfen, Datang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. 2 days later, in the entire city of Chainan, no matter the old or the child, the high-ranking officials or the poor, they all knew that there was a wine called Yujiu, and it was born out of nowhere. He was praised by Li Shimin and was named Royal Wine. And there are only 2 bottles of this wine, and many people just smell it, but can't taste it. The only ones who can taste it, I am afraid only the ministers in the palace. In the early morning, Li Minutes was ready to go out. Xrengai was with him, and he was carrying a box in his hand, and he didn't know what was in it. Zushan happened to meet them. At one point he complained, Mr. Zilli, we have so many stores, but we don't have a signboard, which makes it difficult for us to deal with it. It's a hassle to ship a lot of materials, especially the ones you ordered yesterday, and people don't know where our shop is. It's not easy for me to say, but I can only say that it is the East City, but the East City is so big, and there is no obvious point on our side. So I thought, can we have a name to let everyone know regarding this matter? There is no need for Zushan to say. Li Minutes already had a plan. You don't have to worry about this. Of course I have a solution. Yes. How? You knew this at noon. What do you have to wait until noon to find out? By the way, in a moment you will order a huge plaque with a red background. Then at noon someone will engrave a few large gilt characters. It turned out that Lee Minutes had already had an idea. When Zushan heard this, he calmed down a little. It turned out that Lee Minutes had already had an idea. How big is that? And what kind of characters are to be engraved? What is the font? Tell me all this, and I will do it. Lee Minutes thought for a while. As for the size, you need to be able to see it from a mile away. For the word, you need 4 characters. As for the content, it'll go to the home of Bachelor Ouyang, visible from a mile away. Want to be that big? In Lee Minutes' cognition, it must be so big. It can be seen clearly from a mile away. And that is enough to attract people. The Bachelor Ouyang he mentioned was Ouyang Zun. He is proficient in calligraphy, and together with Yu Xinan, Chu Siliang and Xji, he is known as the 4 masters of the early Tang dynasty. This first calligrapher has a great reputation, comparable to his great Tang #1 talent, and even more famous than him. His calligraphy skills are very high. With his calligraphy as a signboard, that is simply the best. A good horse is matched with a good saddle, and a good shop is naturally the best sign. This is what Lee Minutes was thinking. Zushan said, but the old man closed his pen 2 years ago, and he said that he would not write any calligraphy anymore. I am afraid that it will not be successful. He also closed the door, which is not good. Yes, Lee Minutes didn't care. Yeah, many people can't ask him for words. It is rumored that many princes of the country have come to visit, and they have been kicked out of the door for asking for words. Unexpectedly, such an old man has a hot personality. Regarding Ouyang Zun, Lee Minutes had a relationship with Ouyang Zun half a year ago. When you go to see him, you should still remember yourself, right? But since he grew up fast, he might not be able to recognize him. No matter. Go ahead and talk about it. It's different when I go. Lee Minutes only said so. Is this blind self-confidence or well-intentioned? Can it be different? People are still saying that His Majesty has also had a closed door. I want to get it, but I can't. Zushan said again. They are them, I am me. Can it be the same? Lee Minutes was very confident. Directly refer to Li Shimin as one of them. This is discriminatory treatment. Zushan was silent. I can only wish him success. But if it really uses Ouyang Zun's words as a plaque, then it is a living signboard. Xrengai, let's go. Lee Minutes didn't say anything else, and went directly to Ouyang Zun's house. The two of them walked back and forth on the street. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. To go to Ouyang Zun's house is to go through Pinkengfen. When it comes to Pinkengfen, it is the concentration of brothels. The beauty of Chainan lies in its prosperity, and the most prosperous place in Chainan is Pinkengfen in the west of the East City. Here gathers the merchants, travelers, envoys, orchids, Kunlun slaves from the whole Tang dynasty. Of course, there is no shortage of brothel women. The brothel women here are quite talented. It is essentially different from the traditionally called brothel women. Generally, if you want to see them, more than half of them have to have rules. It is not something that you can see if you have money and power. Many famous singers in Chainan have elegant things to explore with poetry. Dear thanks. But it is because Lee Minutes' name is really too big. Hundreds of poems were produced in 2 days. So, wherever he goes, he gets people's attention. Especially the girls in Pinkengfen. They discovered Lee Minutes' existence from a distance. It's Mr. Zilli. Why is he here? Does he also have needs? What do you say? How can Mr. Zilli be so defiled? What needs are you talking about? It's called seeking spiritual comfort. Lee Minutes thought to himself. You are reading www. You Kansu. Come, these people really like to think him just passing by. So what? Some even started to memorize his poems. Try to get his attention. He wanted to say, I noticed, but there are too many of you, and I don't know who to answer. A young girl recited loudly and emotionally. The lotus leaves in the sky are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the sun are different. Lee Minutes ignored her. The girl hummed. Maybe it's because she has a bad back. And someone spoke again. If you want to compare Tanchai to Xizi, Light makeup and heavy makeup are always suitable. Mr. Zilly, why don't you go upstairs and talk? It all hooked up directly. Whoever can get along with Lee Minutes will be more famous, just like a layer of gold. And he was handsome and young. Which girl doesn't love? Lee Minutes said, I don't have time now. And it's a teenager. The love of men and women is not considered first. But the bloody Xrengai couldn't help but glance at it. As soon as he was so gentle, Tai-Han also became tender. Ladies and sisters, Zilly will come to visit another day, just to be one step ahead. Facing the invitations of these beauties, he can't break their hearts, can he? So there is this. There was a direct sensation in Pinkingfen. Mr. Zilly can come anytime, we will accompany you at any time. Lee Minutes. Xrengai, let's hurry up. It's too late. Seeing that Xrengai was silent, Lee Minutes called out again. Xrengai. Only then did Xrengai wake up. It's just that the flowers are so pretty, it makes him a little lost. Yes. In contrast, Lee Minutes was much calmer. That's someone who has seen the world. Chapter 62 Prove that I am who I am. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. Lee Minutes and Xrengai then headed north. Ouyang lived in Shanghai Square. More than half of the people living in Shanghai Square are high-ranking officials, and even Cheng Yojin and others live nearby. Along the way, what made Lee Minutes a little depressed was that there were people who knew him everywhere. Now he is as popular in Chainan as any other high-ranking official. Everywhere he went, he greeted him. Others bought poems from him. Let him get tired of it. It took half an hour to walk several miles this morning. It made his mouth dry. In the future, let's pretend to be out, so as not to be recognized. Being a celebrity is exhausting. Finally, they avoided the crowd and arrived at the door of mansion. It's here. Lee Minutes looked at the plaque on the top and said, as far as he knew, there was only one mansion called Ouyang in the entire Shanghai Square. Mr. Zilly, how did you know it was here? I've been here before. Lee Minutes didn't want to say that it was he who searched for it. Not to mention, this browser also has its own navigation function. So, he no longer has to worry about getting lost. As for the location, just do a search, and the location information on the navigation is constantly updated. Like his place of residence has also been updated. He also pulled to the position of the Turks, and he could also see where their base camp was. Let's go in. So they headed towards the door. At this time, there were two servants, one tall and one thin, who were listlessly guarding the door outside the door. As soon as they saw Lee Minutes and the two coming, they greeted them. The tall man said, "Stay, idlers don't come near." The two did not recognize Lee Minutes. They were directly refused entry. 2. I want to see Master Ouyang, and I would like to inform you. As soon as these words came out, they got a response. Young man, not everyone can see our master, so please come back. This is their duty. If everyone came to see Ouyang Zun, and they all had to report, then Ouyang Zun would be very busy. Xrengai was in a hurry and said, "It's simple. You said that it was Mr. Zilly asking to see you. Your masters came out to greet him." Mr. Zilly? Young man, why is Mr. Zilly free to come out? It's not because others are looking for him. He can't come out. The tall one said. That's when others ask for him. Only then did Lee Minutes realize that he was like this in people's hearts. It seems that they have to prove that they are Mr. Zilly before these two people let them in. Don't want to avoid the enthusiastic people, but are blocked by these people. It is also because they go out less often and have never seen themselves. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. This is really Mr. Zilly. What should I say before you understand? Xrengai was anxious. The sound was a bit loud, and even showed the knife beside him. This made the two of them startled. Don't mess around, this is the home of Master Ouyang. If you dare to mess around, you will be responsible for the consequences, said taller Xrengai. You took the knife. Yes. The two servants calmed down a little, and their tone became a little softer. How do you prove that he is Mr. Zilly? If we can, we will let you in. We will also inform you. If not, please leave. The short Jiading said. A very interesting person. Does Mr. Zilly still need counterfeiting? Just try it and you'll know. Don't try, we won't try, if you can't prove it, please leave. The two servants are very tough, so they won't let them in. At the same time, because their voices were quite loud, the guards inside heard them and rushed out. What's going on? Who's going to make trouble? The man at the head is a bearded man. He appeared before them with 20 samurai. The two servants pointed at Lee Minutes and said, "These two are going to break into the mansion." Break into the mansion? These two really lied. What? This is a place for high-ranking officials. You should leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The beard shouted. At the same time, he showed the long gun in his hand. Xrengai was speechless. If you let him shoot, these people will fall to the ground in just a few rounds. But they came out to do things, not to cause trouble. Mr. Zilly, what shall we do? Are we going back? This kind of proving that he is himself gave Lee Minutes a headache. Proving who I am is still a big deal. When he was at a loss, someone passed by here. Isn't that Mr. Zilly? Fang Yi. Come and see Mr. Zilly. Housewife love? Lee Minutes raised his head. The people who came were Fang Yi and Cheng Chubai. They happened to be passing by here. More than half of the East City and above are where high-ranking officials live. It was also where Fang Xiu Anling, Cheng Yojin and others lived. Therefore, it is normal for these two to pass by here. I've seen Mr. Zilly. The two saluted Lee Minutes. These two people are known to everyone, and they are the famous gangsters of the nearby generation. Their parents are also national princes, and their official positions are very high. They don't lie. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It's you. This time, the two servants' eyes widened. In front of them, it was really Mr. Zilly, who was still mocking him just now. This time, Ouyangzon will definitely be scolded to death. So, they stepped forward. Mr. Zilly, it turns out that you are Mr. Zilly. I didn't know you just now, so I was offended. We will report it now. You wait a moment. After that, the two trotted into the mansion to report. The beard was even more ashamed. A certain admires Mr. Zilly's poems very much, and he was offended just now, and he is worshipped by a certain. Sure enough, he is an upright man, kneeling when he says kneel. Get up quickly, it's normal that you don't know me. It's okay. It's a great feeling to be respected. Yes. Bearded got up. He added, Mr. Zilly, can I send a certain poem? If not, you can buy it. Talk later. This guy annoyed himself, and he wanted to send him poems, which was really beautiful. Cheng Chubai didn't understand what happened. It's okay. Where are you going? Lee Minutes asked. Oh, it's like this. My father asked us to buy some fruit wine, and said it was for the palace to use. Wine? Does that mean that the distillation equipment has arrived at Cheng Yojin's home? This old guy doesn't want to distill some of it himself, and then dedicate it to Li Shimin, right? It must be so. This guy is really good at drinking. Fortunately, he let his son out. They just recognized themselves. Otherwise, if you want to enter Ouyang Mansion, you will have to wait a little longer. While speaking, an old man ran out of Ouyang's mansion and was supported. Is it Mr. Zilly? Where is he? Chapter 63 Misunderstanding. Datang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. Is it Mr. Zilly? Where is he? In the eyes of everyone, an old man in his 70s rushed out, still walking like a fly. There were a few young people behind him, who would go up to support him from time to time. But he was thrown away. This old man's character, very strong. The old man was Ouyangzon. As soon as he came out, he took Xrengui's hand and said, Are you Mr. Zilly? The old man finally saw you. Usually, I never have time to meet this first talent in Chainan. It's a sin. It appears that he mistook Xrengai for Mr. Zilly. After all, to be a gentleman, he must be quite young. But why is this gentleman more like a general? Still holding a big knife? Is it both civil and military? It's really unbelievable, and the sea can't be measured. As for the other people who followed Ouyang's inquiry, They looked at Xrengai with very hot eyes, especially a few girls. Mr. Zilly looks like Kongwu and powerful, cannot help but spring up. Lee Minutes knew that these people also mistook Xrengai for him. Xrengai didn't even have time to remind him. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi on the side were shocked by the current situation. Cheng Chubai reminded kindly, Grandpa Ouyang, that's not Mr. Zilly. Mr. Zilly is him. Cheng Chubai pointed at Lee Minutes and said, Cheng Yojin and Ouyang Zon have a good relationship. Only then did Cheng Chubai call Ouyang Zon his grandfather, even if it was Fang Yi. Ah, why didn't you tell me sooner? I've admitted the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ouyang Zon didn't feel embarrassed either, but let go of Xrengai directly. He turned to look at Lee Minutes. Looking at it, he's settled there. Lee Minutes looked at him with a smile. He was unable to speak for a long time, because he recognized the comer. Half a year ago, I also met with Lee Minutes. The memory is very deep. That's not 6. You are Mr. Zilly. Is it really you? I'm afraid no one is more shocking than him. It was clearly the 6th prince, Lee Minutes, in front of him. So how did he become Mr. Zilly again? And it is Mr. Zilly who is in his heart. He immediately confused himself. Even the question is so dumb. He is not? Who is? Fang Yi added a sentence. Grandpa Ouyang, that's Mr. Zilly, the #1 talent in Chainan. Didn't you always say you wanted to see him? Now that you see him, how do you feel? The female relatives who originally looked at Xrengui's fiery eyes turned to Lee Minutes. In addition to the fiery eyes, there was also a hint of surprise. Mr. Zilly, are you so young? Is a teenager. My grandfather was so diligent. Is literature really ageless? Those who are able are respected. Mr. Ouyang Zon's words interrupted people's thoughts. Very good. Very shocking. Now, he understood. In front of me is Mr. Zilly, so is he the 6th prince? Until Lee Minutes opened his mouth. Master Ouyang, stay safe. Ouyang Zon finally determined that this is the 6th prince. Now only Cheng Chubai and the two do not know Lee Minutes' identity. Ouyang Zon guessed it, but it didn't call out. What? Are you just letting me stand outside? Is this how you treat guests? Lee Minutes said again. Only then did Ouyang Zon realize his mistake. Sorry, come here. Welcome the distinguished guests into the house. Prepare good tea. He shivered a little. This is a distinguished guest. In the past, he would not be like this. It could be seen that he was very afraid of Lee Minutes. Or respect, or is there another reason? Yes. Everyone in Ouyang Mansion moved. And Ouyang Zon took the initiative to say, Mr. Zilly, please come in. Right now, he didn't dare to call Lee Minutes the 6th prince. After all, after calling him, he would bring a lot of trouble to Lee Minutes. He understands this better than anyone else. At the same time, Cheng Chubai said, Mr. Zilly, we still have important things to do, so it's inconvenient to stay here. Farewell. Go and say hello to your father for me. Okay. Let's go. Cheng Chubai left. He didn't know, when he went back, Cheng Yojin's expression must be very surprised when he mentioned Lee Minutes. Why? Because his behavior of letting Cheng Chubai buy fruit wine is suspicious. Mr. Zilly, please come in, Ouyang Zon said with great respect. Please, Master Ouyang. The two entered the mansion, and as for the others, they also entered the mansion with the two of them. Soon, tea came up. Ouyang Zon gave the order, everyone back down. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Everyone was puzzled. Why did he say that? But he went out anyway. When he left, there were quite a few girls and family members, looking at Lee Minutes, staring at him, reluctantly. Ouyang Zon watched people go out until it was confirmed that everyone had left. He closed the door. The old minister has seen the 6th prince. It seemed that the old man had not forgotten himself. Master Ouyang, don't be too polite. I'm not a prince now. You reading www.uyukanzu.com is just a commoner. 6th prince, you have the blood of the royal family on your body. No matter what, you are a prince. I also persuaded His Majesty to let you come back, but His Majesty refused. After he is angry, I will definitely go again. Beg him. Master Ouyang, no need. I'm fine outside. at ease. What's the use of going back? Li Minutes rejected Yangzun's kindness. It made him wonder, why would he do this? Hey, although the palace is not as free as outside, it is safe inside the palace, and you don't have to run around for a living. Yangzun probably didn't know that he was doing well, and he just turned 100,000 tals of silver. Much better than Prince Li Chenqian. How much can the prince spend a month now? He may be 10 times or even more than him. Master Yang, I came here today to find you, Li Minutes said. Whatever, as long as the old man can do it. The old man will definitely promise you, or you want to help. If you don't dislike it, you can live in my mansion. Although my place is not as good as the palace, I still have 3 meals a day. It's full. It seemed that he had misunderstood him, and no matter how bad he was, he would never come to ask him to take care of his meals. It's not that you don't have money. Unnecessary. And he can't even speak. What's the difference in this begging? So, he made clear his purpose. I'm here to ask for words this time. When Yangzun asked for words, he was very conflicted, and he refused directly. If it's asking for words, forgive the old man's difficulty in obeying. Other things are easy to say. Is this outright rejected? Don't want to. He was polite just now, but now he has become another person. This kind of metamorphosis really makes people feel a little unacceptable. Chapter 64 Confidant. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. Master Yang, don't rush to refuse, just listen to me first, and then make a decision. Li Minutes said calmly. This old man. Yangzun looked embarrassed. Then he said, Sixth Prince, no matter what, I can't promise you. Even His Majesty asked me for a word, but he still respects the old man's meaning. Sure enough, Li Shimin couldn't find the word, which is also a matter of fact. Li Minutes was not in a hurry. He is not Li Shimin, cannot be compared. What is there to hide from Master Yang? Why don't you say it and listen? Yangzun was afraid of rejecting many people in this battle. Many dignitaries were rejected by him. Not to mention the 6 princes who are living in the common people. Sixth prince, it's like this. I sealed the pen a few years ago and no longer write for others. I hope you can understand. As for what it is, I can't say it. Most of the ancient cultures had some eccentricities, but a bit of a dead end. Li Minutes has seen a lot of people like Yangzun. Master Yang, I know this may be a little difficult, but what if I send you a poem? Yang asked for a while. Li Minutes is very famous, and it is also good to have his poems. But he still refused. Sixth Prince, please understand, I can't promise you, no matter what. As far as Li Minutes knew, in the past few years, there was an endless stream of people who came to Yang to ask for words, but there were only a few who could get them. These people often needed similar interests to get words. And he wanted to use poetry to get his words. It seemed impossible. However, he is not in a hurry. After all, he has a second plan. And what if it was this? Li Minutes pointed to the box in Xrengwi's hand and said, it doesn't work either. Yangzun said directly without looking at it, aren't you going to take a look? Nothing to see. It's just the smell of copper. He thought that Li Minutes was going to give money. Yes? Li Minutes ignored him and opened the box directly, and took out a glass bottle from it. Yangzun originally turned his head. He said that he caught a glimpse of the contents of the box out of the corner of the eye. Li Minutes then opened the bottle cap. The aroma of wine has been exuding. Yangzun was stunned. His eyes straightened. In a somewhat excited tone, he asked, is this wine free? Li Minutes thought to himself. He didn't expect to let Yangzun know the name of the wine so quickly. Master Yang knows this wine? In the early morning, General Cheng brought 2 bottles. After that, His Majesty asked a few of us to taste it. The taste was really good, but the quantity was too small. It was only a small sip per person, and it was not good at all. I remembered it when I smelled it, Yangzun said while pouting. He continued to swallow his saliva, and it seemed that he had been deeply attracted by this wine. At the same time, it can be seen that Li Shimin is really stingy. and he is reluctant to give his subordinates a drink. Li Minutes expressed deep contempt. As the aroma of the wine dissipated, Yang kept sniffing. It was so fragrant that it made him a little unable to extricate himself. Master Yang, the so-called good wine is given to a confidant. Although there are many friends, it is hard to find a confidant. Words are harder to find. This is Li Minutes' foreign language. How could Yang not understand? What the sixth prince said is very true. Now what Li Minutes said is what it is. Can the sixth prince let me smell the wine? Cannot. Li Minutes refused, just like Yang refused himself. And he closed the bottle cap. The aroma of the wine disappeared immediately. Yang felt itchy. Make him very sad. Sixth prince, this. But what? But if you could write me a few words, then this free wine is yours. You can smell it however you want, and you can even drink it in front of the wine, and before the unattainable wine. Whatever the hell he promises. So Yang completely fell. He said, maybe I can make an exception for you. Okay, Xrengai, send the wine to Bachelor Yang. Yes. Xrengai brought the wine to Yang. He carefully opened it to confirm this free wine is real, and that Liulai is also real. Both of these things are good things that you can find. But these two things are not treasures in Li Minutes' place. He can have as much as he wants. But in the hearts of others, they are all treasures, even priceless. After a while, Yang realized that he had agreed to Li Minutes' promise and promise. I don't know what the sixth prince wants to write. Simple, only 4 words. Shengton Group. These 4 characters are the names that Li Minutes has been thinking about for a long time. In the future, he will do everything, not the group. If necessary, you can open the branch or something. So that's the case. Just these 4 words. That's right, a pot of wine with 4 characters. Of course, I also want your title. He asks. What is a group? A group is an industry that gathers together. Li Minutes explained. It turns out that he is indeed the #1 talent in Chainan. He can come up with such a good name. Let me write it. Yang agreed. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Then, prepare a piece of paper. He picked up the pen and scribbled it horizontally and sideways, with endless charm. His pen power is very strong, and the 4 characters are written in a smooth and magnificent manner. With Li Minutes' understanding of calligraphy, if these words are put into modern auctions, I am afraid they will not be able to come down without a few million. What he wanted more was Yang title and his handwriting. These 2 things would be his intangible assets in the future. Xrengai watched from the side, also secretly admiring. Words are like people and martial arts, and the profound meanings are also related. All right, sixth prince. Li Minutes took a look and said with admiration, good words, good words. Master Yang, you are fortunate. This is really good, but no lie. Yang said, isn't it a word to send a bosom friend with wine? Ha ha ha, it really is a man of temperament. Come on, have some tea. After a while, Li Minutes saw that it was getting late. I got up. Scholar Yang, I still have something to do. Let's go ahead. I'll send it to you. Please. Yang sent the 2 out. Then he went back quickly and opened the wine bottle. On the way, Xrengai asked, Mr. Zilli, is this word really that useful? He was curious. After all, there were not many advertisements in ancient times, and this word was undoubtedly the best advertisement. Yes, it is very useful. With it, our business will be better. Real. Of course, you can see it. Xrengai seems to understand but does not understand. Are a few words really that important? How could the ancient minds know? Let's go. There are still many things to deal with when we go back. Chapter 65 Slap in the Face. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. At noon that day, Zushan came back with a plaque. When he walked to the door, he met Kong Yingdo outside the door and did not go in. Then asked, Master Kong, why are you outside? Come in. He saw Kong Yingdo wandering outside. He led Kong Yingdo into it. Kong Yingdo asked when he saw the plaque he was carrying. This is your plaque. It doesn't seem to have writing on it. and it's so big. He saw it. Back to Confucius. It was Mr. Zilli who asked me to do it. Kong Yingda said, I see that your row of stores has never had a name. Mr. Zilli finally thought of it. I was going to talk about it before, but I was embarrassed later. I didn't talk about it. Then he asked again, what name did Mr. Zilli take? The name must have a profound meaning. He asked very curiously. I don't know that either. Mr. Zilli didn't say it. Zushan scratched his head. He really doesn't know. Is that so? No name. That Mr. Zilli is in the store. I don't know about this either. In the morning, he went to find Master Ruiyang. I heard that he was looking for his inscription. He should have come back. When Kong Yingda heard this, he frowned. What? Doesn't he know that Bachelor Ruiyang hasn't written an inscription with anyone for many years? Just last month, His Majesty asked him to inscribe a few words, but he declined. Fortunately, His Majesty loves talents and did not blame him. Otherwise, he wouldn't afraid I'm going to eat the board. It seems a lot of people know about this. Lee Minutes really knows that there are tigers in the mountains and they tend to travel in the mountains. I've heard of this, and I've talked to him before, but how could it be possible to listen to me? You also know Mr. Zilli's temperament. Lee Minutes is a very independent person. How could it be possible to listen to them? No one can control what he wants to do. And under the leadership of his modern thinking, is there anything he can't do? I'm afraid I'm going to hit a wall. But it's okay. Let him know that not everything will go smoothly, just to temper the will. Kong Yingda sighed. This person is afraid that he will be slapped in the face. This is out of our control. Let's see, Zushan said, then looked at the sky. It is noon. I looked at Kong Yingda again. He was alone. By the way, why isn't your granddaughter together? Kong Yingda paused, but did not react for a while. After a while, he just said, girls, it's not good to show your face all day. How can you come every day? It seems that he also wants to save face. Kong Jingting has never been able to see Lee Minutes, which makes him very depressed. But what can be done? Is it? In fact, everyone knows that the reason why Kong Jingting keeps coming here is because of his request. But now that he is dying to save face, he doesn't dare to say it. Zushan is a wise man. Instead of continuing on that question, he said, Master Kong, it's hot outside, let's sit inside. I'll prepare ice water for you to cool off. So laborious. The temperature is very high now, and it is noon again. What do you say? Our night-a-mine still depends on you. After Kong Yingda heard the word nitrate, her complexion changed. I'm afraid it won't work this time. Lee Minutes will definitely scold people, but what can he do? In fact, it's not his fault. It's just his authority and the principle of being a man. If he can't trouble people, he won't trouble people, so his affairs will be put to the end. He was very puzzled by this. This was making money for Lier. What were the household members doing? A little thing that took so long? Exclamation mark. Do you still want money? Fortunately, Lee Minutes had not yet received the money before, so he did not specifically urge him. But this time, if he doesn't do well, Lee Minutes may have to be replaced. He himself is also unhappy. Will be considered incompetent. Before Zushan left, Xrengai appeared. Kong Yingda was sitting, but got up quickly. Xrengai, stay. Xrengai saw it was him. Is there something wrong with Confucius? Is Mr. Zilli here? Yes, in the backyard. He'll report it right away. It's work. After a while, Zushan brought ice water, and Lee Minutes also came out with Xrengai. Master Kong, you are here. Meet the sixth prince. Don't wait for Kong Yingda to say anything. That Zushan stepped forward and said, I have already made the plaque ready and brought it back. That word. Oh, the words are right. I got them. Xrengai, bring the words here. Kong Yingda was puzzled at this time. Just now, I was full of words. But now Lee Minutes has got the words. He was curious. Did Ouyang Zun write it? Still to be tested. It's fun. While Xrengai went down to get the words, Kong Yingda asked, but the handwriting of Master Ouyang? Oh, how do you know? Lee Minutes was curious. Didn't he seal the pen? How did you get it? Kong Yingda asked more curiously. Is there anything I can't do? Lee Minutes asked back. This ... it doesn't seem like. Isn't that enough? Can you take a look? Currently yes. Come on. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Let's see. Lee Minutes unfolded the calligraphy. Kong Yingda took a look. Shengton Group. Really good words. Well written. This word is really written by Master Wu Yang. Lee Minutes asked angrily. What? Are you questioning my words? Do I have to lie to you? Kong Yingda said embarrassedly. No, I didn't mean that. This frightened him. Then what do you mean? I don't care. Kong Yingda was terrified. Li Chengqian didn't feel as strong as Lee Minutes. He had a feeling that Lee Minutes was more suitable to be a prince. Tang must be very wolf-like. That is the real prosperous Tang. Lee Minutes is such a person, no one else can. Lee Minutes patted Kong Yingda on the shoulder. Am I fierce? Why are you sweating on your forehead? Take it easy. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you again. Don't be afraid, that's fake. Kong Yingda looked at the calligraphy and quickly changed the subject. Sixth Prince, what does this group mean? Lee Minutes had to explain again. The three people suddenly realized, oh I see. By the way, why did you come here today? It was only then that Kong Yingda realized that he had come to Lee Minutes for something. Yes, I have something to come to you. Big event. Wait a minute. I have something to tell you. Lee Minutes said to Zushan again, you teach people to enlarge this word and engrave it into the plaque. The sooner the better. Zushan carefully took the calligraphy and went down. Everything is ready. Li Mingkai asked. Okay, tell me, what's the matter with you? At this time, Lee Minutes probably knew what he wanted to say. Kong Yingda opened his mouth. Chapter 66. Tang is ill. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. Sixth Prince, it's like this. Can you give me some more time about the nitrate mine? I'm almost done. It's summer now, if you drag it on. Do you still want to do business? Once summer is over, ice is useless. This Kong Yingda's work is really slow. Damn. How long have you been doing this kind of thing? It's a pity that you are still the prince and a descendant of Confucius, but your ability is so poor. If I come, it will be done in less than a day. Lee Minutes had never been so angry before, but this time he was really angry. The people around were startled, thinking that something had happened. Kong Yingda, this is not what I want. And I also want to complete it quickly. But sometimes things are not as simple as imagined. Now it's not about selling poetry anymore, it's about ability. Even if there is no poem, Kong Yingda has to complete it, otherwise it will be looked down upon. Why can Cheng Yojin be so fast, but he can't? This is a question of ability. What's the problem? Just talk about it. Lee Minutes asked. Hey, those people in the Ministry of Household are really a headache. One thing has not been done for a long time. They are not asking them for money. They are charging the Tang treasury. These people should really participate. Book. Regarding the niter mine, it is still a little smaller, but it is a piece of niter. How much is it worth? Those guys in top have their own business and are very busy every day. Plus Kong Yingda seems to have a bad relationship with others. People respect him just because he is the prince and the master. And it is rumored that the prince's relationship with him is not very good. Therefore, he will run into walls everywhere when he does things. If you don't do it well, you don't do it well. Don't look for someone else's. Lee Minutes didn't care that much. This made Kong Yingda a little embarrassed, but it was speechless, and there was no possibility of refuting. So, here I am, I beg you for a few more days. It will take a few more days. It has been so long, how many more days? Exclamation mark. It must be done today. Lee Minutes gave the order to die. Must finish today. Ah. That's impossible. Impossible? You gotta figure it out. There are always more ways than problems. They can drag you out these days, and they can drag you out longer. You don't want them to speed up. It has to be done today. But, that's my limit. No, it's not your limit. Kong Yingda was speechless. But still one more question. Can the sixth prince have a solution? He just lowered his face and asked. Yes. How many main people are there in the household? Together, there must be 5 people. Kong Yingda was puzzled why Lee Minutes asked such a question. Ask a few people what to do. You want to go out? Humphrey. How can I go out? People ignore me at all. How can I tell others? That's right. Is that? Wait. Xrengai exist. Go and prepare 5 small bottles and fill them with free wine. Yes. Xrengai went down. Kong Yingda was so surprised that her jaw dropped. This wine is imperial wine. Money can't buy it. What are you doing with it? 6th Prince. Kong Yingda couldn't figure out why he brought out this wine. He didn't go to the morning court that day, and Cheng Yojin didn't say who did it. What did you want to do? And asked how much the Ministry of Household was in charge. Do you want to give this wine to them? If that's the case, it would be too expensive. But things can't be dragged on forever. Don't wait for Kong Yingda to say anything. Xrengai had already come over with 5 small bottles. 6th Prince, this is a washed bottle. It is filled with Wanyu wine. The bottle is not big, probably equivalent to the modern Jiangxia Bai bottle of wine. Okay, let it go. Then, Li Minutes said to Kong Yingda, Scholar Kong, these 5 bottles of wine will help you get through the relationship. This time, you must complete it. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for me to obtain nitrate. Does this really work? The wine that your majesty can drink, they have it. Do they have any reason to reject you? Li Minutes said very seriously. There seems to be no reason. The 6th Prince is indeed admirable. Kong Yingda said that this was his inner thought. Okay, no more nonsense, take this wine and go. I'll wait for you here. Yes, then I will retire. After that, Kong Yingda left. Xrengai asked, 6th Prince, can these wines really solve the problem? Don't worry, this trip will definitely solve the problem. I guess he will be back in 2 hours. Regarding the matter of the nitrate mine, Kong Yingda has dealt with it for so long, but he has not found a way. Now that we have Wanyu wine, we can quickly solve it. If so, that would be great. From the time Xrengai knew Li Minutes to the present, there is not one thing Li Minutes said that cannot be realized. Okay, you go to work. I'll rest for a while. As predicted, until the afternoon, Kong Yingda arrived outside the Shengteng group with an official document. The man has not arrived. The voice has already arrived. He could only hear him shouting loudly, Mr. Zilli, good thing, your method really works. I got it. His tone was full of excitement, and after a while, he entered the hall, even dancing at first. Confront this old urchin. Li Minutes shook his head. He really looks like an old kid. When Kong Yingda saw that there was no one around, he held the official document in his hand and said, 6th Prince, your method is really easy to use. It took me less than half an hour before and after. Everything was ready, and now I also brought someone over to take away your 5,000 tals. This official document is yours. The mining right of the nitrate mine also belongs to the Shengteng group. I also asked someone to write it above. 4 words, Shengteng group. From now on you are unique. The owner of the mine, until today next year. Kong Yingda kept talking like a machine gun. I guessed that it was 2 hours, so I still looked at the people from the ministry. Very good. Zushan will go out to support 5,000 tals. Zushan should be so he went inside and took people to get 5,000 tals. Take 5,000 tals as soon as you say it, without batting an eye. Kong Yingda still admired it. HMPH, a drink can solve the problem. It looks like Tang is ill. Li Minutes joked. When Kong Yingda heard this, he immediately became anxious. He immediately covered Li Minutes' mouth and said, 6th Prince, you can talk nonsense. Be careful that the walls have ears. What are you afraid of? That's what it is. Li Minutes took his hand away, but didn't care. Kong Yingda could only sigh, although he also knew that Tang was ill. It took him a lot of time just to run the household department. Little do they know that these words really spread to the East Palace. What? He really said that? That's great. Li Chengqian stood up. At the same time, his expression was grim. Chapter 67. Something to report. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. In the East Palace, Xu Jingzong stood beside Li Chengqian with a respectful attitude. Did he really say that? Yes, that's what he said. According to the reports of the people we arranged near his residence, His Royal Highness, he was obviously framing the entire Tang dynasty. He was denying all the efforts made by His Majesty. And he dared to say that Tang was ill. Isn't that saying that His Majesty did not cure Tang? How dare you say such outrageous words? Xu Jingzong can actually interpret it like this: he is indeed a big traitor of a generation. Li Chengqian smiled. God helps me. If this is the case, it will be very beneficial to us. That's right. It's better to read his book in front of His Majesty. Let him never turn over. This is a good opportunity. His Royal Highness must seize it well. Yes, this time Prince Ben let him know how powerful he is. It's very tragic to provoke Prince Ben. Xu Jingzong fanned the flames. It would be best if His Majesty ordered him to be completely eradicated. Xu Jingzong's words brought to the point again. Okay, let's go to the Tai Kai Palace. Talk to the father about this. His Royal Highness is wise. Of course. Let's go. So the two of them headed towards Tai Kai Palace. In the Imperial Garden of Tai Kai Palace, Li Shimin, Empress Zhangsun and Princess Yang are viewing flowers. This is a rare leisure time of the day. Li Shimin cherished this period of time very much, and he used it to communicate with his concubine, especially the relationship between concubine Yang and Empress Chengsun. At this moment, Li Chengqian and Xu Jingzong arrived. Meet the Emperor. Meet your Majesty. Facing the arrival of the two, Li Shimin felt very puzzled. How did you get here? My son has something to report. Li Shimin asked with a sullen face. You can't wait until tomorrow to talk about anything. Don't you know what I'm doing now? Father, this time is no trivial matter. That's why my son hastily entered the palace to report and ask father to forgive me. At this time, Empress Zhangsun persuaded, why don't your Majesty listen to what Gainer has to say? Thank you, mother. As for concubine Yang, she is also very curious. What is the prince going to do? Looking at the prince's eyes seems to be bad. Concubine Yang may realize that this matter is about Li Minutes. Is he going to take revenge? After all, Li Chengqian was always in the East Palace and never went out. But today he came here instead. Say anything to disturb Li Shimin's leisure. This is not normal. Only then did Li Shimin say, all right then, say something. I'm listening. Yes, father. Li Chengqian looked at concubine Yang badly. As far as my son knows, the sixth brother colluded with Confucius and Liu Ogong among the people. He also said that Tang was ill. He was terminally ill. I didn't expect such a rebellious words to come out of the sixth brother's mouth. I really can't hear it. Go down. So come to look for the father and ask the father to express it. Xu Jingzong also said, yes. What His Majesty's sixth prince said has the intention of harming the Tang dynasty. And even in his words he questioned all His Majesty's efforts. It's not good either. Li Shimin thought for a while, and his expression gradually solidified. But at this time, concubine Yang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, with just one sentence, one opinion makes such a fuss. You guys are making too much of a fuss, right? Empress Chengsun has always stood on the neutral plane. She said, there must be a reason for the incident. Li Minutes will not say these words for no reason. There must be a reason. Your Majesty, why don't you go check it out and see what it is? Then what was the situation saying? Xu Jingzong said, this was learned from the conversation between the sixth prince and Confucius. Okay. Let Kong Yingde enter the palace. Li Shimin can feel a little angry. It won't take a while. Kong Yingde took small steps and entered the Tai Kai Palace. He didn't know why the emperor called him over today. When he saw Xu Jingzong and Li Chengqian, he probably understood something. I pay respects to your Majesty. Yingde, do you know why I called you here? I don't know. Now I ask you, you must answer truthfully. Yes. Kong Yingde was a little frightened. When did Li Minutes tell you that Tang was ill? Under what circumstances did he say it? It turned out to be so. Made him worry in vain. Kong Yingde said this. The sixth prince is attacking the structure of the Tang dynasty. The bloated structure is extremely inefficient when it comes to doing things. In fact, it is also the case, which is allocated from the Ministry of Households. It will take a day or two if you have a relationship and break your leg. If it doesn't matter, it may even take a month. Such a bloated and ineffective organization needs to be changed. If there is a natural disaster in the future, the imperial court will pay the money, and the kimono ministry will not act. and people will starve to death long ago. Hence what the sixth prince said. What did you say? Li Shiman was shocked. No one had told him this before. When Kong Yingda said this, Empress Chengsun followed. My concubine thinks what Kong Ying said makes sense. Regarding the bloated structure, it is a legacy from the previous dynasty. We must propose a reform plan to make all procedures faster. Concubine Yang also said, Your Majesty, the concubine heard that Kong Yingda has been dealing with the nitrate mine, but it has not come down. More than half of it is because of this reason. So this matter is not trivial, and it is fortunate that Kong Yingda was able to bring it up. So the concubine was it means to do it, and Yaina also got off to a good start. Li Minutes really dares to speak up, and I am not a person who does not discriminate between right and wrong. Fortunately, Gaina brought this matter up, and I naturally want to change it. Tomorrow I will order someone to handle this matter. Li Chengqian did not expect that things would change like this. He didn't want to do this. Not only was Li Minutes all right, but he also implicated the people in the household. If the household was corrected, he would even go to the other 5. Mingja is not bad among the people. If your Majesty keeps paying attention, you will be able to know more about the affairs of the people, which will be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Queen Chengsun said, Your Majesty, this matter should not have been brought up by the prince. What he should be concerned about now is study. I ask your Majesty to increase the prince's study and assignments. At this time, Kong Yingda came out and said, The Lao. Kong Yingda laughed, and Li Chengqian almost planted himself. He wanted to say, I'm still your teacher, you have time to take care of this. It's better to study more. Father, my studies are heavy enough, no need. Huh? You dare not listen to what I say? Don't dare. Okay, let's all go down. As for Li Minutes, pay close attention. Yes. The group waited until they left the palace, and Li Chengqian should regret it at this time. Chapter 68 Unexplainable. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. After leaving the Tji palace, Li Chengqian was very angry. Violently hit the railing on the bridge. The hit made him scream in pain. Ouch! It hurts. Does it hurt like this? His Royal Highness, don't be discouraged. There is always something to do. Xu Jingzong persuaded on the side. Not discouraged? Why is it so difficult? None of the people sent by this prince came back. All of them died. He even lost a trusted confidant. Today, I thought that the kid could be put to death this time, but he didn't want to. But someone helped him to speak. Because of him, the father was somewhat grateful to him. The mother is also true, and she doesn't help me talk about it. It makes me wonder if I am her own son. Li Chengqian was still very angry about what happened last time. Although he was safe, things almost came to light. Almost took the prince's seat. You must know that although he is the prince, there are still many people around him who are watching. His Royal Highness, don't say that, it's a big taboo. If he is not biological, can he still be the prince, and will be blamed? I'm afraid this is not over. Seeing that Li Chengqian was silent, Xu Jingzong continued, those who make big things don't stick to trifles. Such a small thing, just like this, how can you do big things in the future? It's easy for you to say it, and you really do it. Can you be casual? Li Chengqian asked back, but Xu Jingzong was speechless. But he still said, I have another way to make Li Minutes disappear completely. How? Not going to assassinate him again, are you? You have to know that there is a talented person by his side. What is his name? Xrengai, and I don't know where he came from, but he is so powerful. His Royal Highness, don't panic, just listen to me. Li Chengqian was a little impatient. I believed it once before, but now it's done like this, and it's a slap in the face. Go ahead, I'm listening. This trick is called killing with a knife. How to kill? Whose knife to borrow? Does His Royal Highness know Wang Gaifai? What's wrong? I know. The seventh brother's biological mother, Wang Gaifai. Why did you mention her? Li Chengqian didn't quite understand why Xu Jingzong mentioned her. Yes, some time ago, I heard that people from the Wang family came to the palace and received a lot of rewards. At the same time, Wang Gaifai also received a piece of colored glass. Your Majesty is very angry for this. Speaking of Lucy, Li Chengqian also knows something, because he has seen it too. Li, how could the Wang family have them? Where did they come from? Since the appearance of Li minutes, some originally rare things have become very common. Not to mention where Liu Lai came from. The key point is that the person in charge of the Wang family is called Wang Yang. He has a son who had a conflict with Li Yan some time ago. Oh, and this? Li Chengqian thought for a while and then said, if there is a conflict, don't tell me about it, right? That's the problem. Speak quickly, don't go around in circles. Li Chengqian was a little upset. Xu Jingzong then began to say, doesn't His Royal Highness understand? We just need to make a fuss and let them bite the dog. And we're just sitting and reap the benefits. How to operate? Let someone go to concubine Wang and tell her, let her help us and His Majesty's ear, and at the same time provoke the relationship between concubine Wang and Li minutes. You must know that Wang Yang's son is concubine Wang's cousin. This cousin is accepted by others. Bullying, as a cousin, can you help? Okay, it's a good plan. As soon as Li Chengqian heard it, he felt that this was a good plan. And Xu Jingzong said again, anything else? Yes, there is one more point. You can let the Wang family use all the power of Chainan to block Li minutes. Seeing that he is not dead, isn't it necessary to leave Chainan and be displaced? Xu Jingzong, Xu Jingzong, this crown prince really did not see you wrong. You said, if you become someone else's subordinate, that's a big loss for this prince. When this is done, this prince will reward you well. If I become the emperor in the future, then you will be the prime minister. There was something in Li Chengqian's words, but Xu Jingzong understood it clearly. He promised so many benefits, which made him smile even more. Those who know the current affairs are Junji, and good birds choose wood to live in. This is my correct choice. Ha ha ha. Okay, it's all up to you. I'll wait for your good news. Yes, that's for sure. The two of them went to the East Palace. Walking all the way, I saw the Tobu Shilang hurried over. Meet your Royal Highness. The Minister of the Household and Li Chengqian bowed and were about to leave. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yes, I have something to report to your Majesty. What's up? This matter should be known by your Majesty, so this minister can't say it. Bold, His Royal Highness is also a future prince. Why can't you know? Xu Jingzong shouted. The Minister of Household was so frightened that he dared not to speak. Then the tray came out. It was the sixth prince who bought all of Chainan's fruit wine and a large amount of honey. I don't know what to do. The minister will go to ask His Majesty for instructions right now. As soon as these words came out, the two were puzzled, but they couldn't figure out what Li Minutes was going to do. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. It would be boring to let them know. In the whole world, I am afraid that only Li Minutes knows what he wants to do. Okay, let's go. Li Chengqian waved his hand, and the minister of the ministry left. Neither of them paid much attention to what Li Minutes did. I just bought fruit wine and honey. Is that how it behaves? And these things are all over the place, and it's silly to stock up now. But Li Shimin is different. At this time in the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin was sitting and resting. But when he heard the news, he stood up suddenly. What did he want to do? He bought all the fruit wine. It caused Chainan fruit wine to be purchased from outside, and the price of the fruit wine doubled. Yes, Your Majesty. There is still honey. Now there is no honey to sell in the market. It was all taken away by the sixth prince. Li Shimin couldn't figure out what Li Minutes wanted to do. But when it comes to sure enough, he seems to know something. Does he want to make free wine too? But what about honey? Li Shimin was puzzled. That was probably all he could think of. Then monitor what he does. I want to know what he is going to do. Yes. Shirutobi went down. Come on. How about Yujiu? Li Shimin asked when he remembered the wine. These days of non-stop production, 100 catties of wine have been produced. A eunuch said. Okay. If the quantity is more, tell me when it is 200 catties. and I want to reward those who have meritorious deeds. Yes. How did Li Shimon know at this time that Shengtang Group had produced tens of thousands of catties of free wine? At the same time, outside the Shengtang Group, it was already brightly decorated and very lively. Chapter 69 The Incredible Things. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. The news that Li Minutes moved into a storefront in the south of Dongxi quickly spread throughout Chainan. In terms of his identity as the first talent in Chainan, it has indeed attracted some attention. And these concerns not only become the talk of people after dinner, but also become his capital in the future. After all, well-known news can be discounted. It's like a future traffic star, which one is not a real money maker. He seized on this point and began to open Shengtang Group. Because he doesn't open again, his money may run out. This morning, there is a huge plaque on the storefront, covered with a huge red cloth, making it difficult to see what is inside. But it attracted some attention, especially Wang Yang and his son who have been running here for a while. The two looked at each other, wondering what the purpose was. Wang Xi said, "Father, this palace asks us to come here to see if we have something to do. I don't know why. What big waves can he make by himself? I don't know." This is what the above means. Let's take a look and see what that guy is going to do. Wang Yang said softly. Then he said, "If you can, it's best to let him go bankrupt. That guy must still have a lot of liulai. When we show up again, we will recycle it at a low price." Father, it's really tall. It's better if he's down. I'm going to humiliate him. The two were discussing, but they saw Li Minutes walking out of it. He took a deep breath of air. What a beautiful morning. Then he looked up at the plaque on the top. How bright the red cloth on it was. From today onwards, his great business of making money begins. Let Liu know that he is completely wrong. And let him come and beg him. Mr. Zilli, you got up early this morning. Then a discordant voice came. Li Minutes saw that it was Wang Yang and his playboy son. It turned out to be Wang Yang. You are not too late. What are you doing here? I heard that you bought this row of stores these days, but I couldn't find any store to open, so I came to guide you. After all, I have been in business for decades. Li Minutes thought to himself, what do I need your guidance for? Do you look up to yourself too much? You don't need to worry about this, I naturally have a way. Wang Xi on the side sneered. Zilli, do you know that although this is the East Market, because it is located in the South, it is not even comparable to the West Market, and there are still some businesses, no matter what industry, it is difficult to survive here. Otherwise, do you think can you buy such a large area? He's right. There really isn't a lot of people here. Most of them belong to Pinkenfeng, which is the west side of Dongxi, where wealthy people gather, and a large number of businesses are opened there. It can be said to be the absolute center. Even the owner of a small shop there is much richer than the people in other places. But business is something that depends on who does it. At the same time, this Wang Xi is a little strange today, and he feels that he is here to find trouble. In that case, there is nothing to be polite. It doesn't seem to be your concern, eh? Why do I still smell a dog stench? Have you washed it off? Li Minutes exposed Wang Xi's scar again. Everyone knew about the dog pee last time. You, the bastard. Wang Xi pointed at Li Minutes and cursed, but did not dare to take a step forward. At this time, Wang Yang did not come out to stop his son. It seems that there should be nothing good about coming here today. For a businessman like Wang Yang, Li Minutes didn't have any special regard for him. What he does is mercenary, as long as it is profitable. Everything is easy to say. Wang Yang said, my son is right, such a large space. It's really not very good. Otherwise I wouldn't sell you at a low price. With such a large space, it would cost 100 gills of silver to hire people to take care of it and put it all together in one day. Nearly 3,002 a month. A year later, that was just horrible. Sometimes good things can become a burden, but it doesn't matter. If you don't want it one day, you can sell it to me, and I will pay 1,000 gills for it. Wang Yang was right. When Li Minutes took over the house, he did spend a lot of money, and he had to take care of it everywhere. And some of his equipment came in as well. 100 gills a day is a small amount. Looking at his savings, It seems that there are not many. 100,000 tals of silver spent 70 to 80,000. There should be. However, even if Lee Minutes doesn't make money, with his financial resources, it can last for a year. What's more, he's going to open for business today. Want to start making money? Since yesterday, a large amount of materials have been shipped in. A large number of subordinates also gathered in the night mining area in the east of the city. There, Lee Minutes also carried out militarized management, and all the idle people could not approach within 1 mile. In the early stage, he recruited 100 people to work together. Facing Wang Yang's proposal, he smiled. I don't think you have a chance. In the future, the south of Dongxi will become a landmark in Shainan, and the flow of people here will be the largest. But when he said it, he was met with ridicule. The father and son seemed to be laughing at his ignorance and idiots, laughing at him for being too confident. Wang Xi pointed to the open space beside him and said, "Look now, is there anyone? If it weren't for our father and son, let you shine here, this place is a ruin. It's nothing." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face, because more than 100 people had already walked towards this place. Their speed was very fast, as if they were attracted by something. The two wondered, what are these people doing here? Not only that, there are more and more people coming here. These people stood directly on the open space in front of Lee Minutes, as if waiting for something. Lee Minutes just watched the two of them embarrassed there. Wang Yang felt that something was wrong. How come there are so many people here all of a sudden? What happened? Master, about 1,000 people are still coming here. At this time, a family member ran over and said, the two fathers and sons were shocked. And 1,000 people are coming? This is impossible. Father, what's going on? Isn't it just the two of them? I don't know. Someone go and see what's going on. Originally wanted Lee Minutes to retreat, but now it seems that he is acting like a clown. Lee Minutes didn't take it seriously at all, and a lot of people started coming here. Seeing that there are more and more people gathering here, someone shouted, "Sir, something is coming from the east. It's red. It's also from the west." What is that? They looked left and right. To their left and right, they saw something incredible. Chapter 70. The face is really big. Tang's first in verse son to find the latest chapter. As time went by, more and more people leaned over here. Father, what is that? Wang Xi pointed to the long red object on the left and said, huh? It's a dragon dance. They are coming here. The yellow one is the lion dance. Not only that, but also the sound of gongs and drums. It's like a New Year's Eve feeling. There are more than a dozen dragons alone, and there are more than 30 lions. The whole East City was very lively. This can even be compared to New Year's Eve. More and more people follow the dragon and the lion to come here. Some are out of curiosity, while others feel that something good is going to happen here. At this time, a family member inquired about the news and said, these dragons and lions came from a range of 2 miles around the East City. Several streets have their existence called chickens. So, all of this was done by Lee Minutes. What is this kid doing? Wang Yang muttered. Father, this kid is very wicked. What are you trying to do? It's a waste of money. If you have this money, it's better to spend the day and drink. Just these dragons and lions cost a lot of money, right? But to attract traffic, the money is really nothing. Wang Yang also muttered, yes. What are you doing with this? Impossible to guess. What makes them even more unpredictable is still to come. Someone in the crowd pointed at the two and shouted, today I heard that a big store is going to open, and even the Wang family brought people to celebrate. It seems like a big store is going to open, but they don't seem to be here to celebrate. There are no gifts. Wang Yang and his son were very upset. How did they come to celebrate? No, they are here to make trouble. But it just happened before there was trouble. Who's here to celebrate? We were passing by. Don't talk nonsense, Wang Xi said. Later he said, you all go back. Don't participate in the peace here. What can he do? He is just a scholar at best, and he still learns how to open a store. Does he know how to settle accounts? Does he know how to do business? What? I don't even know it. But I'm still learning how to open a shop. It's a joke. Wang Xi's nonsense did not arouse people's approval. but on the contrary aroused people's curiosity. People didn't go. On the contrary, they paid more attention. Then let's see what store Mr. Zilly is going to open. It must be very interesting. What if he can? Don't look down on people. People believe in Lee Minutes. That is fascinated. Someone else even said, maybe he wants to sell poetry. If he sells poetry, I will be the first to support him. This is probably the most likely thing. After all, he wrote hundreds of poems in a few days, and he disappeared for a while. And when he reappeared, he did such a big thing. Someone gave him a straight look. It takes such a big battle to sell poetry. Just one room is enough. What are you doing with such a big store? People looked at the front, and there were about 50 storefronts in a row. The one in the middle was the largest, and there was a plaque on it. Look at the plaque. What is written on it? Covered by a red cloth. I can't see clearly. What is this for? People are very puzzled about Lee Minutes. What is he trying to do? The whole thing happened, people don't know why. The sound of gongs and drums was getting louder and louder, and finally directly overshadowed the sound of people's discussions. There were more and more people, filling the open space outside the store. The south side of the East City is getting more and more attention. That is, more and more people gathered around. Why? Because everyone loves to be lively. Where the most people go. Only now did Wang Yang and his son realize that this man named Zilly was not an ordinary person. To be able to control the flow of people so much, the means is to feel shocked. Why didn't they think of it? Maybe imitate it later. From then on, there have been new changes in the future entries. In the future, whenever the opening is opened, dragon and lion dances will be required to add to the fun. Legends can bring good business. And also said that this was invented by Lee Minutes' father. What he said just now about the flow of people seems to be true. It's only temporary, and we can make it happen with a little money. The key is to last, you know. People mean money, Wang Yang said disdainfully. At the same time, it is also a conjecture. Why didn't you think of doing this when you opened a business in the past? What is he going to sell? You ask me, how do I know? Wang Yang thought for a while and said, in the past few days, that guy has bought a lot of fruit wine and honey. Does he want to do these too? That's not right. The price he bought is not low, and if he resells it, it will be a high price. Only then can you make money. Do you want to buy out of stock and then sell it? Not only that, Lee Minutes also secretly purchased a lot of tableware, a lot of dried fruit, recruited a lot of young girls, and made a lot of clothes from clothes. All this for one thing. It must be like this. This kid is very evil. Wang Yang glared at him. Can you be a little assertive? Just agree. The situation here is getting worse and worse. In just a while, 3,000 people have gathered here. Some caring people also paid attention to this situation. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Wherever it is, whoever it is, it's definitely the focus here today. In particular, the people sent by Li Shimin had already reported the situation here to the Taikai Palace, and Lee Minutes directly moved a chair and sat in the middle. He closed his eyes to God. No matter how noisy people are, seems to be waiting for an opportunity. People are even more puzzled. What happened to Mr. Zilly? Why are you sitting there motionless? Until Xrengai came and said, Mr. Zilly, the auspicious time is coming. Understood. Is Zushan back? Came back. Let him come to see me. After a while, Zushan appeared. Mr. Zilly, things have been done. Very well. Well, start in a minute. But there are too many people. I'm afraid I can't control it. It will affect the auspicious time of opening. It is not good to miss the auspicious time, Zushan said. He voiced his own concerns. There are so many people now that they are simply out of their control. At this time, it will only be a joke if you start rashly. In a while, they'll stop by themselves. You don't have to worry too much. I've counted the time, and everything will be the same. Zushan was puzzled, just curious. It wasn't until a voice on the side sounded that he realized that what Lee Minutes asked him to do was meaningful. People stopped talking after hearing that voice. Focus on everything that happens on the field. At the same time, I thought to myself, this Mr. Zilly has such a great face that such a thing would happen. Lee Minutes looked into the distance. Come on, let me know. You can start at any time. Yes. Chapter 71. What if I am chased by ancient beauties? Wait online. Tang's first in verse Sun to find the latest chapter. Thousands of people all fell silent with a shout. General Cheng brings his wife and family to congratulate. As soon as the sound came out, an army joined it, and they dispersed the people and made way. The mental outlook of the soldiers is full of them. People were shocked because Cheng Yojin appeared, and he also showed up with his wife. Then Cheng Yojin appeared in front of people with his wife Qishi and his 2 sons. His wife is very beautiful, and his 2 sons are also wise and talented. Although the youngest son Cheng Chubai had met Li Minutes, he did not know his identity. The eldest son, Cheng Chumo, didn't know Zili, but he knew Li Minutes. When he saw Li Minutes from a distance, he blurted out, "6th Prince." Cheng Yojin nodded. Mrs. Kui also saw Li Minutes and recognized it. He Jin hurriedly said, "Now he is Mr. Zili. You can't call him the 6th Prince in front of outsiders, you know." Clear. Mrs. Kui understood. Cheng Chumo also said, "I know my father." Cheng Chubai dropped his jaw in surprise. "He is 6th Prince." "Be quiet. My father is afraid that outsiders know too much and it will be bad for him." Yes, I know. It turned out that he was the 6th Prince. If he didn't accompany Cheng Yojin today, he probably wouldn't know. Thank you for not doing too much before. This must be made known to Fang Yi. That day, the 2 met Li Minutes at the home of the scholar Wu Yang. The family then behaved calmly. In people's hearts, Mr. Zili's face is so great that he can even let General Chengda's family come to congratulate him on the opening of his new store. Even more shocked was Wang Yang and his son. The 2 of them were considered to have a head and face, and they were still hiding and watching nothing. And I'm curious, what kind of medicine is sold in Li Minutes' court? First, a dragon and lion dance was performed, and now the general came to celebrate. Such a big move. What do you want to do? Was it planned from the beginning? If that's the case, then Li Minutes is really a genius. He can arrange things so well. A moment later, Cheng Yojin's family came to Li Minutes. Mr. Zili's new store opened, and Cheng brought his family to celebrate. This is a small gift, not a respect. After that, someone came forward with a gift. General Cheng is welcome. Come here, take your seat. Zushan took Cheng Yojin and others into the seat, and someone took the gift. They haven't sat down yet. Someone shouted, "The Duke of Y is here to celebrate." What? The Duke of Y, Xu Anling, also came to celebrate. People will be shocked again. At the same time, let the 2 princes come together. He has a great face. Even officials marrying daughters and wives are not treated this way. It is really enviable that a first talent in Chainan can be treated like this. Fang Xuanling stepped forward quickly. He did not come with his family. That's because he and Li Minutes are not as familiar as Cheng Yojin. But it's a good relationship. Mr. Zili, Mr. Fang came to celebrate the opening of the new store. Come and bring gifts. Fang Xuanling said so. Li Minutes said, "Elder Y is really polite. It's fine if you come. What gift do you bring?" Come, please take a seat." Zushan is very busy. He gave Fang Xuanling into his seat again. As soon as Fang Xuanling saw that Cheng Yojin was also here, he stepped forward. "Why are you here, old house? Aren't you here too?" Fang Xuanling asked back. Cheng Yojin said, "Mr. Zili has done some things for me. I should come." "How about you?" "I am familiar with him, so I just came over when I was fine." Fang Xuanling said. Why he came, he knew very well. The 2 of them see through it but don't say it. In fact, it was all because of Li Minutes' identity, and some of the things he was doing recently, that made them think that Tang might have to rely on him to develop in the future. So, here they are. They are not seated yet. Another shouted, "Scholar Kong Da came to celebrate." That Kong Yingda appeared with his granddaughter Kong Jingting. People's 3 views have been refreshed. Is this how a civilian should be treated? The 2 princes, plus a prince and a master, came to celebrate the opening of his new store. How is this? Even Mr. No one is treated like this, right? Also curious, What kind of store does he open? Can the powerful come to celebrate together? People started talking. After all, these three people are all heads and faces. Come over to celebrate him at the same time. That's easy. These three people are also the three people that Lee Minutes is more familiar with. It's easy to call, otherwise, even if he knows him, he can have a dozen or 20 people, and everyone's status is very high. Wang Yang and his son were even more puzzled, especially Wang Yang. Could it be that Mr. Zilli has a backstage and is very tough? It's really confusing. He didn't understand why Li Yan was treated like this, but it seems possible to think about it. Father, if there is a backstage again, is our backstage hard? You know, our backstage is Wang Gaifai, the big celebrity in front of your majesty. Even so, I always feel wrong about this person. Wang Yang said, whatever he is, no matter how strong he is, we will kill him so that he cannot survive. Also, when he did this, if the things he sold were not good, he would wait for us to laugh at him and make people all over China laugh at him. He doesn't exist much longer. At that time, we took over his store and sold it to others. Wouldn't that be great? Wang Xi said so. It's better. Let's see what happens next. The two of them focused their eyes on Lee Minutes again. At this time, he was enjoying himself, looking forward to the future rich and noble, rich to rival the country. Thinking that in the future, Leo will come to visit and ask for money. When he thought of this, he felt happy. In the shock of people, Kong Yingda walked towards Li Minzai. At this time his granddaughter stepped forward and said, "It's Mr. Zilli, he's waiting for us there." "Grandpa, let's hurry over, don't make him wait." After he finished speaking, he took Kong Yingda's hand and walked towards Li Minutes. "Okay, you slow down. Grandpa's legs and feet are inconvenient." Lee Minutes said, "Why is this woman here?" Also posted on the browser. "What if I get chased by ancient beauties?" Wait online. Facing this kind of passionate girl, he felt a little uncomfortable. If it is true feelings, rather than the identity, this kind of love may be acceptable. It's a pity that there are too many things involved behind this incident, which makes him a little disgusted. Ding dong, someone just replied to the post. It's just that the content makes him a little uncomfortable. Chapter 72. I suspect you are showing off. Tang's first in verse son to find the latest chapter. What if I get chased by ancient beauties? Wait online. As soon as this question was posted, it immediately became a hot topic, detonated the internet and became a hot search. Lee Minutes' account has become a very popular account for a long time, and there is a lot of fan following. He didn't particularly care. After all, this kind of thing is a virtual existence. He was in a hurry to find the answer, so he looked at the reply. Below is a group of netizens' responses. I suspect you are showing off. Isn't it nice to be pursued by beautiful women? It's an ancient costume. You must have made a typo. Make it ancient. The subject must be pretending, although I have no evidence. Others said, if there is such a good thing, I will go straight to it. What are you waiting for? After I go, I pat my butt and leave. Netizens, no one supports Lee Minutes. I really don't want this, he said. These people are really disrespectful. Helpless, he had no choice but to return to reality. In reality, many people saw Kong Jingting and were attracted by her appearance. People shouted, she was so beautiful, and Wang Xi is even more so. People who hadn't eaten before are now standing in front of him. What's more, she is the granddaughter of the prince and the master. Instead of being afraid, he was drooling. Such a beauty must be obtained. About Kong Jingting's loud performance, girls should be reserved. Don't make a fuss. Kong Yingda replied, got it, Grandpa. Only then did Kong Jingting calm down. When the two moved forward, they saw Lee Minutes. The old man and his granddaughter came to celebrate. Haha, Confucius is very polite. Please sit down quickly. Please. Kong Yingda went and sat down. In the past, I saw that both Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling were the start talking. Several people chatted for a while. Kong Jingting took this opportunity to say, Mr. Zilli, the little girl is polite. After waiting for so long, I finally saw Lee Minutes. Miss Polite. Sit down. Lee Minutes said, It seemed that he didn't want to talk to her too much. After all, there is no time, because at this time, Xrengai stepped forward and said, Mr. Zilli, the auspicious time has come. It's time to start. Okay, I get it. Then, Lee Minute stood in the middle. All eyes turned to him. My fellow villagers and fathers, Lee Minute spoke up. I brought everyone here today to witness two major events. Wangxi said, it's not just the opening of a new store. What could it be? Or two? His words drew the approval of some. No. The opening of a new store can be a big deal. Is that a normal thing? Don't think of yourself as a royal family. Don't you just know a few princes? As for this, it's just too false. Others are sour. Not to mention, he is the royal family. And he is still a prince. And he may become the emperor's prince at any time in the future. Regarding the doubts of these people, Lee Minutes did not feel particularly. Cheng Yojin couldn't listen. You all calm down for me. Come on. Whoever dares to make a fuss over there, arrest me directly. Pull them to the prison and lock them up. His fiery temper was still a bit effective, and everyone quieted down. With him around, Lee Minutes didn't have to maintain order at all. This is his genius. If there is no Cheng Yojin, I am afraid that this time may not be able to close. Don't be in a hurry to question. Let's see after I announce it, and then come to a conclusion. After he finished speaking, the people remained silent. After all, there are a large number of soldiers watching them, and if they dare to say anything, they will definitely shoot. This is the terrible thing about Cheng Yojin. Look at everyone's reaction. Lee Minutes was very satisfied. The first thing, I announce that from today, Shengtang Group was established today. With a pull of his hand, the huge red cloth was immediately torn off. There was no applause at this time, because the ancients would not applaud. Just a lot of curious stares. This time, the four characters above were exposed. Shengtang Group. The signature is for Ouyang because the words are big enough. Someone read the words Ouyang clearly. Now everyone is in trouble. Isn't that the handwriting of Bachelor Ouyang? Didn't he seal the pen long ago? Yes. At that time I heard that His Majesty asked him to write, but he declined. If His Majesty knew about this, I'm afraid it would be difficult. People began to worry about Ouyang. What surprised more people was how Lee Minutes obtained Ouyang's authentic work. Some people don't even want to believe it. Maybe these words have already been written. Maybe it's fake. As for Fang Xuanling, he stared at the plaque for a long time. It's Ouyang's original work, and it's his writing style in the past month. His style of writing has been changing. I read his book a month ago, and his Tang characters are written like this, and no one can imitate it. Fang Xuanling undoubtedly slapped some people in the face. The question of Lee Minutes' identity has become even more confusing. Grandpa, is Bachelor Ouyang's words hard to find? That Kong Jingting asked curiously. You are reading www.uyukanzu.com. Kong Yingda said softly, how difficult it is to ask for words that even His Majesty can't ask for. It turns out that the folklore is true. If it's an authentic work, then the value of this plaque is great. Is this the first major event? Someone guessed. They didn't know that these 4 words were exchanged for a bottle of wine. The cost value may be dozens of dollars. Lee Minutes gave everyone a blank look. Your focus is a little off. This is not what I want to say, but helpless. But these 4 words make people remember. After all, the plaque with the book written by this famous person must be memorable in the future. Wang Yang said on the side, I can't believe that Mr. Zilli's ability is good. He can actually get this authentic work. Rich people are generally vassal and elegant, and some poems, famous sentences, or authentic works will make them rush. This remark attracted Cheng Yojin's attention. Isn't that Wang Yang? Are you here to celebrate the opening of Mr. Zilli's new store? When he asked this question, Wang Yang said yes. Or not? I'm here to join in the fun. Truly human. If yes, then be sure to leave some as a gift. Maybe. What are you doing here? But there seems to be nothing wrong with joining in the fun. Cough cough. Lee Minutes couldn't help coughing twice. Fang Xuanling said, okay, everyone, listen carefully. What will Mr. Zilli say next? Everyone was quiet again. But at this moment, An untimely voice came. Yi Honglu sent a congratulatory gift. Everyone knows how the Yi Honglu exists, and they came to celebrate at this time. Chapter 73 Pride. Tang's first inverse son to find the latest chapter. Yi Honglu 3 words came out. All are set there to think. This is how the same thing? You must know that this Yi Honglu is the largest brothel in Pinkangfen. There are the most famous singers in Chainan. When did they get involved with Lee Minutes? This makes everyone think about it, and they can't figure it out. Not to mention they can't figure it out. Lee Minutes said, I don't know either. He didn't expect them to come, and he didn't communicate with them either. After thinking about it, could it be those words I said that day? He said that day, ladies and sisters, Zilly will come to visit another day, just to be a step ahead. It should be this sentence that made those women think about it. People are handsome and talented, and they are popular everywhere. He is not like other talented people, most of them come to the door to seek happiness. He is passive. The feeling of being chased, It's really interesting. He wanted to post again. What was it like being chased by women from different regions? But if I post it again, I'm afraid I will be scolded badly. Therefore, Lee Minutes also gave up the idea of posting again. The most depressing person here is probably Kong Jingting. Mr. Zilly even going to that place? However, in the opinion of Kong Yingda, Cheng Yojin and others, this seems normal. The private lives of the princes are somewhat unbelievable. There will always be some need, which is normal. It's just that they are a little curious. Is Lee Minutes mature? In addition, Lee Minutes has always been rebellious, so he is used to it. Cheng Yojin said, when did Mr. Zilly go to the brothel? Why didn't I know? Madame Kui said angrily, if you go to that kind of place in the future, will you also inform me? Madam, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Cheng Yojin cried out in fright. It's good to know. At this time, a few men came over to Lee Minutes carrying a few boxes. It must be a gift. Go back and send them some back. Thank you so much. Sit down and bring something back to thank Yi Honglu. When the men heard it, they were very excited. If you can get what Mr. Zilly has, it must be not bad. And he opened today. And it is possible that the things he sells are very novel. Zushan, let them sit down. Yes. Zushan led them into the seat. It's a little interlude. But from today, this episode will be talked about with great interest. The opening this time is really good. The appearance of Yi Honglu was unexpected to Lee Minutes. You must come to visit the other day. There shouldn't be too many complicated things happening next. Lee Minutes went on to say, okay. Now the second thing is to be announced. This thing involves people's livelihood and can ease everyone's hot summer. When it came to this, Kong Yingda and Cheng Yojin seemed to know something. They all knew that Lee Minutes had ice cubes. But if you let them know what Lee Minutes wants to do, then this traverser is a scumbag. From today, Shengteng Bingpin will open today. Then he walked to the storefront on the side, and there was actually a red cloth on it. When he pulled it, the red cloth fell off. 4 capital letters are carved on it. The crowd was in an uproar. Then everyone saw that the door under the plaque was also opened, and a large number of ice cubes appeared in people's eyes. Ice. It's ice. It was ice. At this time, even the palace couldn't bring out the ice. Does he have ice cubes? Where did this ice come from? When people saw the ice, they almost rushed to it. But here comes the problem. How could he have so much ice? And how would he sell ice? Do you sell it piece by piece? People started to speculate. Wang Yang and his son were even more curious. At the same time feel ashamed for their words and deeds. Bing, which is rare, but let Lee Minutes use it to open a shop, shows that he is powerful. It's true that they have money, and they want to accept the storefront, which is really wishful thinking. I wonder what Mr. Zilly intends to sell when opening this store, Cheng Yojin asked curiously. When he spoke, no one dared to speak. At the same time, everyone also wants to know, what does he want to do? Zushan, come. Bring our drinks to everyone here. Let them try our products. Lee Minutes said so. No matter what I say now, I can't just let everyone try it. So, He is ready to let everyone taste it. Zushan then led the staff of the ice shop to take out transparent glass bowls and deliver them to everyone. This time the scene exploded directly. Glass bowl, transparent. It was even used as a bowl. And there are dozens of them. Luxurious, too extravagant. This kind of thing can become a family heirloom at that time. That's Luli. It's Luli, and each one is invaluable. Even if you don't sell ice, you can feel the treatment of the nobles by using this bowl, right? If Li Shimon knew, it would definitely be depressed. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The glass that he put in the palace is not as good as such a bowl, and the bowl is also used as a container. It seems like a worthless bowl. I'm afraid no one can be as arrogant as Lee Minutes. Of course, these are the results of Lee Minutes and Zushan's recent research. With this bowl, I feel a lot taller. Wang Yang regretted it. The 100 pieces of glass he got were not as good as these glass bowls in terms of shape. Make him feel cheated. But at the time of the transaction, he still felt that he had made a profit. He immediately started beating his chest. How could I believe Lee Minutes' words? And why didn't I accept the money? All bitter water is swallowed in the belly. Who to talk to now? This bowl is even better than my last Luli. Cheng Yojin took the bowl carefully. The technology is improving. The last two things were produced earlier, of course. They are not very good. Now this bowl can be said to be their highest technical level, and the appearance is naturally the best. At the same time, Cheng Yojin said, "Is the fruit and ice water? And what is that pale yellow thing?" Not only him, but others are also curious. What's in this bowl? How does it look familiar? The man from Yaihonglu, more like someone who had never seen the world, started to study bowls. They were even more careful, for fear of breaking it. Lee Minutes said, "It doesn't matter, just break it and send another one." Is this also random? The people at the scene, under the hot sun, looked at the coolness on the stage. At the same time, I was curious. After the ice water was in the bowl, what else was in it? Also, what will Mr. Zilli do next? Chapter 74 Returning the Gift. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. Fang Xuanling also asked, "What is this? Why does it look so familiar and novel?" Lee Minutes then introduced, "This is called 4-fruit soup. It is made with 4 kinds of fruits, honey, and ice water. It has the effect of dispelling summer heat and cooling down. Please enjoy it. As for what kind of fruit, it depends on what one eats." It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect things to be placed together at this time. It's amazing, Kong Yingda said. Lee Minutes went on to say, "You can try it. The taste will definitely make you unforgettable." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to eat. Eating and eating, making a squeaking sound. Dozens of people on the stage were eating, but thousands of people under the stage swallowed their saliva fiercely. You can imagine what it would be like to eat such a bowl of 4-fruit soup. It's so refreshing to be able to eat such a bowl of superb food in summer, especially eating with expensive glass bowls. It feels even more refreshing. Even the emperor would not dare to eat like this, right? Besides, can the emperor take out these more than a dozen glazed bowls of such good quality at one time? I'm afraid you can't, right? Cheng Yojin ate quickly, and in no time, the bowl was empty. Okay, good stuff. This stuff is really delicious. Can you drive away the heat? Can you have another bowl? Zushan, give General Cheng another bowl. Yes. Everyone try to eat as much as possible, and there are many more, so you can eat as much as you can. That's great, said the crowd. Not only Cheng Yojin, but several others also continued the bowl. They don't need to say how delicious it is, it's just their performance. This 4-fruit soup is really delicious. Who will refill the bowl for something that doesn't taste good? Only delicious will make people want to eat another bowl. Watching the people on the stage eating the 4-fruit soup, the people below fry again. Mr. Zilli, how do you sell that bowl of 4-fruit soup? Mr. Zilli, this is a matter of great benefit to the people. People expressed their goodwill. At the same time, he also slapped his face. Many regret it. On how to sell it, Cheng Yojin also asked a question. Mr. Zilli, How much does this bowl sell for? I'll buy a few bowls later and keep them. Fang Xuanling also asked. I also want to know. And I also want to bring back a few bowls for my wife. Kong Jingting's eyes showed admiration. She asked, Mr. Zilli, you really are young and promising. How did you come up with this combination? As for praising him, it's one after the other. As for the distance between Wang Yang and his son, they were the first to question, but they were not in a good mood. So Li Minutes never thought of feeding them to eat by yourself. Faced with questions from people, Li Minutes signaled everyone to be quiet. About the price of this bowl of 4 fruit soup, tentatively set a bowl of 10 cents. Someone did a calculation, because the glass bowl is not big, and looking at the 10 large water tanks in front of the store, they are all filled with ice water. A large water tank can hold at least more than 2,500 bowls of 4 fruit soup, and a tank can be sold for 25 tals. If all 10 are sold out, 250 tals will be stable. 7,500 tals a month, nearly 100,000 tals a year. Moreover, it is not known how much ice water there is. The real sellable may be more than this number. I'm afraid there is no existence that is more profitable than this. Wang Yang is a businessman. Watching this situation, the whole person was stunned. The return on this investment is high. But not everyone can do it. They can't get the ice alone. If they do, they may lose their underwear. Now it seems that in the future, the south of Dongxi will only become the center of the entire chain. And at this time, he looked at the other 4 tiny storefronts, all of which had cloth blocks prepared in advance. Does this gentleman named Zilli want to make another industry? When I think of this time, I can't help but shudder. 10 wen, cheaper than ice, and with honey added. I don't think it's expensive. Yes, it can solve the sweltering heat. Whatever it is. Some people responded, and these people were well dressed. Must be a rich man. As for some poor people, it is still a bit expensive. This is what Li Minutes wants to do. If he wants to make money, he can make money from the rich. For the poor, making their money will make him uneasy. But the rich are different. They have money and it should be in his pocket. Since everyone has no opinion, that is good. I don't know when it will go on sale. Someone asked. Sale at noon. But there is a requirement, you must line up. It's just a first come, because we have prepared thousands of copies, and everyone has a share. It's easy. As soon as people finished speaking, they began to line up, and it only took a while for thousands of people to line up. Because everyone knows that if anyone doesn't line up well, no one can buy it. Seeing everyone cooperate so well, Li Minutes was very satisfied. At the same time, he also saw that Wang Yang and Wang Xi were also in the team. Interesting. He doesn't care about them either. Instead, he turned to Cheng Yojin's side. Let Zushan bring a big drum. Then he whispered to Cheng Yojin, Uncle Cheng, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. There is a bucket of 4 fruit soup here, so please bring Aunt Cheng to the palace with my mother. Now that he has sorted this out, he still thinks of his mother, concubine Yang. After all, it's so hot now, and Li Shiman is reluctant to make ice, so give her a bucket to enjoy. This is simple. After a while, I will let my wife send it to the palace. Good. People are curious. What did Li Minutes say? But seeing him come out, he continued, Zushan, fill it up for everyone, if they want to bring it. Enough. Yes. Xrengai. Yes. You also get a bucket and match it with 10 glazed bowls, and let these little buddies send them to the Yihong building to show my heart. Atmosphere. Really atmosphere. If you want to send 10 glass bowls, you can send them. Others think it's worth a lot of money. But for Li Minutes, it's just a matter of blowing up. Li Minutes was never stingy about this kind of thing. People respect me 1 point. I also respect others 10 points. This is normal. Those words made those men very happy. There are some heads and faces underneath. They all blamed themselves. Why didn't they get to know Mr. Zilli earlier, give gifts earlier, and get a few glass bowls or something? That was simply too good. Unfortunately, they failed to seize this opportunity. I had to honestly line up and wait for someone to say that it was on sale. This was a good start. and news about ice products quickly spread throughout Chainan City. As for the future, Lee Minutes also wanted to do something else. Everything related to ice, he had to do, from a low price to high price, he had to dabble. The entire opening continued until noon, and it was said that Cheng Yojin and his wife went directly to the Tai Kai Palace. Chapter 75 Study with Lee Minutes. Day Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. In the Tai Kai Palace, Li Shimin's voice came from the Imperial study. What did you say? Lee Minutes established Shengteng Group. The procedures are complete. He also opened an ice cream shop. The name Shengteng Group is very good. It's very meaningful. Did I blame him? The Shengteng Group also made Li Shimin unable to stop praising him. Lee Minutes only wanted to strengthen the great Tang, but he couldn't tolerate him. Thinking of what he said that day, maybe he was right. But Li Shimin would not admit it. Even if he was tempted to admit mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. The little one looks from the beginning to the end. Oh, how's it going? Nearly 10,000 people participated. It was very lively. The man was exaggerating. There must be thousands of people, but I can't count them carefully. So let's talk about more. What? Nearly 10,000 people. Hiss. Li Shimin took a deep breath. How could Lee Minutes be like this? In his opinion, it is impossible for him to do business. But now it seems that this is not the case. Yes, and General Cheng, Duke Y, and the Crown Prince are all involved. And what's more, the brothel people also went to celebrate. Huh? Broth? It looks like this kid is doing well. Li Shimin muttered. Lee Minutes was actually doing well, which surprised him a bit. Then where did his ice come from? Did you investigate? This little one has been checked, and it came from the east of the city. It seems that an ice cellar was built in the east of the city, and it should have come from there. This is the most information they can find. A little deeper, they don't know. This secret will not be known to others in a short time. They can't get in. Had to invent it myself. When Li Shimin heard this, he didn't ask too many questions. Is that so? Forget it. Tell me what kind of ice he sells. How much can he sell? I want to know. How much money can I make from just relying on ice? It's an existence called 4 fruits soup. It's a bowl of 10 texts, and that bowl is made of colored glaze. It's small and only needs a small amount of ice cubes. Ice cubes are second, and that glass is the big deal. It's simply a luxury. Use a glass bowl as a container for selling ice. Even Li Shimin would not dare to do this. Lee Minutes actually did it. And doing so is a better business. Many people try to experience the feeling of the glass bowl instead of trying the ice. All this was squeezed by Lee Minutes. So business is better. According to him, how much can he sell for a day? Your Majesty, it's not a few dollars, but 500 tals of silver. What? 500 tals? Li Shimin was completely shocked. A 4-fruit soup can be sold for 500 tals. That's 500,000 pennies. That's a lot of money. The cost of his palace for a day plus maintenance is about the same, right? Yes, and there are still a large number of people who haven't bought it. And the ice products will be sold short in an hour. So soon to be sold out. This once again refreshed Li Shimin's cognition. If not short sold, there may be more. Then have you ever bought a bowl? This made Li Shimin curious. He wanted to try it and see how it tasted. He asks. Plop. The man knelt down. The subordinate is incompetent. When the subordinate goes down to line up, it is already sold out. Li Shimin became demented there. Sold out. Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat such good things today. Can only be bought tomorrow. Okay, I know, you go down. Li Shimin could never have imagined that Lee Minutes would get along so well, and in less than a month, he would earn more than 1,500 tals of silver a month. At that time, it was a bit difficult for him to ask the Ministry of Household to spend 100,000 tals of silver. As for Lee Minutes, it only takes 7 months for such a small amount of money to be collected. He is just a shop, and he is the entire Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, he felt a little ashamed. Being the head of a country is not as good as his son's ability to make money. At this point he should be a little regretful. If Lee Minutes was allowed to come back and become the minister of the household, Wouldn't Tang be going to make a lot of money? But how could he pull this face down? How absolute it was at the time. The two turned against each other, and it was absolutely impossible for an emperor to admit his mistake unless Lee Minutes is forced to come back by other means. That might work. At the same time, standing outside the door was Lee Chengqian. He also heard what was going on inside. Cannot help but a little shocked. Lee Minutes actually has this magic power. The money he earns in a day is something I can't get in touch with in a year. This kind of prince deserves it. It's not as comfortable as a commoner. There was jealousy in his eyes. But some helpless. When others are too strong, they appear too weak. No, in such a lucrative business, I have to make money if I say anything, otherwise I will be laughed at if I say it. As a prince, I have no money to spend. While he was thinking, a small eunuch trotted over. Meet your royal highness. When the little eunuch saw him, he immediately saluted. Don't be too polite. Lee Chengqian straightened his waist. Li Shimin in this matter also heard his voice. Darling, are you outside? Yes, the father and son have just come over. Coming. Yes. Lee Chengqian went inside. As for the little eunuch, he also followed. Why haven't you left yet? Lee Chengqian asked. The little one took the queen's order. Come and ask your majesty to move. Oh, coming. While speaking, the two had entered the study. My son-in-law pays respects to his father. The villain greets his majesty. Li Shimin had a straight face. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Darling, did you hear that just now? Lee Chengqian has been unable to respond. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin still found it. Involuntarily, he said, yes. In the future, you have to learn more from the sixth brother. He will only make money after going out for a long time, and the money you make a day is still your annual salary. In the words, there is a meaning of hating iron not turning into steel. But Lee Chengqian was angry. How can you compare yourself to Lee Minutes? After all, he is also the prince, the future monarch. What is he? Lee Minutes? A civilian. Although the idea is so, but I dare not say it. Just keep nodding yes. Li Shimin also discovered the little eunuch. What are you doing here? Your Majesty, the Queen asked you to visit the Rising Palace. She said that she has something good to share. Please go quickly, Your Majesty. Oh? Do you know what it is? Let me go and see it. Li Shimin is very curious. Why is he so anxious? I don't know. The Queen is very anxious, saying that things are not easy to store. Okay. Drive to Rising Hall. Li Shimin left the study, and seemed to think of something, then turned around and said to Lee Chengqian, come with you too. Yes, father. Chapter 76 Li Shimin. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. Li Shimin and Lee Chengqian went to the Rising Hall. When he arrived, the people inside bowed to him. Meet your Majesty. Li Shimin frowned. Except for Empress Chengsun. Several of his concubines were present, and several sons were also present. The princess was not there, and Cheng Yojin's wife, Kui She, was also there. This puzzled him. What are so many people doing here? Is there really any urgency for them to come here? What are you doing? He was puzzled. Queen Chengsun stepped forward and said, it's like this. Mrs. Kui, Ziji's wife, came into the palace with good things to give to concubine Yang, and concubine Yang said she wanted us to taste it together. She brought it to me. This concubine Yang knows how to be a person very well. It is best to eat it by herself, but isn't it more fun to share it with everyone? She also knew that this was done by Lee Minutes, because Kui Shi had already told her everything. So, she tried to get Li Shimin's attention. But I couldn't be too proactive, so I thought of this method and let everyone eat together. Anyway, the bucket is so big that it can hold 30 bowls without any problem. It's also because of the 30 bowls that you didn't call all the princesses together, right? Otherwise it's not enough. This may also be what Li Yan meant. Although Lee Minutes never mentioned it, she could probably guess what he was thinking. It's also because concubine Yang is very smart. So other people probably wouldn't do this. Oh, it's rare that you know how to share like this, which makes me very relieved. And Mrs. Kui, thank Ziji on my behalf. By the way, What is it? Li Shimin asked curiously. His son's disagreement made him troubled, but seeing the concubines seem to be in harmony, he was a little relieved. So I feel better. Yes, it must be conveyed. Choi nodded yes. Then Empress Chengsun said, this is 4 fruits soup, a kind of ice product that has been especially popular among the people recently. You can't find it. When the 3 words Sigo Tang came out, Li Shimin's whole face stiffened. Li Chengqian is also not much better. In this way, it can basically be concluded that Li Minutes entrusted Cheng Yojin's wife to send it to the palace. Otherwise who would send such a big bucket? You must know that Li Shimin wants to eat, but he has to eat, and he can't buy things that can't be bought in the queue. How can he get Cheng Yojin unless someone gives it to him? Your Majesty must have never heard of it, and this ice seems to be melting fast, and it is especially afraid of heat. So the concubine made His Majesty come in such a hurry. Empress Chengsun said so. She thought that Li Shimin had never seen such a match. Li Shimin thought for a moment. He wants to eat too. Let me have a good taste to see if it tastes good. Concubine Yang was puzzled. Why didn't Li Shimin ask who sent it? If she mentions it, then she can talk about Li Minutes so that her son can come back soon. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin pretended to be stupid. Li Chengqian on the side did not speak. After all, whoever mentioned Li Minutes didn't get a good result. Last time because of Li Minutes, Li Chengqian didn't get the slightest benefit. This time, he waited and waited. Just make up for it when necessary. Empress Chengsun said, yes, Your Majesty, this festival is really interesting. Not only is the 4-fruit soup, but also the glass bowl. This bowl is also exquisite, hundreds of times better than our glass bottle. Li Shimin thought. You lie. I also said just now that there are glass bowls coming up now. How could Cheng Yojin have these things? Li Minutes must have done it. What does Li Minutes want to do? Do you want to tell yourself? Is he doing well? Did Liu Lai give it away? Still rich? To show off? Look at yourself again, guarding a glass of poor quality as a treasure. But then again, he was also very curious. Is this 4-fruit soup really as delicious as the legend? Getting everyone together, therefore, see through but not speak. He said, is that so? Then I have to use this bowl to taste it. Maybe I can taste a different taste. The concubine will serve you a bowl. Then, Queen Chengsun took the initiative to make a bowl of 4-fruit soup for Li Shimin. Li Shimin was also welcome, took it over and ate it straight away. Everyone watched him eat. Some people still swallow saliva from time to time. They just watched and didn't say anything. After all, he is the emperor. He didn't move. No one dared to move. He didn't talk about eating, and no one dared to eat a little. Your Majesty, how is it? Empress Zhangsun asked curiously. Everyone stared at him. The princes licked their tongues, and they wanted to eat it too. It tastes good. Another bowl. One more bowl, indicating that these things have captured Li Shimin's heart. Empress Zhangsun gave him another bowl. I still feel comforted in my heart, and I cast a grateful look at concubine Yang again. It is rare that Li Shimin thinks it is delicious. Come on. Let's eat together, don't just watch me eat alone. Li Shimin noticed everyone's performance and said again. Everyone agreed, and concubine Wang came out first. I will serve you all, come and come. She fought bowls and bowls. This woman is very scheming, and she always has to behave when she encounters this. Li Chengqian was also fortunate enough to taste some. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. He took a bite and said, it's too cold to eat. As soon as these words came out, everyone was embarrassed, and concubine Yang was directly unhappy. Order someone to take away Li Chengqian's bowl. Prince may have a weak stomach, so it's better to eat less. You don't want to eat. No one forces you to eat, and you make irresponsible remarks. Yeah, since Gainer is not feeling well, it's better to eat less. Li Shimin also said. Li Chengqian could only watch everyone eat, but he couldn't eat it himself. When everyone had finished eating, Li Shimin said with great satisfaction, it's such a good thing, people are still not satisfied. The glass bowls are all left, and I will use them. The glass bowl was directly buckled down because they are so pretty. At this time, no one dared to say anything, but it should be. Seeing that the time was ripe, concubine Yang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, do you know who did this?" She wanted to say that Lee Minutes did it, and she was fighting for him to come back sooner. Lee Shimin is a fine man. Although he knew who did it, he didn't want to listen to others. Everyone does the same thing. The 4-fruit soup is served every day in the harem, and the matter is left to the Ministry of Housing. But Your Majesty, that's it for today. Yang can't say anything about it. Had to be. Okay, I still have business to deal with, let's go first. Lee Shimin got up and left. Concubine Yang, she must be thinking, how much do you want to know who did this? After eating, I patted my butt and left. This king can do it. As for Lee Chenqian, he walked out gloomily. When he reached the East Palace, his expression was very solemn. At this moment, there was a person walking towards him, and the more he looked at it, the more upset he became. Chapter 77 Jiuxiu, Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. Xu Jingzong pays respects to His Royal Highness. It was Xu Jingzong. Li Chenqian didn't give him any good looks. What are you doing here? What's the matter? He said. As for Wang Gaifi's place, I have already made preparations. The Wang family will set a limit for Li Minutes during this period of time, so that he can't get along in Chainan City. Wang Gaifi was still inside just now, and it seems that Xu Jingzong has been looking for Li Chenqian. You did a great job. Li Chenqian was not very happy. On the contrary, he still had an indifferent expression. What about you, Your Highness? Are you unhappy? Don't mention it, it's all because of Li Minutes. It makes me very upset. What happened to him? Li Chenqian said what happened just now. This Li Minutes doesn't know where he got so many things, and he seems to have new ideas every day, but don't worry too much. He won't be able to get up soon. Li Chenqian had no interest at all. I hope it's what you said. Do you have anything else to do? If not, the prince will go back to the palace to rest. After speaking, Li Chenqian was about to leave. His Royal Highness, wait. Huh? Do you have anything else to do? Xu Jingzong followed in small steps. I heard that there is a place called Yaihonglu in Pinkengfeng, where there is an oiran named Jiuxiu, who can be said to be Sai Zai, who is proficient in poetry, calligraphy and painting. And the key is to understand the heart of man. Why don't we do this? Let the minister arrange time for you to visit. How about relaxing? That's it. The expression on Li Chenqian's face became soothing. That kind of place can make people relax. Too many things have happened in this period of time, which makes him upset. So came the interest. Really? Is Jiuxiu really as you said? Of course, if you go once, you won't regret it. Maybe you want to go a second time. That's great. Then you can arrange a time and come back to the East Palace and tell me. Li Chenqian said. Judging from his expression, he was very interested. Places like brothel are only for yashi, and if you don't have any ink, other girls will not pay attention to you. But it is also a place full of copper smell, and there are many things that money can do. Besides, he is still His Royal Highness. Do they dare not entertain? As for the Shengton Group, all the employees are cheering because it sold well today. As the boss, Li Minutes directly gave everyone a bonus, and everyone got it, saying that everyone was lucky. Everyone is looking forward to working harder tomorrow. And in the reception room within the group, Li Minutes received an old woman in his seat. This old woman is jeweled, and feels like a rich family. The old woman said, Old Jiang Kuiwa, who came from the Yaihong mansion, was ordered to come and invite your son to the Yaihong mansion tomorrow. Li Minutes thought to himself, it seems that Yaihonglu is very interested in himself. Another gift, and another asking the old woman to invite him. Is this old woman a traditional prostitute? However, the prostitute is only available in later generations, and the brothel at this time is relatively pure, not the skin and meat market. I wonder who asked me to go? Jiuxiu. When Li Minutes heard this, who is this Jiuxiu? Search now. There is an entry here. She is the oiran of Yaihonglu, and she has yet to break through. because Yi Honglu valued her very much. So ordinary people could not win her heart. There are only a handful of people in Chainan who can see her. What would a woman like her do to herself? At the same time, he never thought that he could make a woman he had never met so valued. Or rather, she has not seen her, but she has seen herself. Do a search again, and she is highly rated on the internet, especially poetry and music. That is all proficient. He also defeated many self-proclaimed writers. This kind of woman is really rare. As for his performance, Zushan thought he didn't know Jiuxiu, so he said, Mr. Zilli, this Jiuxiu has been the top brand of all the brothels in Pinkenfeng for the past 6 months. I have seen her once, and that was when she was far away. She really looks like a fairy descending from the earth. After the entry, and through Zushan said this, Li Minutes became interested. Okay, tell Jiuxiu that I will definitely come to visit tomorrow. It's so good that old man takes the first step, etc. Oh, is there anything else, son? Zushan, give the old lady a bucket of 4-fruit soup, and let someone take it back. This kind of thing is still very face-saving to give to others. After all, it is sold short today, and many people have not eaten it. This is a barrel. Eat for many people. Yes, thank you so much. Your son is really cool. The old woman was grateful. The visitor is a guest, and there is no reason to let the guest return empty-handed. This is his principle of being a man, and naturally he has gained a wave of goodwill. In the future, his reputation had to be not bad. This is what he thought. Using a bucket of low-value 4-fruit soup in exchange for people's trust, this wave of operation value. Value is value. But the rarity is definitely something that people can't get out of their heads for. Another time passed. Zushan is back. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. There are no outsiders around now, he said. 6th Prince, I have done what you want. Very good. How is the progress of Liu Licheng? It's already being processed, and the investment in the early stage is too much. We don't have enough assets in the warehouse now, and the construction also takes time, so I want to do it separately. When I make more money in the future, I can continue to invest. In fact, the life of ice products is not long, and they only sell for a few months a year. Who would buy ice to eat in the winter? Therefore, he has to think of the second and third ways to make money, or even more. And these ways of making money are not available in this era. He made money, and at the same time, he raised taxes for Tang, and added various possibilities to the society. Jobs, in particular, will drive the economic activity of this generation and create wealth. It can be said that he got off to a good start, made society progress, and made money at the same time. Very good. By the way, how is the progress of YUGU? 100 big cylinders have been produced now. A large tank is 1,000 pounds. And 100 large tanks is 100,000 pounds. Okay, try to get some more, and go directly to the amount of 1,000 large tanks. Things like wine can be preserved. Don't be afraid of too much. Understood. Then he'll go down and deal with other things. Li Minutes' way of doing things is very admired by everyone. Things are organized, one after another, etc. Is there something wrong with the 6th Prince? Prepare 10 bottles of free wine. The bottle body is made of opaque glass with the 4 characters of Shengteng Group engraved on it, and it will be in the evening. Yes, although Zushan didn't know what Li Minutes was going to do, he must have his reasons for doing it. The next day, Li Minutes got up early and took Zrengai and 10 bottles of Wanyu wine to Yihonglu. Chapter 78, Worship Big Brother. Tang's first in-verse son to find the latest chapter. When going to Yihonglu, Li Minutes tried his best to keep a low profile, wearing a hat on his head to avoid being seen at a glance, because he couldn't stop people from chasing and the enthusiasm of the women in the brothel. Even if he has said that he will not sell poetry, there are still people who will buy it when they see him, and there are still high prices. As for Zrengai, putting it in the crowd will not attract much attention, so he didn't dress up too much. When they set off in the early morning, they saw that there was a long queue outside Shengteng Bingpin. Looking at the twists and turns of this team, There are probably around 1,000 people in size. It's only morning, there are only so many people, and the Siguobing will be sold out again before noon. Everything was as he expected. The south side of Dongxi will become the landmark of the whole Dongxi, the new center of Chainan, and his success has drawn the envy of some. At the same time, some people imitated it. They have a good sense of smell, but their imitations are too clumsy and somewhat nondescript. It only uses well water and a pitiful amount of ice to sell, and the price is as high as 20 cents. At the same time, some Sonzo ice shops have also sprung up. Regarding the competitiveness of these people, Lee Minutes just smiled. In a short time, they were still young, and when they caught up, he had already changed the pit and made money. He was 360, and he had a way to go. Sunny morning. He is in a good mood. As soon as he turned out of the group, he was blocked by someone. Seeing this, Xrengai protected Lee Minutes behind him. But seeing the people coming, it turned out to be them. Mr. Zilly's day. Lee Minutes signaled to Xrengai not to panic. It was these two boys. These two are Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi. The two seemed to have been waiting on the side for a long time. The ground is full of the footprints of the two of them. What are you doing? Cheng Chubai first said. Mr. Zilly's identity shocked us. We hope that we don't take the previous matters to heart. If you need anything in the future, just say it, and we will definitely help you to settle it. Okay, look at this situation. How is it a bit like, please? I don't know if it was ordered by Cheng Yojin. Fang Yi took Cheng Chubai's words and said, yes, from that day on, our admiration for you is like a mountain, like a river, like. Anyway, we admire you very much. Cheng Chubai interrupted Fang Yi's words. Okay, Fang Yi, how much ink do you have? I don't know yet. I won't say it, just say a few words less, let me get to the point. Then he added, Mr. Zilly, today my brothers want to worship you as eldest brother. In the future, your business will be our business. We don't ask for anything in return, as long as we can follow you. Can Lee Minutes understand that the two are here to hug their thighs? They should have seen their infinite possibilities. It's also rare to make two dudes worship him as a big brother. Cheng Chubai saw that Lee Minutes did not reply. He dragged Fang Yi to his knees and fell to the ground. If big brother doesn't agree today, then the two of us won't get up. From the beginning, this guy has been talking non-stop, without giving himself a chance to speak. Then you kneel down. What? Lee Minutes actually refused their request. That was what they had been practicing for a long time, thinking they could succeed. Did not expect, but this is the result. After all, their fathers are all princes. But then again, can the duke be better than the prince? Obviously not. Even if it is a prince who lives in the people, his bloodline is noble. They want the prince to be the eldest brother, which seems a little high. The two didn't know what to do. Cheng Chubai suddenly turned to kneel to Xrengai. He also took Fang Yi with him. We can't afford to climb high. Why not let Brother Xu accept us? This guy's head is still aura, better than his father Cheng Yojin. At least in this kind of recognition of the big brother, he can be regarded as unique. Xrengai was frightened by the sudden change. If he was asked to hit the enemy, he could just stab him without thinking. But being worshipped by these two as big brothers, he seemed a little unable to react. He hesitated. He also looked at Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes said, you can take it easy. Xrengai hesitated again. If you can save the dandy, it will be a good thing that you can teach the two of them well. Lee Minutes' words later made Xrengai firm in his resolve, with the attitude of making these two better. At the same time, the two are backed by two great princes. If they are accepted as younger brothers, they can be of some help. Now that Lee Minutes has been demoted to a citizen, he may have to rely on their power. Okay, since Mr. Zilly has spoken, I will accept the two of you. At the same time, I hope you two will respect Mr. Zilly's instructions and listen to me. Of course, in return, I will also teach you two some martial arts. Xrengai said, in terms of martial arts, he is comparable to Cheng Yojin. In terms of strength, he is now a young man and must be stronger than Cheng Yojin. Cheng Chubai and the two were happy. Bow down again immediately. The big brother is above. You reading www.uukanzu.com will be worshipped by the younger brother. From now on, I will be your second brother, and Fang Yi I will be the third brother. Fang Yi AI. Why am I the third? Have you forgotten? I'm a few months older than you. Fang Yi I didn't say anything. I don't know where the big brother is going with Mr. Zilli. Cheng Chubai asked. Xreng I glanced at Li Minutes. Li Minutes said, Pinkungfen Yi Honglu. As soon as this word comes out, Cheng Chubai immediately came to his senses. Look, you know, I'm familiar with it. Why don't I take you there? Is he still familiar? It really makes one wonder if he has been there before. Yeah, Cheng Chubai often goes there. Fang Yi I made up for it. Okay brother, let me follow. Li Minutes didn't say anything and went straight forward. Xreng I made his own decision. Okay, but what I said just now, you must obey. Of course, thank you bro. Say whatever you need us to do. The two followed them to the Yihong building. Because of Li Minutes' dress, this strip did not attract much attention. It's more comfortable, otherwise, he would be troubled by being surrounded every day. The group of four, after walking for a long time, arrived at the Yihong downstairs. It is located in the most prosperous area of Pinkungfen, and the buildings are even more beautiful. They stopped at the door and watched the feasting upstairs. Some people even got agitated. It wasn't Li Minutes. He was looking up at the surroundings. He opened his mouth and said, when you are drunk with money, it really is a good place. In just a moment, there was a girl who was beautifully dressed. Please come in from the guests. There are poems, wine and love in the Yihong building. Chapter 79 Meeting to make an appointment. Don't wait for Li Minutes to speak. However, someone shouted, I want to see you Huaqiu Jiuxiu. Hearing this voice is very familiar. As soon as Li Minutes turned around, he saw the visitor. It turned out to be Xu Jingzong and Li Chenqian. This is interesting. It would be interesting to meet them here. If Li Shimin knew that Li Chenqian sneaked out to visit the brothel and had to die of anger, then everything would be interesting. How could Li Shimin know? Haven't thought of it yet. You can see the courtesans of Yihonglu if you want. Have you asked our brothers for their opinion? Cheng Chubai shouted. Then he rolled up his sleeves and looked ready to fight. Fang Yi I was also not to be outdone, and also stood up. Roll! Xu Jingzong exclaimed, relying on Li Chenqian's support. As for Li Chenqian, he is dressed like a son. He seemed to put things aside. Because Li Minutes was wearing a hat on his head, he didn't notice Li Minutes' existence. What did you say? Say it again. How could Cheng Chubai stand being treated like this by Xu Jingzong? And it's not good to be a teacher just after worshipping the big brother. It hurts Xrengwi's face. At the same time make yourself very faceless. Go away. Don't you understand? Jiuxiu is something you can see. I have already made an appointment with him. There is no part of you here. Two yellow-haired boys. As soon as these words came out, they directly angered the two of them. It looks like we won't give you some color to see. You can't have snacks. Cheng Chubai was about to rush over and beat Xu Jingzong fiercely, but two tall men flashed from the side. They were very strong, directly in front of the two. The physique of the two is not strong. When I saw this, I went back straight away. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. The women in the Yihong building were attracted by the noise of the two waves. At this time, a middle-aged woman came downstairs. He shouted, Yihonglu is not outside. If you want to cause trouble, ask me Sai Chanhua first. If you really want to cause trouble, none of you want to leave here. She said so as soon as she came. But I saw Xu Jingzong walking forward. When Sai Chanhua saw him, her face changed. It turns out that it's Xilang. I don't know if he's here. Come in quickly. It seems that Xu Jingzong often comes to play. Xu Jingzong snorted and glanced at Li Chenqian again, as if he was familiar with this place. This made Cheng Chubai unhappy. Why? Just because you know him, are you treated differently? Do you still want to do business in Yihong building? Believe it or not, I will demolish your building tomorrow. Faced with such a huge tone, everyone was puzzled. Who is this dude? Fang Yi AI is even more unwilling to lag behind. Yes, It's sad to be treated differently. How do you Yai Honglu do business? Generally speaking, there must be power behind it. Nasai Chunhua is also a person. Directly in front of Cheng Chubai. This little brother, don't be angry. Peace makes money. You don't have to hurt peace because of this. Dare to ask where you come from? Cheng Chubai is not stupid either. If he said that his father was Cheng Yojin, he would be embarrassed, and he would also be punished. So he said, where did I come from? It seems that there is no need to tell you. Yes, yes, yes. All comers are guests. Please come in. Please come in. It's hot outside, cool inside. The group waited until they entered the Yaihong building. The girl upstairs is also watching the excitement below. At this time, no one recognized Li Minutes. Then Cheng Chubai spoke again. We want to see Jiuxiu. Hurry up and let her come to see us. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to him, and he felt as if he had said something wrong. But think about it, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Until Sai Chunhua said, sorry, Miss Jim made an appointment today. I can't accept you anymore. What? How can there be such a thing? We are all here so early. We have to meet us today no matter what. Yes. Will I die if I come out to meet you? Or do I mean to see no one on purpose? Don't worry, we brought money, and you are indispensable. Fang Yi also said. Li Minutes just watched the show on the side. He wanted to see if Li Chengqian would make a move next. Xu Jingzong said, that's right, we made an appointment. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words came out, they were directly dismantled. Xulang, this, if you want to come, don't tell me in advance. Miss Ji has no time to entertain today, and I hope Heihan not available. Xu Jingzong frowned. Before, I boasted that I could see haiku, but now it is like this, and I have lost face. At the same time, I am also wondering, how can a private brothel woman do this? What's the matter? Is it so difficult for your Royaran to meet each other? Don't you want to go on? Li Chengqian said so. This kind of remark is usually said by a dandy, and he, a prince, even said such a thing, just because he had an appointment. That's a real loss of identity. Cheng Chubai watched Li Chengqian for a long time, as did Fang Yi. But he couldn't tell who this person was. I just thought that he was familiar, like Li Minutes, but he gave up the idea all of a sudden. After all, how could Li Minutes have such a brother? The children of high-ranking officials in ancient times wanted to see the crown prince in the office, but they couldn't see it unless it was a big occasion. They have less chance of not being the boss of the family. In addition, children are the same every day. You are reading www.uukansu.com. They want to recognize the prince. The possibility is very small. Plus they are all outside. Who would think about it on such an occasion? To tell the truth, if you want to see Miss J, you must be a talented person. If the guest writes poetry now, and can be favored by the girl, maybe you can recommend it. Sai Chunhua had to say so. Her tone of voice is better now. It's a threshold, and it's easy to have something to say about Jiuxiu. After all, people also look at literary talent. What if this person's literary talent is better? Writing a poem. Don't make it too simple. I'll just write one, and let these scumbags see what it means to be literary. Li Chengqian said this, but it made Cheng Chubai unhappy. You say it again. Who is the bumpkin? If not, you can also make a song, right? If you don't make it, you're a bastard. Really fearless, playing a big knife in front of Guan Gong. Cheng Chubai was at a loss for words. He glanced at Li Minutes, wondering why he had not acted. At least compare him. Let him be crushed by this man all the time. Just because he doesn't know how to write poetry. I wanted to be strong, but now it seems that others have made a shortcoming. Now embarrassing yourself and making others laugh. Master, please write a poem. I'll take the poem and show it to Miss J. Okay, listen up. Li Chengqian was about to speak, but was interrupted. Is this a woman who can write poetry? It's a joke. Can't it be solved with money? As soon as everyone turned their heads, they saw the comer. Li Minutes thought to himself, this product appeared again. Things are getting more and more fun. It's better to let them fight each other, that's the fun. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. Tang's #1 rebel has the fastest update speed. Chapter 80. The man who thinks about day and night. When everyone saw it, it turned out to be Wanxi, and this guy even came. Many girls felt shocked, especially that Sei-Chunhua. What happened today? Did you not burn high incense? Why is it so discordant in the morning? Li Chengqian was interrupted and was very unhappy. He asked, "Who are you?" Cheng Chubai was about to go out to stir up the atmosphere, but was stopped by Li Minutes. "Don't go. Let's sit and watch the show and let them bite the dog." After that, I found a seat and sat down. I'm afraid no one can be as calm as him. Li Minutes has spoken. Who would dare not listen? Yes, Cheng Chubai had no choice but to stand beside him, watching everything on the field. Because of the addition of Wanxi, this morning will be even more exciting. Besides, that Wanxi sneered, "Who am I?" I'm afraid no one in Chainan does not know who I am. I am Wanxi, evil. This Wanxi was afraid that he didn't know that standing in front of him was the current prince, who used their prince to clash with Li Yan. How dare he be so arrogant in front of the prince? Wanxi believes that among the people, there is probably no one who can suppress him. He's from the Wang family. We just use them to do things for us. Xu Jingzong walked to Li Chengqian's ear and whispered. Li Chengqian ignored it. What happened to the Wang family? So what? He upsets me. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Li Chengqian couldn't bear this sigh. Let's fight them less. Why don't we come back another day? Li Chengqian was upset. You asked me to come? But you didn't let me see the Oiran. Let me go again? What kind of? Exclamation mark. I'm here, but you persuade me to come back another day? I'm going to see Jiuxiu today no matter what, or I'll tear it down. Xu Jingzong shook his head helplessly. No one would want to encounter such a thing. For the sake of his future plans, he wanted to avoid his edge, but he happened to run into such a tougher prince. What could he do? TSK. Which family's son-in-law are you? The rich people in the entire Chainan city have to live at the feet of my king's family. Don't you know? Crazy. So crazy. How dare a royal family dare to speak like that? You are bold. Believe it or not, I will copy your home. Li Chengqian's official style is up. Bold? Do you think you are an official? Even if you are an official, I'm not afraid. What are you going to use to convict me? Wanxi retorted. Li Chengqian's whole person must be, yes. What should be used to convict him? How to copy his house? Xu Jingzong kept sighing on the side. At this time, he had a conflict with the Wang family. How would he deal with Li Minutes in the future? He wanted to relax, but Li Chengqian refused. Come on, hit me. Hit me hard. Hit him until he can't speak. I see how crazy he is. Li Chengqian pointed at Wanxi Dao. The two of his men rushed out. But Wanxi dared to come here. He must not be afraid, and directly shouted to his subordinates. There were about a dozen people. They are very fierce. In this way, all the guests hide to the side. No one dares to stay here. It's okay to die. As people moved, Li Minutes looked at a familiar figure beside him, which was even more interesting. Cheng Chubai smiled and looked at everything on the field. The fun is about to begin. He also admired Li Minutes' calmness. This kind of time is too messy, and if you are not careful, you will be affected. But with Xrengai, everything can be done. As for the girls at the top, they were frightened and pale. Even the Sei-Chunhua downstairs is the same. Kindness makes money, peace makes money. So angry. I'm afraid it will scare Miss J. Maybe that's why she can say it. It's not that I want to fight, it's this person who doesn't have eyes. Wanxi is full of playfulness. Such performance also refreshed the three views of Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi. I thought they were dandy enough, but I didn't expect this white and clean young man in front of him to be even more terrifying. Stop. Let them stop. Sei-Chunhua had to scream. At the same time, many people came out around. All of them were strong men. They held large knives in their hands. No toast, no penalty. In the Yihong building, no one has ever dared to cause trouble. If you dare to cause trouble, I have no choice but to invite you out. Sei-Chunhua's fierceness made Wanxi a little scared. This sudden change is terrifying. Don't do this, I'm just passive." He waved. It seems that this guy is still bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. Seeing that there are more people in others, he is directly frightened. Li Chenqian was too angry. There are only two of them, the other party has so many people, and together with Wang Xi's people, they may be beaten badly. If he was beaten in such a place, if he was really injured, would he dare to go back and say it? It's good not to be discovered. Once discovered, Li Shiman will be furious, and he will be safe and sound. Therefore, all this, Li Chenqian did not escalate the situation. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. Instead, Wang Xi was written down. After returning to the palace, sent someone to teach this Wang Xi. He spoke to Xu Jingzong. However, I'm afraid this person is not moving. He is Wang Gaifi's cousin. We have to use him to conflict with Li Yan. If we teach him a lesson, the Wang family will probably rebound. Are you stupid? Wouldn't you say Li Minutes did it? If you want to be ruthless, be ruthless. Don't you think about putting the blame on others? The two were talking in ear to ear. It's a pity that you didn't fight. You are still the same. You are bullied, and you will never fight back. At this time, Li Minutes spoke up. He meant something, and he was referring to Li Chenqian, but it did not reveal Li Chenqian's identity. After all, I am afraid that the world will be in chaos, and I am afraid that my identity will not be guaranteed. As soon as his words came out, you reading www.uukanzu.com caught Li Chenqian's attention. Li Chenqian was thinking, who is this person? Why wear a hat? Why is the voice so familiar? Li Chenqian asked, who are you? Sei Chunhui has even more headaches. Is it still necessary to upgrade the things that were finally suppressed? If something goes wrong, no one will have a good time. Wang Xi recognized Li Minutes before Li Chenqian. You are Zili. When his words came out, all the girls were shocked. Originally I was terrified, but when I heard it was Zili, I gathered around again. Curiously, they looked at the so-called Mr. Zili, the man they thought about day and night. Legend has it that he will come today, but I didn't expect him to come. But he was wearing a hat all the time, so he couldn't see what he looked like at all. Li Chenqian was even more puzzled. Zili? Isn't that Li Minutes? Why did you meet him here? What is he doing here? A lot of questions appeared in his mind, but there was no answer. At the same time, Sei Chunhui actually walked towards Li Minutes, looking at him with admiration. Mr. Zili. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Chenqian. Chapter 81, The Two Heroes Confrontation. Li Chenqian also recognized Li Minutes. Li Chenqian said, it's you. What does it feel like to be a homeless person? Do you regret it very much? Better than you. HMPH. Don't hold on, I know you're tired. Just say it when you're tired. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Tired? What is tired? How can you be tired with money you earn with your own hands? It's better than you are there, and you have to reach out and ask people for money every day. Not only that, but also trapped under a high wall. You can live that day too. Sometimes I really sympathize with you. You have to be confined to a circle in everything you do. No matter what you do, you will be scolded by others. Li Chenqian, as the prince, has endured too much love. Li Shiman had high expectations for him. The teacher invited several before and after. Still so stubborn. Our ability to think is practical, not the smell of copper. What's the use of making more money? Li Chenqian didn't say it completely. There was still half a sentence behind it. It's not as real as power. This cannot be said, because once it is said, everyone will know their identities. Then what good things have you done? Can you list them? HMPH. Still eloquent. The two were in constant conversation. People on one side were shocked. What were these two talking about? I am afraid that only Xu Jingzong knows what their relationship is like. No one thought that the two brothers would meet here. As for the others, those who know more are only Xrengai and others. But they also seemed to be able to guess who the other was. Regarding the dialogue between the two, Wang Xi didn't need to listen. I didn't expect Mr. Zili to come to a place like this. It's really strange. You don't want to see the Jiryuxu, do you? From Wang Xi's tone, He could feel that he looked down on Lee Minutes. See, that is active. Lee Minutes was invited, which made a big difference. You can't control this, and you can manage your grievances with that person. I guess if you get out of here, someone will play tricks to prevent you from seeing the sun tomorrow, Lee Minutes said. Every word he said made the girls above exclaim. The handsome face under the bucket hat showed a trace, which made everyone scream. Mr. Zilly is so handsome, a woman called. Lee Minutes finally got used to it. Lee Chenkian frowned and looked at the women above and beside him. Have these nymphos never seen men? As for, but I was very curious. How could Lee Minutes be so popular? It's only been less than a month since he left the palace, and all the women here actually know him. If you come to the brothel every day this month, it may be possible. But it is unlikely that the body has already broken down, and no one here recognizes him. It seemed like the first time he had come here. Wang Xi's anger was pulled back again. His eyes were fixed on Lee Chenkian. That man, HMPH, go out in a while. I will teach him how to be a man. Lee Minutes smiled. It is the best thing to have them in conflict. It also saves you having to do it yourself. Wang Xi, don't be used by others. This person has many tricks, you must know it. Lee Chenkian kicked the ball back. It doesn't matter to Lee Minutes. Anyway, this is not the first time Wang Xi has conflicted with him. But there is still something to say. Wang Xi, I don't think you're stupid. You should know who provoked you just now. I won't say more. As soon as Lee Minutes finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Then Sei Chunhua was finally free. She walked over to Lee Minutes. Are you Mr. Zilly? Lee Minutes nodded. Then put the hat down. He took off the hat. There was no need to use it at this time. That handsome face was unmistakable. The girls upstairs screamed again. I was offended a lot just now. I'm really sorry. This apology made Lee Chenkian and Wang Xi wonder. Why would you offend him? But beat yourself up against the staff. Lee Chenkian didn't want to, and was about to go out to reveal his identity, saying that he was also a prince. How can you bear this anger? No matter how, you can't be weaker than Lee Minutes. I didn't take it to heart. At this time, an old woman came down from above. She saw Lee Minutes. Some people are saying that this old woman is Gyuxiu's handmaiden, the kind that is close to her body. Her appearance represented the appearance of Gyuxiu, only to hear her say, Mr. Zilly, why didn't you know when you came? Let us go to receive it. Miss Ji has been waiting on it for a long time. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lee Chenkian, why? Wang Xi, I have money, why not let me come first? All the girls, it's a pity that Gyuxiu has benefited. Cheng Chubai, I just said that Mr. Zilly is popular. He originally wanted to take advantage of his relationship, but now he doesn't have to. Others' relationship is harder than his, which directly attracted Gyuxiu's waiting. At the same time, everyone understood that the person Gyuxiu said to wait was Lee Minutes. Such a talented person is a match made in heaven. Lee Minutes shrugged his shoulders and said that there was nothing he could do if he was handsome. It's okay, am I here too? The old woman was very enthusiastic, and it was because she was treated favorably. Mr. Zilly, this way please. She wanted to lure Lee Minutes upstairs. Lee Minutes followed behind, and Xrengai also followed, and of course, Cheng Chubai was indispensable. Suddenly he walked to Lee Chenkian's side. What I want to get, even if I don't work hard, it will come to me. But you are different. You have no chance to get what you want without hard work, and even if you work hard, the chance is slim. Lee Chenkian jumped like thunder when he reported this. I'm mad at me. I'm mad at me. Kill him. At the same time, the guards behind him also dispatched. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. They attacked, and they were about to kill Lee Minutes. The girls exclaimed, what? This is fatal. But it could be heard twice. The guard's knife was directly cut into two halves. What? His men were stunned. You can't kill me. Just stay underneath. Sei Chunhua was even more stunned. That Xrengui's swordsmanship was too fast, so fast that she didn't know why. When she reacted, start picking up the pieces. Whoever dares to do it is against Yai Honglu, and no one wants to leave here. As soon as she drank, All the men moved again, holding knives in their hands, facing Li Chengqian and his men. "Let's go first." Xu Jingzong was startled. "Humphrey, there is no point in staying here any longer." Li Chengqian waved his hand and walked outside. As for Wang Xi, he stayed here. With silver in hand, he shouted, "Whoever comes to accompany this young master, whose money belongs to me." Li Minutes was paying attention to the man at the corner. Chapter 82. Tell Li Shimin. In this way, everything is back to normal. Sai Chunhua turned to face Li Minutes with a smile. "Mr. Zilli, you are startled. Miss Ji's waiting for you upstairs." 80% of this man named Sai Chunhua is the boss here. Looking at her style, it's exquisite, and most people don't have her style. Li Minutes couldn't really see it just now. "Oh, wait a minute." Sai Chunhua was puzzled. "Why wait? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The girl has been waiting on it for a long time." Li Minutes looked around. He could feel a pair of hot eyes staring at him upstairs. But now he wants to meet an acquaintance. That person who can't avoid his gaze no matter how he dresses up, no matter how he bows his head. That's right, that's Cheng Yojin. This guy actually came out to drink flower wine. If his wife found out, he would have to have his leg broken. Is his mother-in-law unsatisfied or what? Just now, he thought of a plan, and then he wants to implement it. "Mr. Zilli?" Seeing that he didn't speak, Sai Chunhua asked again. "I'll go up later, busy first." Sai Chunhua was puzzled. You must know that Jiruxiu has been waiting for him, and his face is the greatest. No one in the entire capital can be treated like him. To make a Jiruxiu wait for him? But if people want to do this, what can she do? He looked at the people around him watching the fun. She smiled and said, "Okay, it's all right, let's all play together." "And girls, what are you looking at? Go back." When she shouted, everyone hid. I didn't dare to show my face again. Sai Chunhua looked at Li Minutes and continued, "Then I will not accompany you, you go up by yourself." After that, he left here and went to entertain others. He didn't say a word about what just happened. I didn't ask much, and knowing more about some things is not a good thing. Of course, to be able to do this, she must be well informed. Today's situation is small. Wait until she's gone. Cheng Chubai, Fang Yi, Li Minutes suddenly exclaimed. The two of them stepped forward and asked, "What is Mr. Zilli's order?" When he called the two of them, Cheng Yojin was more careful on the side, and even covered his face with his sleeves. For fear of being recognized, Li Minutes would ask his son to come over for a while, so he couldn't tell. It's as humiliating as being caught by a son. But how could Li Minutes do such a thing? What he has to do is more exciting than this. You two are so. He leaned into their ears and said. After the two heard it, they smiled knowingly. This smile made Cheng Yojin, who was on the side, feel a little puzzled. What the hell did he say? What are they laughing at? But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only sit and wait. The more I sit, the more terrified I get. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Cheng Chubai and the two left. But it was so tense again, because Li Minutes had already walked towards him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled a girl over. "General Cheng, good or bad, it hurts the little girl." "Be gentle," the girl cried out, which made him sigh. Why is it called out? Isn't that revealing yourself? In the end, he simply did not hide. He straightened his body and showed his face, because Li Minutes had already sat in front of him. As soon as the girl saw someone coming, it was Li Minutes, so she left. After all, this is what men want to talk about, and they can't stay there to avoid being annoying. As for Xrengai, he was standing behind Li Minutes, and King told people to leave here, leaving a space for the two to talk about secrets. Li Minutes sat down and said, "General Cheng, you are so elegant. It wasn't long before dawn, and you came here to drink flower wine? Was it because Aunt Cheng was not well served? Or is it a monthly suffocation?" There is something in this sentence, and it also has a sour meaning. Cheng Yojin was a little embarrassed to hear this, hastily said, "Mr. Zilli, you are here too." "What? You can come, but I can't." Cheng Yojin was so frightened that he got up immediately. Everyone around was stunned. "What's going on?" Cheng Yojin got up in one sentence, and was so frightened. I'm afraid this is a serious remark. No, no, that's not what I meant. Don't be nervous, sit down, don't stand, it's too attractive. Mr. Zilly, when I came here, I was actually thirsty. I want a drink. Cheng Yojin wanted to explain, but was stopped by Lee Minutes. Everyone is a man, I understand. I'm thirsty, haven't I eaten in the morning? I'm still hungry. Hungry and thirsty. Hungry, right? This Cheng Yojin was said to be like a child who made mistakes. Lee Minutes did not entertain Cheng Yojin anymore. Actually, I came here to ask you to help me with something. What's up? Cheng Yojin felt bad. It's very simple. Tell your majesty that what happened to Li Chengqin here today is enough. Cheng Yojin breathed a sigh of relief. There was a conflict just now, and he thought of it. But because his son was there, and the prince was also there. Of course, there is another named Xu. He was afraid that his wife would find out, and that would be the end. Cheng Yojin is notoriously afraid of his wife. In the morning, he also lied to Kui Shi that his majesty had something to explain. Now he is here, accompanied by a girl. If he goes back, he might be kneeling on the washboard. It will also give you a bad reputation. But, what? Don't you want to? Just now I took your face into consideration and let Chu Bai and his wife leave. Otherwise they might have spoken out. Yuukanzu www.yuukanzu.com. This Cheng Yojin was actually a little grateful when he heard it. After thinking for a while, he said, can you really keep a secret for me about today's affairs? Of course, as long as you promise me, everything can be said. My character is fine, Lee Minutes said with a smile. Okay, I will enter the palace and talk to His Majesty about this later. After Cheng Yojin finished speaking, he thought again. What did you let them do there? He didn't quite understand what Lee Minutes said to them just now, and their expressions seemed to be very willing to do it. Lee Minutes smiled and did not directly explain what was going on. Let them do something interesting, and they won't be back anytime soon. You can also have a couple of drinks here. What's up? Of course it is a very interesting thing. Very relieved. That's it. That's fine. I'll go first. Would you like 2 more drinks? No, no, nothing else. Farewell. Cheng Yojin got up immediately and left in a hurry. Mr. Zilly, this Xreng, I was puzzled by what you Lee Minutes said and what the two of them did. Let's go. You'll know in a while. So, the two went upstairs. Chapter 83. Who has gone to reveal the wind? The two went to the 2nd floor, and someone led them to the depths. After reaching the door of a room, Lee Minutes could hear a guzzing playing. Look at the woman playing the guzzing, dressed in elegant clothes, full of fairy spirit, just like a fairy descending to earth. It can be felt that this woman wants to test his temperament. When it comes to rhythm, Lee Minutes knows not many musical instruments, but only a guitar goes around the world. The guitar in the future is the most fun and powerful artifact. But sometimes the music is the same, so in terms of rhythm, he also has some research. For this piece of guzzing, it is very far away. The level of those who play is very high. He avoided opening his mouth. Good. Plays very well. The woman who was playing the guzzing stopped when she heard the sound. The sound of the piano stopped abruptly. As soon as she saw the visitor, she got up and came towards him. His eyes were fixed on Lee Minutes. His eyes are like water. His eyes are clear. Then, he seemed to realize that he had been rude, so he saluted Lee Minutes. Little girl Jiuxiu, I have seen Mr. Zilly. Her form is very beautiful. This is the case with the flower girl. It looked like she had seen herself. Girls don't have to be polite. After finishing, Jiuxiu got up, looked at Lee Minutes, and didn't speak for a long time. Girl, how long are you asking me to stand here? Aren't you asking us to sit in? Jiuxiu was a little embarrassed. Immediately said, oh, sorry, please come in quickly. Then, the two were introduced into it. There is a lot of space inside, and there are a lot of curtains hanging on the side, through which you can see everything below. Just now, the place where they quarreled could be clearly seen. Presumably this woman had already seen their conflict there. Looking further to the side, there is a window on the other side of the curtain, and the bottom is full of literati and writers. They are all waiting quietly under the Yihong building. Lee Minutes wondered, what are these people here for? When someone recognized him, he shouted, "It's Mr. Zilli. He is really in the Yihong building." Isn't that the room where Jiuxiu was? Jiuxiu actually met him alone. It's really different to have literary talent. If one day I can be like Mr. Zilli, that's fine. Lee Minutes. How did you find out about your trip? Who went to reveal the wind? And so many people gathered in a short period of time? This is interesting. He should have fallen into the calculations of some people. Next, we had to see the tricks. Sir, please take a seat. Jiuxiu led Lee Minutes to sit down. Sei Chunhua walked in from the outside at this time, and there were more than 30 girls behind her who followed her in. Is it 1 to 30? But he still thinks too much. Girl Ji has admired her husband very much since she came to Yihonglu, and she thought that she must meet him. But she couldn't go out, so she invited him over. I didn't expect him to come, which made us very happy. Lee Minutes glanced at Jiuxiu. She was hesitant to say anything. So why didn't he feel like what the woman said? It feels like this Yihonglu deliberately let him come over to increase the literary atmosphere. It is to enhance their reputation, which is equivalent to packaging themselves. These people are really useless. He also noticed the changes in the neighborhood, especially since a large number of literati had gathered outside the Yihong building at this time. He had a feeling that all of this was deliberately done by Sei Chunhua. Jiuxiu must not know, but when I came here today and saw Jiuxiu, it was not without gain. Immediately afterwards, the 30 girls all sat down. They are all very beautiful, and they have special makeup. These people just looked at Lee Minutes and Xrengai. Neither speak. It looked a little strange to them. This is, Sei Chunhua responded. These girls all want to meet Mr. Zilli. I hope Mr. Zilli will not care. Don't you supervise your chat with Jiuxiu? Embarrassed. Forget it. Go by her. Lee Minutes didn't care about this woman, and said to Jiuxiu, I received the gift from the girl yesterday, thank you very much. Jiuxiu responded, nowhere. Mr. Zilli returned the gift. It's still a precious gift, so polite. It is a precious gift to others, but to oneself, it is nothing of value. So you can give as much as you want. It's natural. When someone respects me, I respect them. What song did the girl play just now? It's an ode to Chainan. What does Mr. Zilli think? Don't wait for Lee Minutes to answer. Sei Chunhua interrupted the two of them again, and even said, yeah, how did Mr. Zilli feel when you listened to that song just now? Miss Ji's playing this song is the only existence in Chainan, and no one can reach it. Mr. has a strong literary talent, so he must have never studied rhythm, right? But it doesn't matter, you are here, just to let Miss Ji teach you. If you can make an exception and write a poem for each other, that would be the best. Everyone in Chainan knows that Lee Minutes no longer writes poetry to sell people. Therefore, many people racked their brains for his poems. Maybe the same is true of this woman, asking for poetry with music. But Lee Minutes thought that this product was showing off. The girl who shows off her family is amazing. I am belittling myself again, and I want my own poems. I hate this stuff. He also felt that when he came to Yihonglu, he felt like he was having a conversation with this old woman instead of Jiuxiu. It can be seen that Jiuxiu is also a little embarrassed at this time. Maybe she also felt that this was not her intention. Lee Minutes ignored Sei Chunhua's words again. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Directly commented, the song the girl played just now is very intoxicating, with a profound artistic conception. It is like holding a handful of mountain spring water, picking up a few strings of flying beads and splashing jade, and in the lingering of silk and bamboo, it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Jiuxiu was surprised when she heard Lee Minutes' analysis. Lee Minutes' performance is more about literary talent, but there is nothing special about the tunes. It turns out that the gentleman can not only write poetry, but also taste music. The taste is so suitable. Not only him, but all the women present were amazed. It is impossible to say the above without some foundation. And every word is used extremely appropriately. I am afraid that only Lee Minutes can say such words. A little research, a little research. At this time, Sei Chunhu actually said again, why don't we do this, let Mr. Zilly play a song, and let us have a good ear. After that, he took his own initiative to open the curtains. Then he said to the people below, listen, everyone, Mr. Yu Zilly came to my Yaihonglu today, and was honored to ask him to play a guzzing for us. What do you think? The woman's voice was very loud, and everyone gathered around her with just such a cry. The Yaihong building was surrounded by people inside and out. It looks like you can't play a song yourself, right? Chapter 84 Buying and Leaving. Sei Chunhua's words attracted everyone's applause. The people below all roared. Some also moved chairs downstairs. No matter what you say, you have to listen to Lee Minutes play a song to satisfy your ears. At this moment, Lee Minutes said, guzzing, I won't. When these 3 words came out, everyone was shocked. Wasn't that for demolition? The most embarrassing thing is probably Sei Chunhua. He said everything just now, but he said number. At the same time, some people began to speak coldly. Can't play, you said there is research? Is it a joke? Wangxi shouted from below. Zilly can't do this. I thought he could do anything. Besides writing poems and deceiving women, what else can he do? Are these people asking too much of themselves? Do you have to be able to play if you can analyze the music yourself? Wangxi said it was not enough, and went on to say, I can't do anything, and now I don't write poetry anymore. I really don't understand you. But you still have to stick your hot face on his cold ass to make money from the master, isn't it? It's better to have Jiuxiu accompany me. Some grandpa has money. Am worried that I have nowhere to spend. Wangxi is really vulgar, and he can say anything. But looking at the situation, he seems to be right. Attracted some people to go along with it. If you have a bit of literary talent, you have to pretend, thinking that you are selling poetry, and then swaying and deceiving, and asking Jiuxiu to meet by name. It is really unfair. Lee Minutes. These people really don't give a shit. But he's not money, and he can't be liked by everyone. The only thing that can stop them is their own performance. Sei Chunhu didn't know it would be like this. It doesn't matter. If you don't know it, you can ask Miss Ji to teach it. The same thing. My girl from Yaihonglu is very willing to do this. It is also a good thing to let the poetry and kin close together. As soon as these words came out, other discussions started. No matter what, as long as it has something to do with Lee Minutes, there must be nothing good about it. For example, the first genius even asked someone to teach him to play the guzzing. Mr. Zilly doesn't seem to be omnipotent either, saying that he is swollen and fat. Sei Chunhua's purpose for doing this is obvious. Even Mr. Zilly came to my Yaihonglu to learn the guzzing. If it spreads out, his Yaihonglu's reputation will become very good. I thought I was going to have a solo date with Jiuxiu. I didn't want to, but it was such a big deal. Regarding this, Lee Minutes was very displeased with Sei Chunhua. What does she want to do? He already understands. Must not be what she wants. Want to take advantage of yourself? No way. In that case, he is welcome. Why do you know the guzzing? Can you? His question left everyone speechless. Yes, why can't I do it myself? But to use this to ask Lee Minutes? This seems unreasonable. Wangxi said, could it be that Mr. Zilly can play other musical instruments, for example, beating gongs and drums? His words made everyone laugh. Beating gongs and drums? Anyone with power can do it. So let's see if it sounds good or not. That being the case, the only option is to shut up all these people. He looked at the lute leaning on the side. Miss J, can you lend me the pipa? Lee Minutes was just confused. Guzzing? How could he? Afraid of being embarrassed. If the pipa is used as a guitar, then there is more to say. So, he looked at this room. Just a pipa and a guzzing. The guzzing is too complicated and there are too many strings in the guzzing. I'm afraid I can't use my hands. Pipa can give it a try. So, he quickly checked the browser. I've been seeing a video. Chinese music master Fang Jinlong plays the pipa as an electric guitar, playing all kinds of musical instruments in the world. It's just the sound of nature if you are interested. You can listen to it. It is shocking. The all-powerful pipa in Greater China can do anything. But think about it. The pipa has 4 strings and the guitar has 6 strings. There is a difference of 2 strings between the two. How can it be possible to play a guitar? He was a little disbelieving, so he clicked on the video. At first glance, it turns out that it can be done like this, which is simply too wonderful. In terms of his own ability to play the guitar, the lute can also be played. He directly integrates lute and guitar. Learn it in just a short time. Jiuxiu asked in surprise, "Sir, can you really play the pipa?" "Know a thing or two." Sai Chunhua seized this good opportunity. That is to say, how about asking Mr. Zilli to play a song for us? This statement directly attracted the approval of the people. That's a shame. Jiuxiu picked up the pipa and gave it to Li Minutes. When he took the lute, everyone frowned, because it's so unprofessional. Where is it that I know a thing or two? I just don't understand it. Wang Xi also saw Li Minutes' unprofessionalism, and he laughed again. I don't believe that Zilli can play the pipa. I'm afraid he deceived us, right? I bet 100 that he won't play a good tune. Li Minutes smiled. Since this guy has always wanted to lie down, he is welcome. Okay, I'll bet with you. And I'll also offer 100. If you win, the 100 are yours. As soon as these words came out, someone followed. I bet you won't. 20. I'm afraid these people have something to do with Wang Xi, right? It has been like this from the beginning until now. They were all skeptical. As a result, there are about 500 in total. After everyone stopped, Li Minutes said, "Okay, is there anyone else betting? If not, please put the money on that table. If I lose, you will get 100, and if you lose, 500 be mine." "Let it go. It's 100 of silver." Wang Xi put down the money first, and others followed suit. At this time, Jiuxiu suddenly said, "Sir, I bet you win, and I will also bet 100. So, if they win, that one gets 250. If you lose, you have nothing." This woman still has eyes. She deserves her money. Li Minutes said softly, "Miss J, do you believe that I can win?" "I feel like you can. I trust my gut." Li Minutes praised, "You really have a vision." As for Sai Chunhua on the side, she stood up and said, "I, Sai Chunhua, are here to testify for everyone, and no one is allowed to blunder. Once someone blunders, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out of my Yaihonglu." She said it with a fierce look on her face, and at the same time, the men below moved. If there is a need, they will be the first to rush out. With her in charge, the gamble will go well. Okay, buy it and leave. Sai Chunhua is afraid that the casino has been in the casino for a long time. This name has so much meaning. This gamble spread directly for a while. More onlookers were attracted. They looked at Li Minutes and wanted to hear how he would play the pipa next. Looking at his unprofessional appearance, many people want to see his jokes. How can a person who can't even play the pipa play a good piece of music? This is the basic skill. Chapter 85 Perfect Face Slap. P.S. 5 more updates today. Please spread the word about this book. Let more people see this book. Sai Chunhua repeated it again. Buy and leave. Who else? There is still a chance to increase now. Wang Xi stood up and said, "As far as I know, Zilla's way of holding the pipa is wrong." "What kind of rhythm do you still believe he will play?" "So, let's add more." Under his instigation, many people also stood up. "I'll give you 100. I'll give out 30. In just a moment, more than 500 entered the prize pool. There are more than 1,000 in total. If you win, you can earn more than anything. Anyone else? Sai Chunhua looked around and asked. Suddenly, Xrengai also joined the ranks. "I will pay 100 to buy Mr. Zilli to win." These 100 were given to him by Li Minutes recently, and it was because of his protection that Li Minutes was safe. Based on Xrengai's familiarity with Li Minutes, this time, he believed that Li Minutes would definitely win. Not for anything else, but for the firm belief in his heart. Okay, no one has added the code. Let's start. Wang Xie even started to urge. He was a little impatient. Then it'll be ugly. Li Minutes said softly. Holding the pipa directly horizontally, It is very similar to the frame of a guitar. For quite a few years, he was known as the Little Prince of the Guitar, and his familiarity with the guitar was in the forefront. In addition, after watching the video, he also understood it in his chest. Unexpectedly, his grip was ridiculed by everyone. Mr. Zilly doesn't seem to know it. Can this kind of play a good tune? Jiryuxu's 100 tals is about to be lost. Wanxi also said, "Don't be afraid, I can give Jiryuxu the 100 tals. As long as she accompanies me today, I can give her 200 tals." Really, Toad wants to eat swan meat. It's so beautiful to think. Jiryuxu looked a little embarrassed at Lee Minut's grip, and said, "Mr. Zilly must be showing us the wrong way to hold the pipa." Right. The correct way is to hold the pipa vertically, press the strings with the left hand, and play with the 5 fingers of the right hand. This is what she did intentionally, for the sake of Lee Minut's face. But Lee Minut said, who stipulated that the pipa can't be held like this. As soon as these words came out, some literati like old men said, "It's a blasphemy to the ancestors to hold it this way." They created such an instrument and must need future generations to follow their way. Yes, there is no way to make a circle without rules, and it must be done step by step. Lee Minut didn't care, holding up the red lacquer pipa and said, "As long as you can play beautiful music, it's a matter of personal freedom." Moreover, this may be an innovative method. You people are too conservative. The attainment of rhythm is nothing more than that. Instead, he said this from the commanding heights. Even look down on these people. It made everyone sigh. Some people also said that this is an insult to the creation of the ancestors. Pretend. It's fake. Lee Minut didn't want to pay attention to them. The more he is like this, some people have already shown disdain. If they don't understand, they just don't understand. Also forced to explain. See how embarrassing you are, and how embarrassing you are. Lee Minut ignored these worldly gazes, and this attempt is a kind of progress in this era, an advancement that changes the traditional way of playing. In the future, the entry will be changed, and the horizontal play of the pipa will accomplish another mission, which will be more jumpy and lively. Mr. Zilly, don't pay attention to them. Come from your heart. I believe in you. Jiryuxu encouraged. Lee Minut smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be affected by them." If it is so easily affected, then you don't have to play. Then he looked at Sei-chan. Smart women understand. Absolutely quiet at this time. Everyone be quiet. Listen to how Mr. Zilly plays. After saying this, everyone was quiet, and no one made a sound. Lee Minut was very satisfied with Sei-chan's performance. He started to tap the pipa with his hands, and the pipa made a thud. Everyone wonders, what is this for? Isn't it playing? What are you doing with the lute? Is there something wrong with the lute? How do they know that this is a drum beat, which can bring a sense of rhythm and make the rhythm more full? If it is matched with singing, it will complement each other. When he clasped the top half of the string with his left hand and played the first string with his right. The sound is very crisp. People thought he was still trying. Dang dang. Then there were a few more crisp sounds, accompanied by a thumping drum beat. The two voices were intertwined. From this time on, one lute has become 2 musical instruments. He started to perform. At first, no melody could be heard. But as he continued, "This is regular," everyone was shocked. It turns out that the pipa can still make such a sound. But this is just the beginning, because at this time, Lee Minut spoke up. "The river is long and tempestuous, it was like a hero." This is a song he is familiar with, and also his favorite song, because it has a sense of history, a sense of age, and is atmospheric, which can instantly raise his image again. Everyone held their breath at this moment, because it sounds so good. If it's just the sound, it can't achieve this shocking feeling. But with the accompaniment of chords, reading www.uukanzu.com also has a slightly thick male voice. Everyone was mesmerized. It feels like the drums of war are beating now, as if 1,000 soldiers and horses are coming. From now on, people will not dare to say that Lee Minut is wrong. No one dared to say that he was wrong to hold the pipa horizontally, because it sounds so good. Whatever he plays is right. Then, Lee Minutes sang, "Success and failure turn around. The green hills are still there, and the sunset has turned redder several times." The audience was extremely quiet, and people quietly listened to the sound of the pipa and the thumping sound of the pipa being beaten. Especially Lee Minutes' strong singing voice made some people feel like dementia. Even Wanksy, who danced the most, kept his mouth shut. Good or bad, you can totally hear it. Finally, the song gets there. The white-haired fisherman on the river Narjizu is used to watching the autumn moon and the spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine is happy to meet each other. There are many things in ancient and modern times, and they are all jokes. As Lee Minutes stopped singing, the sound of the pipa gradually stopped. No one dared to say anything at this point. Why? Because only from the perspective of Lee Minutes' horizontal playing of the pipa, he is definitely a first-class master. Even traditional musical instruments can play tricks. He must have been deliberately showing weakness just now. Since then, no one dared to question him again. The singing stopped for about 10 breaths, and then the people slowly slowed down. The people below began to cheer. "It sings so well. The poem is so good. Better play. Perfect. Simply perfect." This time, it completely slapped the faces of those who questioned. Jiryuxu's eyes were fixed on Lee Minutes, and all the women were staring at him, including Nasai Chunhu as well. "This man is amazing." Chapter 86. Accept us as disciples. Lee Minutes was very satisfied with everyone's performance. For this kind of occasion, he is also not surprised. From the time he wrote poetry, he had become accustomed to the feeling of being surrounded by the center. Coupled with his strong skill level, he just played the pipa into a guitar, and combined with the drum beat and his own voice advantage, he sang a song that made people excited. People who sing for a long time can't be calm, like being in it. It's just a song. He sings the feeling of a concert. It feels like one person is a band. In particular, people who are nearby are more addicted to listening. The singing spread, and some pedestrians even stopped, raised their heads, and listened to the singing. What kind of combination is this? They haven't heard of it before. It would be even more shocking if they knew it was done by a single person. During the performance, Lee Minutes looked around, first from Jiryuxu, and then to Sei Chunhua. This old woman has regretted it very much. After all, there was an opportunity in front of her just now, and she didn't cherish it or make a bet. Otherwise, she can still win some money back. Everything is too late. Now there is nothing. Look at Xrengai again. Because he believed in himself, he earned more than 300 tals for 100 tals. This business is worth it. At the same time, Wanksy and others below were very depressed. They even began to blame Wanksy, because the outcome is already decided, and things cannot be seen on the surface. Lee Minutes' music did not stop, and continued to sing. Bring the scene to a climax. Finally, he stopped singing. The singing ended with a majestic chord. After a long time, the people cheered. "Great song. Do it again." Mr. Zilly is a musical genius. Words like this kept popping up from the crowd. And Lee Minutes put down the pipa and didn't intend to play it again. What song did Mr. Zilly perform just now? It's like putting people in the middle of it. There are so many things in the past and present. They are all in jokes. Jiryuxu asked. The first word is the title of the song. She doesn't seem to have asked enough. Then he said, "You made the lyrics. Can you teach the little girl to practice it?" She opened her head, and 30 other women stepped forward at the same time. Don't wait for Lee Minutes to reply. "Mr. Zilly, can you teach us too? We want to learn too." Others want to learn how to play the pipa horizontally. Mr. Zilly's singing voice is simply rare in the world. The reverberation lingers around for 3 days, and it won't go away for a long time. Not only them, but also the literati and writers below are even more excited. What they do is poetry, and the only one who can write this poetry must be Mr. Zilly. Lee Minutes enjoyed everyone's praise. This feeling is very strange, and he deserves it. But there is still one thing to do, and that is the money has not been recovered. Wait a minute, my bet is not over yet. Let me deal with it first and then talk about it. People were puzzled. Mr. Zilly really loves money. It should be his own. Not a single point can be lost. It's not your own. You can't take a cent. Lee Minutes' principle of doing things is like this. At the same time, there are two sides to the matter, but his performance made some people fall in love with his humanity. Mr. Zilly has a real temperament. He just has to deal with it first. We agree with his approach. More than 1,000 tls is not a little bit of money. Of course, the money will come to your pocket first before you can feel at ease. Lee Minutes said, Sei Chunhua's bet. Sei Chunhua is still in regret, but she has seen the world. Know what to do. Before Lee Minutes could finish speaking, she signaled that she understood, and then said, in such a gamble, Mr. Zilly wins, but does anyone have any objections? She said that. How can anyone dare to object? Judging from Lee Minutes' performance, full marks. And their gamble is whether Lee Minutes knows how to play, not whether he plays well. Even if it is the latter, everyone's performance has said everything. Okay, since everyone has no objection, I declare Mr. Zilly the winner. There was cheers from the crowd below. His victory was expected. Come on, take all the money on the table, etc. At this time, Wanksy said suddenly. Lee Minutes smiled and asked, why, Wanksy, are you still not convinced? No, this is not a normal playing method. No, traditional Pipu is not played like this. This guy didn't even admit defeat. Lee Minutes smiled. Really? If so, he held the Pipu upright, as the internet said, with a good appearance. Then I started to play, but not the same piece, but some simple chords. People were listening, but he stopped. The crowd was very eager to hear the song. But Lee Minutes didn't come here to perform. He was just too talented and didn't want people to take advantage of it. So he played this song. That's it. So is my Jiruxu Eden's words. Jiruxu spoke for Lee Minutes. At the same time, Wanksy was at a loss for words and had nothing to say. It turns out that Lee Minutes is the real master. It's just that he has been hiding, and what he has done is different from the world. Sei Chunhua didn't care so much, and said directly, come here. Bring the money up and divide it into 3 parts. Mr. Zilly won, his subordinates won, and J-Girl won. Although she still regretted not placing the bet, it was already like this, and that was it. Xrengai, collect the money. Yes, 600 tls were in hand, and they each had 300 tls. With such a little weight, Xrengai could handle it. After doing this, Lee Minutes returned the paper to Jiruxu. Suddenly, Jiruxu knelt down. Mr. Zilly, can you accept me as a disciple? I want to learn paper from you. This kneeling, you reading www.uukanzu.com blinded Lee Minutes. He wanted to help him, but the 30 girls behind him knelt down. Not only that, but there were also many literati and writers who knelt down at the same time and did the apprenticeship ceremony. Counting down, there were actually 300 people. Such a battle was shocking. All of this was completely unexpected by Lee Minutes. They seemed really shocked. So do you accept it? He began to measure. But he said, someone doesn't want to accept apprentices for the time being, so hurry up and get up. Jiruxu said, Confucius taught 3,000 students in his lifetime, and he was of high moral character. The teacher is comparable to Confucius and Mencius, and the poems and kin sounds are all complete. If it is lost, it will be a loss for the Tang dynasty. Why not teach it to us, and let us pass it down on behalf of the teacher? Having said that, Lee Minutes had a plan in his mind. Maybe he could do that. Since everyone wanted to learn, he didn't want to refuse, but he needed something different. So, he cleared his throat and said, it's not impossible to accept you. But just what? Everyone asked in unison. Then Lee Minutes said a word that people are unfamiliar with. Everyone knows this, and that's what it is. Everyone gave Lee Minutes a thumbs up. Chapter 87 Entry Update, 100,000 Difficult Books. Lee Minutes' idea is simple. Let me teach you that you can. But it just needs to go through the process. Right? For example, pay first. He is not a philanthropist, and if he asks for money, he will leave nothing behind. So, he said, it's not impossible to teach you. Everyone was very happy to hear it. But Li Huifeng turned around. Everyone wonders, how come there are buts? But what? But I need to charge for what I teach. 100 tals per person. Teaching for a month. Once these words were said, the number of people who wanted to learn was directly reduced by half. It's too much money after all. And it's only been taught for a month. Then again, if you can't learn it for a month, then you don't have to learn it. What Lee Minutes wants to teach is modern rhythm. And he can still hear modern songs on the streets of Chainan in the future. Isn't that fragrant? What he wants to teach is do, ru, mi, fa, so, la, 11, as well as various tones. 1 month of study, you can quickly lead them to start. And if you want to learn something advanced, you can pay. His time is valuable. Some people flinched. But Jiruxiu did not flinch. I'm willing. I'll pay 100 tals first, she said. I made more than 300 tals just now, and it was all because of Lee Minutes, so I didn't feel bad about taking out the money I earned to learn something, and this is equivalent to one more skill. In the future, it can be said that it is under the name of Shicheng Zili. Judging from Zili's reputation, the gold content is very large. Spend more than you earn. As for the 30 girls, they thought for a moment. After all, everyone's money is not blown by the wind. 100 tals, I can't get it out for a while. They definitely don't earn as much as Jiruxiu. Someone downstairs said, I won't learn from Mr. Zili, but can Miss Ji teach us at that time? But someone said, that's the essence of learning. As for the people below, they said that except for Mr. Zili, no one else recognized it. There are people laughing at that person. Can Jiruxiu teach you? It's a joke. She doesn't have time to teach you even if you pay 1,000 tals. It's unrealistic. The scene was immediately chaotic. But that's just their confusion. At this time, Jiruxiu asked again, I don't know where to learn it. When will it start? Can you tell me this? The scene will be quiet again. Yes. Where to learn? Lee Minutes did not expect that this woman agreed. Well, then implement his second plan. Open a training class. Before Lydian got up, they opened a training class first. And the name has also been thought of. It is called the Prosperous Tang Training Class. And he also wants to imitate the future practice. Give them teaching materials, as well as certificates after graduation. A few classes a day before. A few days off for a few days, etc. If you don't take advantage of the good system in the future, it's really a waste. There is a template to use, but if you don't use it, it simply ruins his identity as a transmigrator. In the future, you can also train some backbones. He only needs to be a boss to get money, and he will leave everything to the people below. Isn't that fragrant? Therefore, when Jiruxiu spoke, he said, just in the Shengton group, I'm going to open a Shengton training class. What is a training class? Everyone is puzzled. Lee Minutes then said, the team composed of training and training. Is this understandable? People just realized that this is a bit like a troop, where a group of people and horses gather together. Speaking of it together, someone below began to instigate. We are willing to study in the same place as Jiruxiu. Is it possible to see Jiruxiu every day? Yes, in the future, we will be classmates. In this way, I will also participate. In the future, I would like to ask Jiruxiu to give more advice. There are many noble children of these people. They all said they were willing to pay for it. No matter what their purpose is, Lee Minutes is sure to earn the money. This was completely unexpected to Li Yan. At the same time, the entry about him has been updated. The first melody master of the Tang dynasty, a famous teacher, no one before and no one hereafter. The founder of the training course, leading the rapid development of Datang's cultural industry. The first and only person through the ages. From then on, the Tang dynasty was multicultural and exported to all countries in the world. People in all countries commemorated Lee Minutes as the patriarch. A large number of titles appear in his introduction. 100,000 words can't write an introduction about him. All this, he does not care. What he cares about is how many people sign up. The scene was sensational. Lee Minutes and Sei Chunhua said, Can Sei Chunhua do me a favor? Please say, help me go to Shangtang Group to find Zushan. Oh, that's. Without him, I want to register. How many people will sign up for the training class? Mr. Zilli, I can help you register, Jiuxiu said. This time, the scene was sensational again. Her registration means people can get closer to her. Unexpectedly, Sei Chunhua said, girl is so tender. How can you do this kind of thing? I have more girls in Yaihonglu. Come here, and you will write down these people. She casually pointed at a woman. She should be, so she asked someone to bring a pen. Go downstairs, clear a table, sit at the table, and wait for registration. You can sense that people are a little disappointed. As for Lee Minutes, he said, if you want to learn, you can register directly here. Tomorrow morning, go to Shengtang to discuss and pay the money. At that time, I will give each of you a Liulai plaque with your name as a certificate. In this way, everyone you can come to training with your badge. Otherwise, with so many people, how could he recognize them all? Only the glazed card is the only existence that cannot be copied. As soon as this move came out, the audience would be a sensation again. The glazed card with the name is unique. It is simply extravagant. In the whole of Chainan, I am afraid that only Lee Minutes can do this. This is a fatal attraction, and it can really achieve a good effect. Because when the words just fell, people rushed to register. Seeing people so enthusiastic. Some people are sour. 100 kills. 100 people is 10,000 kills. Look at these people, more than 100 people. I'm afraid this is much more profitable than Sigo Tang. But then again, this kind of professor is equivalent to receiving money in advance, and it may take a month or two to teach in the future, which naturally takes a lot of time. At the same time, Wang Xi left here in a hurry with his family members, probably to report to his father what happened today. Seeing that the Yaihonglu was very noisy, Sei Chunhua couldn't stand it. She said, come on, pull up the curtains, close the door, and ask for some peace. At this time, people closed the doors around them. Wait, don't close the east window. Lee Minutes seemed to see something. It is to prevent these people from closing the east window. He walked to the window, and when he saw it, he smiled knowingly. As for the others who wondered why he was smiling so happily, then they followed, and when they went, they saw a shocking scene. This. Chapter 88. The Right Decision. Mr. Zilli, what's wrong? Jiuxiu walked over, only to see two people being chased and beaten not far away. Faced with such a situation, Lee Minutes smiled. What is this laughing at? This. She wondered, what happened? The person in front of him seems to be familiar, but it is impossible to say who it is. There are very few people in Chainan City who dare to fight outside. After all, unlike in Yaihonglu, how to fight, few people care, except for the reporter. It's different outside, but there is Marquis Wu. If you hit someone, someone will come out to stop it. Looking at the situation, those people didn't seem to be afraid. There was no Marquis Marshal on the side. Could it be that someone did it on purpose? Sei Chunhua was also very puzzled, why the two of them didn't react normally when they looked outside. So she went too. One look, exclaimed, that's Xilang. How come he was chased and beaten, and it seems that his nose is blue and his face is blushing, and his companion has also injured his leg. That's right. Xilang was talking about Xi Jingzong, and his companion was Li Chengqian. The two guards they were carrying were chased and beaten by a group of masked men. After taking a closer look, he said, it's not that the leader of the beater is. Yes, is the master of the beater Cheng Chubai. He appeared from behind, carefully instructing everyone to beat people. The dozens of people he brought were chasing Xi Jingzong and Li Chengqian, and they were beaten. SHH. Lee Minutes motioned to keep quiet. Sei Chunhua glanced at him. Although this young man was young, he was ruthless and didn't talk much. She knew who Xilang was. Then, on the other side, there seems to be a fight. That's another team. The mastermind behind the scenes is Fang Yi. The person who was beaten was Wang Xi, who was so arrogant just now. He was beaten up. There are all wounds. This. Sei Chunhua was speechless. It seems that the most unprovocable lord is in front of this little brother. He doesn't care who you are. He just lets people beat you. What kind of background exists behind him? A chill came out of nowhere. Sei Chunhua, what you saw today, you shouldn't say it, right? Lee Minutes smiled and looked at Sei Chunhua. I didn't see anything. Sei Chunhua said that this is a smart person's choice. Lee Minutes dared to attack a high-ranking official, indicating that he also dared to attack Sei Chunhua. The girls on the side just stood there and didn't dare to move. They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't dare to go over. Lee Minutes didn't show any expression. Then he said, "Close the windows." His words cannot be questioned, and Sei Chunhua actually went to close the door by ghosts. The whole room was quiet now, less hustle and bustle below. Xrengai. Yes, take things out. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lee Minutes asked Xrengai to take out the things. Sei Chunhua is puzzled. What else do you need to bring out? I saw Xrengai took 10 bottles out of the box, neatly placed on the table. This is? Sei Chunhua asked. Jiryuxiu stepped aside and took a closer look. He said, Shengteng Group Worry-Free Wine. The former is the name of Lee Minutes' shop, but the latter's name makes people feel a little familiar. What is Worry-Free Wine? Until someone in the crowd shouted, but the Palace Royal Wine Worry-Free Wine? As soon as the man spoke, everyone responded. It is said that this worry-free wine only exists in the palace, and even His Majesty can't drink much. There are 10 bottles on the table right now. Is this wine real or fake? If it's real, it can't be bought with money. How could what Mr. Zilli took out be fake? Sei Chunhua was even more curious. These wines are for you. Sei Chunhua was frightened just now. This came to deliver wine again, which made her vigilant. She said, Mr. Zilli, we dare not accept such a valuable thing. That is imperial wine. How can it be collected indiscriminately? Sei Chunhua, I produced this wine. It wasn't stolen, nor was it stolen. Why don't you dare to accept it? No merit and no reward. You gave us such a precious thing. I am very guilty. A bottle of worry-free wine can be sold for 100 taels of silver when it is put on the market, right? Because of what? Because there is almost no such wine in the market, it is naturally a little more expensive. Lee Minutes brought 10 bottles as soon as he took it. How could Sei Chunhua dare to collect it? Ha ha ha, of course, this is not for nothing. When Lee Minutes said this, Sei Chunhua seemed to understand that there is really no free lunch in the world. What do we need to do? She asked. At the same time, he looked at Jiryuxiu, for fear that Lee Minutes would make some excessive demands, such as the woman beside him. It's very simple, as long as you do one thing. What's up? The girls were curious at the same time, especially Jiryuxiu frowned. She also wanted to know what exactly was needed to get these 10 bottles of worry-free wine. As long as this wine is placed in the most conspicuous place, as long as someone asks where this wine is produced, then the direct answer is that it is produced by the Shengteng Group. That's enough. When these words came out, everyone was surprised. It's that simple. Can you get this wine? At the same time, everyone was a little confused. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Is this Mr. Zilli stupid? This is obviously too simple. Wouldn't it be delicious to sell it with wine? Why even put it here? However, what Lee Minutes valued was different. Why? Because people who can come to brothels must have a certain spending power. Furthermore, people from all over the world gather here, including people from the civil society, the imperial court, and various countries. The flow of people is huge, as long as they know that there is alcohol. And if you ask about it, then when you sell wine, don't you save the cost of advertising? That's a real sellout. Same as yesterday's 4-fruit soup. But tell them about these things. How do they know? When Sei Chunhua heard it, he said, okay. This is good, don't worry, I will definitely put it in the most conspicuous place. So good. After that, Lee Minutes chatted with Jiryuxiu again. It was because of this that he left the Yaihong building. When he left, Jiryuxiu was reluctant to part. Sei Chunhua walked up to her and said, Mr. Zilli is a good man, excellent in everything. Yes, that's it. In the future, you have to communicate with him more. This is the rich man. As for the future, You will not receive guests. You just need to concentrate on getting him. Sei Chunhui is a smart person who knows who should be friends with and who should stay away. She also made a right decision. Yes. Jiu Xiu's face turned pink. As for the list that Lee Minutes held before, there were 202 people on it. One person here is 100 tls. And there will be more than 20,000 tls of income tomorrow. He smiled and walked out of the Yihong building, and two teenagers approached him. Chapter 89. Brother, I don't like men. Lee Minutes greeted the two to leave first. The group waited for a quiet place, then motioned to them. Sixth Prince, Fang Yi and I have handled it according to your wishes. Huh? Very good. You two did a good job. Lee Minutes said. Just now, he said something to the two of them. Among them were Li Chenqian, who went out to teach him a lesson, and Wang Xi, who went out later. It's everything they see above, and set up sets for them. Cheng Chubai said, this time, I didn't show up, and I marked the surname Xu as not being able to walk upright. As for the other person, I slapped him a few times. The injury was a little less, and finally I put the blame on Wang Xi. This is also what Lee Minutes meant. He slapped Li Chenqian in order to teach him a lesson and cause trouble for himself everywhere. At the same time, after really beating Zhu Jingzong and Li Chenqian, he also let them both be fine. There is only one trick, that is to put the blame on Wang Xi. Fang Yi also said, after we beat Wang Xi, we also put the blame on the surname Xu. So, it's a mutual misunderstanding. When Cheng Yojin went back, he told Li Shimin about Li Chenqian, and the next thing was the big dish. There will be chaos in the palace, if nothing else. The people of the Wang family will never let Li Chenqian go. Li Chenqian will not let the Wang family go. Let them hurt each other, it has nothing to do with him. Fortunately for you, in a while, you will go back with me, and I will have someone prepare some ice products for you. But that 4-fruit soup, Fang Yi asked excitedly. He didn't come yesterday, and Fang Xuanling didn't bring it back, so he didn't eat it. I have been listening to Cheng Chubai talking about it today, but he was so greedy. Now that I can finally eat it, I will try it if I say anything. Yes, there are other things that are guaranteed to make you feel good. He said something good. It must be good. This is also fortunate for the two of them. So Lee Minutes will not be stingy. Give them as much as they want. That's great. Let's go. Let's go back. He seemed a little excited. The group of people waited and went to the south of Dongxi, all the way to the outside of the Shengteng group. Lee Minutes saw that the place was still full of people, and there seems to be an argument outside the ice shop. So, he walked over quickly. At this time, a man was arguing with Zhu Shan. What's the matter? What's the noise? The two stopped. Mr. Zilli, this person is unreasonable. He insists that we have given less, and he gave us a clear calculation. There are a lot of things for sale, isn't it normal? He had to level a bowl of water. When I told him, I didn't understand. I said give him some more, and he said I was unreasonable. How is this man like this? Zhu Shan had a stomach full of fire and couldn't tell. It was full of helplessness again. Lee Minutes always found this familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. The man bowed to Lee Minutes. It turns out that you are Mr. Zilli, and my name is Li Chunfeng. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. It turns out that he is the mathematician Li Chunfeng. As soon as Li Chunfeng's name came out, some people in the crowd recognized his existence. They all pointed to each other. Obviously, this person still has a certain status in front of Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin asked him to reform the armillary sphere. This is the traditional nerd, and it's just so little ice water, so it's not like that. From Lee Minutes' point of view, when he was in the library before, it was because Li Chunfeng was coming that he only had a bite to eat. Then they entered the bookstore by mistake and solved the problem. They must have seen their own problem, and they probably couldn't understand it. Li Chunfeng, what's the matter? Let's talk to the side. Now there are still many people behind who have not been able to buy Sigo soup. You can't just stay here and make people wait. No, I have to explain the problem today. You see, if you lose this finger, you may lose a quarter of the amount. We bought it with money, and this less is a quarter of the amount. I can't accept it. Just say you think it's your fault. I only need one to admit it. Lee Chunfing is really sincere. An unreasonable look. No way. Born to be a mathematician, that's all. Lee Minutes had no choice but to say, we are wrong about this, but to be precise, it is an F less. Huh? How to calculate it? It's not the same as what I calculated. Lee Chunfing did not expect that Lee Minutes would take the initiative to admit his mistake, and at the same time he was puzzled. Looking at Lee Minutes again, why is the result different? There is a big difference between a quarter and a fifth. Look. This way. Lee Minutes was helpless, so he had to ask someone to bring a pen and list the formula for him. The volume was obtained from the shape of the glazed bowl, and due to the shape of the bowl mouth being large at the top and small at the bottom, the more you go up, the more 4-fruit soup you can hold. The calculation process is omitted here. The more this counts, the more shocked Lee Chunfing is, because Lee Minutes used the handwriting he saw that day. That's the exact same number. He remembered it, and was very excited. He grabbed Lee Minutes' hand. Almost speechless, Lee Minutes seemed a little helpless. Big brother, I don't like men. I'm afraid of you. Then he asked, Lee Chunfing, what are you doing? At the same time, Xrengai bullied himself and blocked Lee Chunfing away. Lee Chunfing was frightened by the sudden behavior. And then he felt a little rude. Sorry, I'm too excited. You answered so well that I was too excited and lost for a while. I apologize to you. Then, Lee Chunfing took the initiative to ask, Mr. Zilly, can I take a step to speak? Just now, I was just unreasonable, and now I have taken the initiative to ask. What the hell is this Lee Chunfing? His behavior is really fascinating. Mr. Zilly, this person is unreasonable. Do you need me to send him away? Xrengai thought Lee Chunfing was a lunatic. Just said this. Lee Chunfing said, no, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. No, please ask Mr. Zilly to take a step to speak. I have something to ask. Lee Minutes looked at the people around him, but he couldn't affect his business because of this product. So he agreed, okay, let's talk inside. Zushan, I'll leave it to you here. Yes. By the way, give us 5 bowls of 4-fruit soup. Give it to him too? Zushan asked. Because there are only 4 of them, take 5 bowls and 1 bowl for Lee Chunfing. He was puzzled. Yes, go. Okay. Zushan was very reluctant to do it. Okay, it's alright, let's go ahead and buy it. Afterwards, the scene returned to normal. Let's go inside. Lee Minutes motioned for Lee Chunfing to go inside. Lee Chunfing became very polite. Please, please, please. Then the group of people waited and walked inside. Once inside, Lee Chunfing knelt down to Lee Minutes. The attitude is very pious. Huh? What are you doing? P.S. This is the case for the time being. If you save more manuscripts, you will be violent. If you save more, you will be more violent. Please complete the order for support. Lai thank you all. Chapter 90 Tang figures. P.S. There are 6 more updates today, by the way, please order all. Thank you everyone. Lee Chunfing. What are you doing? Lee Chunfing took out a booklet from his arms and spread out. Pointing to the words above, he said, you wrote this? Lee Minutes looked at it. Wasn't it the problem he solved some time ago? The numbers above are still pretty obvious. 25 plus x plus 1 caret 2 plus 2x plus 1. 51. 4, 2. He didn't mean to hide either. Yeah, I figured it out at random after reading the topic that day. What's wrong? What a random thing. What else could he do? 6th Prince. Lee Chunfing is polite. Lee Chunfing knelt on the ground again and shouted. You know, Lee Chunfing and Lee Minutes don't know each other. For more than half of the time, Lee Chunfing was outside, and only occasionally went to see Lee Shimin. As for Lee Minutes, who was in the Deep Palace all the year round, he would never see him. Lee Minutes thought to himself, this is also possible? Discovered so soon? How did you know my identity? Only then did Lee Chunfing say, my subordinates read your problem-solving steps before, which are very clear and admirable. A person wants to know, who is the solution to this problem? That is really a genius. Then he took this booklet and went to the palace to ask His Majesty to send someone to assist his subordinates in finding the person who answered the question. I don't want your Majesty to recognize your font, so I directly said that it was the sixth prince. Since that day, the subordinates have been inquiring about the sixth prince, but they have no clue. In this way, Li Yan understood a little. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin could only understand his own words before concluding that it was his own. So that means that when Kong Yingde collected the poems, Li Shimin also knew what he did. It is good to dare to be affectionate. Let Li know that his life is not bad, and it is still affecting the trend of Datang in a subtle way. Make Datang stronger. Prove yourself to make Datang stronger. Let Li Shimin feel that he is inferior to himself. Li Chunfeng is a chatterer. He saw that Li Minutes did not speak. He said again, today finally let someone find the sixth prince. It's really great. What are you looking for from me? Li Minutes was puzzled. He also didn't let Li Chunfeng get up. If this person wanted to kneel, let him kneel for a while longer. But some talented people are some weirdos. Li Chunfeng is no exception. If you let him get up, maybe he will be angry. So go with him. Can you solve the problems in the 9 chapters of arithmetic for me? And how your solution works. And what are these numbers? Li Chunfeng's questions were very intensive, all about professional questions, and there was no chance for Li Minutes to reply. At this time, Zhu Shan walked in from outside. As soon as he heard this, he said, Li Chunfeng, if you ask that, how will the sixth prince respond to you? Which one will you respond to first? Only then did Li Chunfeng realize his negligence. Sorry, I'm a little excited. I want to ask these questions too much. Li Minutes said, come on, drink some 4-fruit soup first. Are you thirsty? As for your question, can I reply to you later? Yes, yes, when the sixth prince wants to say it, he will say it. Oh wait. The 5 people drank the 4-fruit soup. Cheng Chubai had drunk it, but still said it was good. Fang Yi exclaimed as she took a sip. Do you still ask? Can I get him to drink more? Li Minutes said that if he wants to drink, he has enough. As for Li Chunfeng drinking, he was thinking about the problem. It would be a waste for such a person to give him such a good thing, and his heart is here at all. Li Minutes sighed. I thought to myself, maybe I can teach him something first, and then teach him slowly about the problem solving later, such as Arabic numerals. So, he and Li Chunfeng said, Li Chunfeng, come here, I will write a few words to teach you. Li Chunfeng put down the bowl and followed. Later, Li Minutes wrote on the paper, 1,234,567,890. 10 Arabic numerals. Faced with such simple and incomprehensible numbers, everyone was puzzled. Except for one. Everyone else may not know it, because 1 is like a horizontal one. Cheng Chubai pointed at 0 and said, is this an egg? What a circle. If this is an egg, how should 689 be explained? Li Minutes rolled his eyes at him. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. It's Arabic numerals, he explained. Numbers are the foundation of mathematics. If you want to build a complete scientific system, simple numbers are essential. The most suitable numbers are Arabic numerals. It is of great significance to life, industry, agriculture and other aspects. With it, all aspects of Datang will be more convenient in the future. I happened to meet Li Chunfeng. He can advise in front of Li Shimin. Top-down propaganda from Li Shimin. It's definitely not enough to do this by yourself. He only provides ideas, and if he is tired, he will give it to others. So, as long as he is taught, everything will be easy. Why is it called Arab, and where is that? Or is it an uncle named Arab? Li Chunfeng considers himself to be erudite, but he doesn't know there is such a place as Arabia, even understood as a person. Only then did Li Minutes realize that it was a little too out of touch. So he said, somewhere in Dashi. As for the name, it is the title. In the future, we will call it Datang numbers, so that it can be better explained. It turns out that someone has seen the figures of Dashi from an ancient book, but it's not like what you drew. That's of course, he's writing about future improved numbers. How could he, A Tang dynasty person? No. Yes, I invented this math. Lee Minutes simply said so. As soon as his words came out, the crowd was full of admiration. In their hearts, Lee Minutes was really almighty. The sixth prince is really powerful. So what do these numbers represent? Can you explain the Tang numbers for someone? Of course. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. They have decided to teach him, and they will naturally teach them well. Next, it is necessary to use Li Chunfeng to promote it. So Lee Minutes simply taught him all. So he began to explain 10 Tang figures for Li Chunfeng, and explained the combinations of them, such as 10 million, 10 million, 100,000, and so on. The more he talked, the more excited Li Chunfeng heard. This Li Chunfeng is really a genius. Just listen to it once and remembered it all. In the end, Li Chunfeng said, "This great Tang figure is really exquisite." Then Lee Minutes began to explain to him the use of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division symbols, which made him agree. It has to be said that Arabic numerals do have an absolute advantage in calculation. Only one and only. There is no other number in the world as convenient as it is. After a long time, Lee Minutes taught Li Chunfeng some equations and explained the previous topic. Li Chunfeng stayed here all day. Lee Minutes also likes this kind of studious person. For the next few days, Li Chunfeng stayed in the Shengteng group until late at night before leaving. Li Chunfeng also said that he must talk to Li Shimin about this matter, and he must vigorously promote the opening of Tang figures. He didn't say it casually. In the afternoon, Li Chunfeng went to Taikai Palace. Chapter 91, Infidel, Kneel Down. In the main hall of Daji Palace, Li Shimin was so angry that his face turned purple. His hands trembled. He grabbed the plate on the table and threw it on the ground. Reverse, reverse. Everyone is reversed. I'm so mad. I'm really mad at me. Cheng Yojin on the side bowed his head and said nothing. I didn't expect Li Shimin to make such a big fire. It felt more like he made a mistake. Empress Chengsun asked, Zaiji, you just said that Gainer went to the brothel? Yes, Queen, the minister did see him, and the brothel where Jijingzong and the two went to together. You were there at the time? Cheng Yojin was speechless. His expression was a little embarrassed. Yes. He was there at the time. But that's not the point. The point is that the prince went to the brothel. Why do you care about me? Empress, this minister thought that the fact that the prince went to the brothel would be detrimental to the royal family, so I came to report it. What this means is that I kindly report. But you want to check me. Is this unreasonable? In this kind of matter, Cheng Yojin's handling is not the best, but it is not bad. Moreover, this matter cannot be admitted to death. Otherwise, I am afraid that there will be no good fruit to eat when I go back. Okay, the key to this matter is not to know the festival, but to the prince himself. As for the festival, he is also right, and he should be encouraged. In the future, the ministers will learn from him. Especially when it comes to the royal face, he must be encouraged. People report, otherwise we are all kept in the dark. If some people go the wrong way, it will be too late to regret it. Li Shimin said. In history, because the Prince Li Chengqian had little discipline, the incident of the prince's broken back happened. Then Li Shimin said with a sullen face, come here, let the prince come over. The thing to deal with is to deal with it well. A eunuch took his order. Yes, wait. Xu Jingzong and Kong Yingdu are also half-called. There is nothing wrong with calling Xu Jingzong, but what is Kong Yingdu for? Li Shimin's operation is puzzling. Yes. With the eunuch out the door, Cheng Yojin stepped forward at this time and said, Your Majesty, it better avoid it first. To avoid embarrassment. This involves the prince. He couldn't stay here for two reasons. First, he was a whistleblower and was known to Li Chengqian, and he didn't end well. Second, it's better to teach this kind of thing behind closed doors. He's an outsider, so it's not convenient for him to stay here. Li Shimin thought about it, but still refused Cheng Yojin's request. No, you stay here now. And you don't have to be afraid of him, thinking, with Zen here, and you are also his elder, what else can he do? In doing so, Li Chengqian hated Cheng Yojin to death. Although there is support from Li Shimin, Cheng Yojin would rather not have this kind of support. Originally, he didn't want to come here. It wasn't because Li Minutes was pushing him. He was feeling good now, and he didn't need to be caught in this vortex. At this time, he is a chess piece hovering between Li Minutes and Li Shimin. Looking at Cheng Yojin's expression is a bit wrong. Li Shimin added, "Of course, this kind of behavior of yours will be mentioned in the morning and rewarded. This is for the dignity of the royal family and for the future of the crown prince. This must be advocated." Cheng Yojin, how can there be a feeling of rewarding the whistleblower? This kind of behavior does not seem very glorious. He hated Li Minutes to death. But if he hadn't gone to Yihong Mansion by himself, nothing like this would have happened. If I knew it earlier, I would call Shangfeng Xuanling in the morning. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yojin also has to thank Li Shimin. He would rather not have this kind of favor. After a while, a eunuch trotted over. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness has arrived. Why so slow? What does this kid want to do? Li Shimin was furious. The eunuch was taken aback. His Royal Highness is injured at this time, and he is walking on a limping, so it will slow down. As soon as these words came out, Empress Chengsun exclaimed, "What's wrong with Gainer? What's wrong with him? Why is he injured again?" It was because of being injured by Li Minutes before, so what happened this time? Little did they know, this time it was also related to Li Minutes, but not directly, and the murderer's father is in front of them. Empress Zhangsun got up and went outside. Li Shimin was also puzzled, frowning. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Zaiji, how did he get injured when you were there? Your Majesty, I don't know. I left early, and I don't know if the prince will come back next. Cheng Yojin was wronged very much. He didn't know anything. How could he know that Li Chengqian was beaten later? But Li Shimin thinks he knows. Until Li Chengqian limped into the palace. My son-in-law pays respects to the father, the queen, and the mother. Darling, what are you doing? Empress Zhangsun pulled Li Chengqian and asked. How dare he say why? He started to hesitate. Mother ... What's the matter? Tell me. The mother is in charge of you. Li Chengqian was even more afraid to say it. The fact that he was beaten involved the fact that he went to a brothel. If he said it, he would have a hard time. Li Shimin looked at him with a sullen face. Seeing that he was injured, his anger seemed to be a little less, but he still couldn't forgive Li Chengqian. Li Shimin didn't speak, just looked at Li Chengqian like that. Empress Chengsun was in a hurry. Come on, what's the matter? Queen, come back and wait for Xu Jingzong to come back later, Li Shimin said. Empress Zhangsun knew that Li Shimin was still angry. Your Majesty, the child has been beaten. Don't you want to pursue it? It's a small matter of being beaten. Right now, we have one more thing to deal with, and we'll talk about it when everyone comes, Li Shimin said. Empress Zhangsun was a little disappointed, and glanced at Li Chengqian again. The boy was beaten with a bruised face. Who is so cruel? Hey! Empress Chengsun withdrew. Li Shimin then shouted, Nizai, get down on your knees. Your Majesty, he is injured. Why not? Empress, let's not talk about it. I naturally have a sense of proportion in this matter. Royal coercion is no joke. How did Li Chengqian know what happened? Although he was injured, he was a mute who at Huanglian. But when he learned that he had to wait for Xu Jingzong, he had an ominous premonition. Don't kneel down yet. Li Shimin shouted again. Li Chengqian was helpless and could only kneel on the ground. The Empress Chengsun on one side couldn't be around either. Cheng Yojin sighed all the time. He didn't want to be a bad person. It seems that today's things are not over. After a while, Li Chengqian's legs were shaking, but Xu Jingzong and Kong Yingde were not seen. Empress Chengsun advised, Your Majesty, why don't you let Gainer get up first? Then Xu Jingzong is still in the future. Wait for him to come. No, just let him kneel. Li Shimin did not listen to any explanation. The scene was embarrassing. At this time, I am afraid that no one wanted Xu Jingzong to enter the palace more than Li Chengqian, until a eunuch entered the palace and came to report. Li Chengqian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 92, Li Shimin's fury. Old minister pays respects to his majesty and empress. It turned out to be Kong Yingde who entered the palace. When Li Chengqian saw him, he was somewhat lost. But why did he call him together? He was puzzled. Kong Yingde stepped forward and bowed to Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun. As for him, seeing Cheng Yojin also present, and Li Chengqian kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder. His Royal Highness, this is. He wondered why Li Chengqian was injured. Could it be that Li Shimin beat him? Kong Yingde, stand aside. I will ask you later. Kong Yingde was wronged very much, but he didn't do anything. So why should you ask him? If he knew that all this was related to Li Minutes, and it was all done by Li Minutes, he would definitely hate him. Just because he was Li Chengqian's teacher, Li Shimin might do something to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Empress Zhangsun is also too anxious. She has been kneeling for half an incense stick, right? Li Chengqian's legs are numb, right? He didn't dare to persuade Li Shimin to let Li Chengqian get up again. After all, Li Shimin is still on top of his anger, and whoever wins will be unlucky. Someone, what's going on? Why hasn't Xu Jingzong come yet? She shouted. At this time, a eunuch trotted over. His Royal Highness, the senior scholar Xu is rushing to the palace now, and he is still on the shelf at this time. Don't dare to neglect. On the shelf? What? He's hurt too? Li Shimin asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Master Xu cannot get out of bed and walk. Now everyone is puzzled. What happened? Is it a fight with someone else? Send someone to carry him into the palace quickly. Li Shimin ordered. Yes. After a while, someone finally carried Xu Jingzong into the palace. Xu Jingzong's injury was more serious than Li Chengqian's. I pay respects to Your Majesty, the Queen. Xu Jingzong was speechless. What's the matter, Dr. Xu? What's the matter with you? Kong Yingde asked. Cheng Yojin on the side had a hint of joy. You deserve to be injured. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the two. Everyone knows that. When Xu Jingzong was injured, Cheng Yojin was very happy. It's hard to say a word. Xu Jingzong didn't say anything in detail. He also saw that Li Chengqian was kneeling on the ground and felt bad. Empress Zhangsun came up at this time and said, Your Majesty, this person is here. Why don't you let Gainer get up? Li Shimin ignored her. Instead, he shouted, Nizai, where have you been in the morning? Come on, Li Chengqian. Father, the Emperor and the sons did not go anywhere. Li Chengqian looked around. Kong Yingde and Cheng Yojin were both there. He thought, could it be that these two have exposed the secret? You don't say it. Xu Jingzong, you say it. Li Shimin didn't care about the injuries of the two. How could their injuries be as important as the royal dignity? This prince has gone to visit the brothel. How will he manage the Tang dynasty in the future? How dare you hand over your throne to him? It is better to give it to Li Minutes directly. At least it is more reliable. Your Majesty, this. Don't say it. You come to know the festival. Li Shimin shouted. Cheng Yojin refused in his heart, but he had to say, I saw the prince and Xu Jingzong go to Yaihongla this morning. As soon as these words came out, Li Chengqian and Xu Jingzong felt ashamed. Father, listen to my explanation. No need to explain. I naturally have a break. Your Majesty, maybe it's because Gainer was bewitched by others. Empress Chengsun said so. As soon as these words came out, Xu Jingzong wanted to die. He was churning in his heart, knowing that this kind of thing would happen. He would not let Li Chengqian go out. Fortunately, Cheng Yojin found out about this. If he is firm in his heart, can he be said to be tempted to go to that kind of place? Li Shimin asked back. Empress Chengsun was silent. It was indeed his fault. What else could it be? Li Chengqian began to defend himself. Father, Emperor and son, did not do it on purpose. Wrong is wrong. And you still defend yourself? Regarding this matter, I have to punish you. Your Majesty. But what about Gainer's injury? Queen Chengsun asked. Queen, let's take this one by one. Don't worry, I will naturally have a conclusion. This frightened Li Chengqian, and Li Shimin said that he would be punished. So he blurted out. But royal father, sixth brother also went to Yaihong mansion. Li Shimin is set there. Li Minutes even went to that kind of place. But then again, Li Shimin can't control where Li Minutes goes. Don't mention him to me. He is no longer my son. Where does he go? What does it matter to me? Originally, he was angry, and he mentioned Li Minutes again, which made him angry. The whole place went quiet. No one dared to speak anymore. And then, Li Shimin said, "About you, I want to punish you. No one can escape." Penalty? How to punish them to make them hurt? Li Shimin has his own conclusions. Your Majesty, Gainer is only the first offender. Give him one more chance. Empress Chengsum persuaded him that she only wanted him to be punished lightly. Sometimes, the strict father still does not have a filial son. Nianzi, listen to me. Yes, father. I will face the wall for 3 days, and I will not be allowed to leave the East Palace for a month, and the salary will be halved within half a year. Don't underestimate the wall. Once you entered the small black room, you are basically isolated from the world. This is like a cold palace. If the ancient concubine Yili entered the cold palace, 9 out of 10 would go crazy. There is also a month-long ban, which is acceptable. The most unacceptable thing is that the salary is halved again. There is no much money in a month, and it is halved. Then how can he live? He is a prince, and he also needs face. Thank you, father. Li Chenqian did not dare to disobey. Then Li Shimin moved to Xu Jingzong. As for Xu Jingzong, he should also be punished. You are reading www.uukanzu.com to confuse the prince to leave the palace and enter the brothel. Xu Jingzong regretted his death. He did not expect such a result when he went out of the brothel. At the same time, he also hated Cheng Yojin. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be beaten. Li Minutes was probably cocking his feet at this time, and he could probably think that someone was punished, and he was very happy. As for Kong Yingdaemon, is it about him? Your Majesty did not go to the brothel. I know that if you didn't teach the prince well, you still have to be punished. If the student made a mistake, it has something to do with the teacher. Kong Yingda was shot while lying down. Yes, what your Majesty said is true. Your position as a prince and a teacher will be suspended first. That said, it's time to change the prince's teacher. Yes, your Majesty. Kong Yingda wanted to say that he didn't want to teach the prince either. This thorn made him very speechless. He was also annoyed by talking to Li Shimin about it every day. So he wanted to thank Li Shimin. This is the end of the matter, and no one should mention it again, Li Shimin said. Then suddenly a eunuch came in hastily. What's wrong? So panicked, Li Shimin asked. Chapter 93. The moody Li Shimin. Your Majesty, please be the master of your concubine. The people outside arrived before the sound. After everyone was wondering, they knew that the person who came was Wang Gaifei. Wang Gaifei entered the palace with snot and tears. She cried like a pear blossom with rain. When Empress Zhangsun saw her coming, she frowned. The so-called crying child has candy to eat. This royal concubine still has the means. She also gave birth to a son for Li Shimin, named Li Yun. Wang Gaifei, what are you doing? Li Shimin asked. Your Majesty, in the morning, one of my concubine's cousin was severely injured in the morning, and now he is lying at home and cannot go out. Li Shimin didn't care. It's natural for someone to discuss this fight. What's the matter with you in the palace? Your Majesty, if an ordinary person beat my younger brother, that's fine, but the murderer is in the palace. How can the concubine not seek justice for him? Having said that, people are wondering, who is in the palace? How dare you go out and beat someone seriously? Who is it? I will decide for you, Li Shimin said. It's him. Wang Gaifei pointed at Li Chenqian and said. Everyone was surprised now. Li Shimin was even more puzzled. Not to mention others. Li Chenqian himself felt strange. He shouted, Wang Gaifei, you are really a wicked person to file a complaint first. Yesterday it was Wang Xi who beat up this prince like this, and Xu Jingzong is still lying the seriously injured, but that guy said we beat him. It's not bad to have a theory without him. Li Chenqian was very angry. Why? Just because he couldn't cry. Just rely on Wang Gaifei's fortals of meat. Have a son for Li Shimin? Just because she is from the Wang family? Don't admit it. It was you who fought. Otherwise in the entire Chainan city, Who would dare to do such a thing? Wang Gaifai said that she was right. The law and order in Chainan has always been very good. Usually this doesn't happen. In addition to the status of the royal family, who would dare to fight other than the royal family? Look at the mother. The son will not do such a thing, and he is injured. It still hurts here. Concubine Wang sneered. Maybe it was the injury she suffered at that time. Your Majesty, this time, you must decide for your concubine. It's better to impeach the prince. This prince is really not suitable. Impeach. How could Li Chengqian never think that concubine Wang's heart was so poisonous, that it would be impeached? Wang Gaifai, it's up to your Majesty to decide whether to impeach or not. What order are you giving? Empress Chengsun couldn't listen any longer, and said directly, Empress, this crown prince makes a mistake and the common people are also guilty. This matter can be big or small, but if it's big, it's a big one. If you don't talk about the prince's private departure from the palace, it's wrong to hit people. Wrong and right are in the eyes of people with discerning eyes. You don't need to mention it. Empress Zhangsun actually believed that Li Chengqian was innocent. Before anything was investigated, it would be too early to draw a conclusion. Don't say a few words, I'll ask. Li Shimin said. Everyone was silent. He asked, Xijingzong, what's going on here? Li Shimin didn't ask Li Chengqian anymore. Your Majesty this. Xijingzong was hesitant, unable to speak. The festival, you say it. Li Shimin was speechless and asked Cheng Yojin again. Your Majesty. They had a conflict yesterday, and they almost got into a fight. Later, the people from Yaihongla came out to solve the trouble. And the ministers behind them really don't know, because the ministers are no longer there, and they don't know where they went. Maybe it was a real fight. Maybe it went somewhere. Cheng Yojin said truthfully. When Li Shimin heard it, it seemed a little interesting. It turned out that it was Li Chengqian who moved his hand. It must be after the two sides fought, and then Li Chengqian was injured. Is that right? Yes. But Urjin didn't beat him. On the contrary. He brought many people over to beat us. Urjin was beaten by him. Li Shimin was about to die of anger. Every day, compete to cause trouble for yourself. Hey, you guys. All right, concubine Wang, you step back and I'll deal with it. Li Shimin said suddenly. Concubine Wang was puzzled. But your Majesty, the matter has not been resolved. Is my words useless? Go on, let me solve it. You should be punished. And you will be punished. No. Not really. Then don't quit. Li Shimin shouted. She was so frightened that concubine Wang retreated. After he retired, Li Chengqian was quite frightened. Next, he was afraid he was going to be beaten, right? I saw Li Shimin walk up to him. He closed his eyes. Fear of being beaten. But instead of waiting to fight, Li Shimin helped him up. Father, this. Son. You are doing well. Li Chengqian. Father, don't scare me. Li Chengqian was terrified. Son, you have done something wrong about the brothel, and I will punish you. But you have done a good job with the Wang family, and I will reward you. This made Li Chengqian completely confused. Who told him what happened? Until Queen Chengsun said, my child, you must know the painstaking efforts of your father, that the Wang family and other 5 families once made His Majesty helpless, and you beat the Wang family today, which is a bad breath for His Majesty. Your Majesty is delighted, so you have to reward you. Now everyone finally understood. In this way, no matter what Li Chengqian does, as long as it is aimed at the Wang family, then Li Shimin will naturally come to the bottom. No wonder Wang Gaifai left first. But Li Chengqian obviously didn't do it, and he was beaten. Do you want to admit it? There is a reward for admitting it, but what about not admitting it? Afraid that there is nothing? Do you want to say something against your heart? This made Li Chengqian fall into contemplation. His Royal Highness, you should admit it. Xijingzong persuaded on the side. He didn't forget to say, I also supported His Royal Highness at that time, and I was beaten to the boy of the Wang family. Oh, really? That is it? If this is the case, then the punishment for Xijingzong will be reduced to 30 big boards. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Shimin doing this is tantamount to encouraging the enemy to be with the Wang family. Regarding this matter of the Wang family, Li Shimin and Li Minutes even stood on the same line. It's a pity that the two fathers and sons turned against each other now, and Li Shimin couldn't take this face to admit his mistake. Li Minutes also has a tough foundation, and the two are afraid that it is impossible for them to reconcile. But this is not important. It does not prevent Li Minutes from becoming stronger. Darling, isn't that so? Yes, father. Very well. It's hard for you, by the way. Kong Yingde, the minister is here. You taught well. I revoke your punishment. Kong Yingde refused in his heart. He wanted to say, don't punish me. He was about to speak, when someone interrupted him. Your Majesty, please see Li Chunfeng. Li Shimin was happy and said directly, Xuan. Chapter 94 incorporated into the imperial examination. Then, Li Chunfeng stepped into the palace with brisk steps. I pay respects to your Majesty, the Queen. Li Chunfeng saluted. Seeing that everyone was present, and Xu Jingzong lying on a stretcher, it was a little strange. Don't be too polite, Li Chunfeng. Why are you here? Li Shimin asked. Your Majesty, I have solved the problem of arithmetic in the previous 9 chapters. I fully understand it, and I have also received a new type of number, which can perfectly solve that problem. And this number is extremely important to the future of the Tang dynasty. It can improve efficiency and make Tang more progress. Li Chunfeng talked a lot, and he couldn't stop once he started. Hearing Li Shimin frowned. Tell me the story. Li Chunfeng handed the paper that Li Minutes gave him to Li Shimin to see. Li Shimin saw it and knew that it was Li Minutes again. Cannot help but feel a little depressed. Recently, he wanted to avoid Li Minutes, but it was impossible to avoid it at all. On the contrary, Li Minutes' deeds were getting more and more into his ears. Li Chunfeng just ignored what Li Shimin was thinking, and he started talking again. This is a Tang number. It is formed in one stroke, which is easy to remember and understand. Each is different, which improves efficiency and makes counting more convenient. You only need to add numbers later, and it is easy to change. Wait, its advantages are very obvious, and it is full of interest in the shape. Cheng Yojin asked, is there a sense of style and fun? My old Cheng understands it. Is this what Li Minutes made? Li Shimin asked directly. Li Chunfeng was in a hurry, but suddenly turned quiet. Yes, it is from the 6th Prince's ministers. But this method is really good. The problems that could not be solved before have been solved after the introduction of this set of figures. Your Majesty, this will be my hope for the future of the Tang dynasty. I just entered the palace, and I ask your Majesty to pay attention to it. Li Chunfeng is dedicated to the Tang dynasty, and the same is true for Li Minutes. At the same time, Li Minutes caught Li Chunfeng's inner enthusiasm and gave him the Tang digital teaching. He did not live up to his expectations, and went to the palace to find Li Shimin. Empress Zhangsun said at this time, Mingjie has behaved differently from ordinary people since she was a child. Although she sometimes has a temper, but she is very smart. It is also a great fortune of the Tang dynasty to be able to make this kind of thing. She said so, making Li Chengqian unhappy. But what can he do if he is unhappy? Li Minutes was so powerful that he could not chase after him. Sure enough, it's him, this child. Li Shimin's tone changed a bit, but he didn't let go. Your Majesty, the concubine thinks that Li Chunfeng is right. Why not promote it? Let's let Li Chunfeng do it. Next year's imperial examinations will be replaced by Tang mathematics. At this time, Kong Yingde said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid this year is too late. As for 3 years, how can people accept it? In ancient times, there was a single place for classes. You first had to teach the teacher, and then let the teacher teach the students. The 1 year of coming and going is over, and then the 2nd year was promoted, and the 3rd year was assessed. No, that won't work. Li Shimin said directly. He wanted to deal with it quickly. But if you can't keep up with the progress, what can you do? Until someone said, Your Majesty, maybe you can apply the method of the 6th prince. Li Shimin looked up and saw that this man was originally sent to monitor Li Minutes, and his name was Jiang Shun. He was puzzled. Jiang Shun, what do you mean by that? What is his method? Your Majesty, I wanted to say these words after the minister left, but now I dare to say it, and I hope your Majesty will forgive you. Tell me, I won't blame you. Li Shimin said that the surveillance of Li Minutes is no longer a secret. Yes. In the morning, the sixth prince went to the brothel. Those words made everyone pause, for fear that Jiang Shun would say something. Then, let's talk about it. The sixth prince strummed the pipa horizontally and rolled the Yangtze River to the east, which amazes everyone. Minger's personality, playing the pipa horizontally is very suitable for his personality. Empress Chengsun said so. Anything else? Li Shimin asked curiously. Then the sixth prince started with this rhythm and recruited students from outside. A total of 202 people signed up, and the net income was 20,200 tls. Speaking of this, everyone gasped, this is simply genius. I earned more than 20,000 tls in one morning. Jiang Shun continued, and he promised that every person who signed up would have a nameplate made of colored glaze as proof. At the same time, a new form was created, called a training class, which taught every 7 days as a cycle. He spoke in great detail, basically saying everything Li Minutes said. When Li Shimin heard Liu Lai, he fell into deep thought again. So what do you want to say? Li Shimin asked. So, I think that Tang figures can be promoted through training courses. This is the fastest speed, and it can also allow people to increase their income and allow teachers to devote more energy to teaching. Jiang Shun's words attracted everyone's approval. Your Majesty, it's very good to do this. Really smart. You can also come up with this method. In the future, you can split the family's monopoly on culture. Empress Chengsun supported the road. She is right. Most of the scholars in the imperial examinations are from aristocratic families, because everyone can't afford to read books, paper is expensive, and there is no way to study. With the training class, it will all improve. I also think this is okay. Let Hu Yangzun start this matter. Li Shimin nodded and agreed, and his agreement raised Tang's cultural level by another level. This kind of thinking has made the calligraphy classes and rhythm classes of the Tang dynasty spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Undoubtedly, it brings interest to people's amateur life. Then Li Shimin turned to look at Li Chengqian again. He stayed. Did he do something wrong again? Gainer, you have to learn from Yaina. He also went to the brothel. How much money did he make? And he provided me with such an idea. But you went to fight. You go back and think about it. My son knows. Okay, you all leave. Li Shimin waved his hand, and everyone backed out. Afterwards, he and Empress Chengsun said, Empress, have you heard the lettering on the glass? I heard. What's wrong? This method of colored glass, I must get it, because it is very important to the Tang dynasty. What method do you have? Li Shimin is determined to make the Tang dynasty bigger, and he is willing to do everything that can be done. Maybe they can be reunited with their mother and son, and then ask concubine Yang to pick it up. Yaina will definitely not refuse. Okay, it really is a good way. As for Li Chengqian outside, he hated Wang Xi to death. This Wang Xi is afraid that he is going to die, but he dares to sue me, Xi Jingzong. Find someone to kill him. This. What? You don't want to? No, he's still our pawn. How about using Li Minutes' hand after he's finished using it? Well, that's all. The market structure of the entire chain is changing. Because of Li Minutes' forcible participation, some things have become more and more uncontrollable. At the same time, his Shengteng group will also be besieged and suppressed. Chapter 95 Smoothie Popsicle Cola. The next day, Zushan hurried to Li Minutes' door. The sixth prince is not good. The big thing is not good. He shouted. It made Li Minutes, who was in the house, a little depressed. What's wrong? In such a hurry? Li Minutes put down the glass nameplate. These were carved out last night, and the style is very beautiful. He picked out one at random, with the words Jiuxiu written on it. The font above is very beautiful. Below, there are many glazed cards, which will be distributed at noon. Zushan panted heavily. The big thing is bad. The Wang family, The Wang family. What about the Wang family? Lee Minutes didn't have any special feelings. Wang Jiabingpin also opened today. Yes, Lee Minutes didn't care, but took care of the liu lai in his hand, which was very beautiful in color. Yeah, they have knocked down the price of Siguobing, and they are selling a bowl of 8 yuan. Zushan was very worried. Lee Minutes didn't care. They are making a profit at a loss. The sixth prince doesn't seem to be afraid. Zushan had been anxious just now, but Lee Minutes didn't feel anything. What are you afraid of? Do they have as much ice as us? Are they cool? How do they taste better than ours? And will their business continue? After a few questions were asked, Zushan was directly asked. Yes, there are very few ice products made by the Wang family, and there is not enough ice, so it can only be replaced by well water. The only thing that can be compared is Sigo and honey. But can Xiaobing's ice products be called ice products? Maybe some people will try it once, but no one will be fooled the second time. If this goes on, the reputation will only get worse, because there are comparisons. And Lee Minutes went on to say, Siguobing is just something that opens up sales. We can't rely on him to make too much money. If we want to do it, we can do things that others can't do. What is the sixth prince going to do? Food on ice, for smoothies. Put some pulp on top. Can't they make it, like what you did before? Some time ago, Lee Minutes once made a smoothie for Zushan to eat. He still has no idea. Lee Minutes nodded. There are also popsicles to do. I will develop all ice-related drinks, and new products will be released every once in a while. I will see how they follow. If it was just one piece of ice sand, if the Wang family followed, they would lose all their underwear. Not to mention popsicles. How could they have so much ice to make? Be aware that a piece of ice costs a lot. If there is a price war, Lee Minutes can accompany him at any time. Just keep it up now. At the same time, he thought to himself, I didn't expect that the Wang family would do it first this time. They must have been humiliated last time, and this time they started to fight back, trying to suppress themselves through ice products. But they are wrong. They can have thousands of ways to do business. I'm afraid they can't keep up, no matter how bad it is. They will directly publish all the recipes so that everyone can do it. If that's the case, then we really don't have to be afraid of anything. I'm the one scaring myself. No, by the way, are you ready for what I asked you to prepare last time? Okay, vetch, ginger, mimosa, orange leaves, coca leaves, laurel and vanilla peel. What are these things for? Zushan asked. Go get it, and you'll know when it's time. By the way, don't let anyone know when you buy these things. This recipe is kept secret. How did Zushan know what Lee Minutes was going to do? He was still very curious. Well, let me tell you, you don't know what it is anyway. Please let me know. Cola. What Zushan prepared just now is the essence of the unique taste of cola. As long as baking soda and some sugar are added, ancient cola can be made. Although the taste is different from the modern one, the main taste is still there. With ice cubes, it is simply refreshing. In the future, you can even change the Tang diet, such as making some fried chicken. Together with Coke, it will definitely be a bestseller. Coke, something to have fun with? Wei has Zushan heard the word Coke. Judging by Lee Minutes' talent, is it an idiom? What do you mean? Do these things make something fun to do? These 4 words are also the upper limit of his understanding. What would that be like? Let's just say you don't understand. Well, I'll make it later and give you a taste. Try it. Will it be dangerous? What do you want? It'll hurt you? Yes, it's nothing. I'll go out and get the things. Zushan brought everything over. After handing it over to Lee Minutes, he began to study it. Dozens of pots were started at the same time, constantly trying different ratios. And so until noon. After his voice came out of the room, Lee Minutes was the only one. It's done. It's finally done. The smell is the same, and the familiar gas smell, although it's not very strong. After trying many Cokes, he finally tried the final flavor. It was the same taste as Coca-Cola in later generations. But the only flaw is that the gas is not enough. but there is no way. He has no equipment to inflate it. It is not bad to have such a result. Looking at the big pot in front of him, Zushan was called. Zushan, try this. When you're done, hand him a Coke in a glass cup. What is this? Why is it so dark? Is there any gas? Don't ask. Just drink it. Zushan picked up the cup suspiciously and drank it. The whole person's expression brightened. This is Coke. It's really delicious. Zushan's culture is limited, and he only talks about whether it is good or bad, and he will not talk about other things. If it is combined with mint, it must taste even better. Lee Minutes murmured. Mint has it. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. We have a lot in our backyard. Those things are easy to live, as long as there is soil and water. They can grow very well. Oh, I want you to nurture them. The more the better. As for the recipe of Coke, it's all here. Remember, this piece of paper cannot be seen by outsiders. When it comes to production, only you can know the recipe. Understand? These are trade secrets and cannot be easily known to outsiders. Yes, I understand. At this moment, Xrengai came in from outside. Sixth Prince, is there a woman surnamed Yang looking for you? A woman surnamed Yang? Who would that be? This made Lee Minutes very puzzled, but still said, okay, bring her in. I thought about it later. No. I'll go out to see her and take him to the parlor. Yes. Then Lee Minutes explained one or two things and left the room. At this time, all the organs in his yard have been set up, and ordinary people can't get in. Even martial arts experts dare not directly break into it. This is not a secret, so he can rest easy. He walked out of the backyard and walked for more than a minute before arriving in the living room. When he saw the visitor, his eyes were red, and it turned out to be her. P.S. The 6th update is finished today, and it will be updated from time to time in the future. Please complete the order, please spread, and please ask for a monthly ticket. Update tomorrow at 12 noon. Chapter 96 Can't Fall Down. Find the latest chapter in the first Rebellion novel of the Tang dynasty. When Lee Minutes arrived in the living room, there was a young woman pacing back and forth in front of him, looking very anxious. There were also two family-like people beside her. It doesn't look like it, it's more like the existence of a bodyguard. When he saw her for the first time, he rushed up and hugged the young woman. Mother, why are you here? Did His Majesty expel you too? This woman is concubine Yang, Lee Minutes' biological mother. She would appear here, which made Lee Minutes very curious. At the same time, regarding expulsion, it was also something Lee Minutes could think of. It must be Li Shimin who did it, otherwise she would not leave the palace. Concubine Yang patted Lee Minutes lightly and said, no. It's for my mother. I came to see you. Let my mother take a good look at you. After finishing, he said, you are thin, are you not having a good time? The whole industry is so big here, and there is a lot of money to make. How can you say it badly? Fortunately, my life is okay. Maybe my mother hasn't seen her baby for too long and thinks I'm thin. Is what he said true? Thin? It doesn't exist, but it's true. During this period of time, he started exercising again, and there is a lot of high-intensity work to do next. He can't fall down. That's good. Come, bring some of your favorite food for my mother, eat some. Concubine Yang asked the servants to bring out the food. Lee Minutes was so moved that he started to eat. Mother, it's not just to see me this time, right? There are other things, right? In his words. Only then did Concubine Yang say, yeah. That's what your majesty meant. He made us mother and son meet again. Then he said, last night, the queen came to me. She told me about you. Oh, what did you say to me? The things you have done recently are all beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Your majesty knows this. So what? He knew it if he knew it. Child, don't be angry with your father. He is also temporarily angry. Mother, I am for the people now, not a prince anymore. And there is no such thing as a father. Well then, I actually have a mission this time. Yang said. Then let the two guards leave, and there are only two people in the entire room. Lee Minutes felt that things didn't seem to be going well. Then Concubine Yang added, during this period of time, Datang's treasury was a bit full, but it was still a little stretched. The expenses in the palace are also getting less and less, so to carry out construction, there are more places that need money. Especially the stipend from the prince has been reduced again and again. It would be better if he had no money there, Lee Minutes said. Li Shimin doesn't listen to his own words, so let's develop slowly. Lee Minutes didn't want to say anything more on this question. Yang also saw it. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about other things. Come on, mother. Only then did concubine Yang speak. Your Majesty means that you want to obtain the method of colored glass, and I hope you can contribute the method. Want to take it? Let him come to me and take it. When Lee Minutes heard this, he immediately became angry. That's what he said. This made Yang feel a little embarrassed. To ask Li Shimin to come here and ask him for this thing is like putting him naked on the street for people to see. Which is more uncomfortable than that? Child, you know His Majesty's character. I know, he's a stinky and hard rock. Unreasonable. SHH, don't talk about this. Be careful that the walls have ears. Lee Minutes' evaluation of Li Shimin directly frightened concubine Yang. This kind of remark can't be said nonsense, and will be beheaded. Don't worry, mother, what we say here will not be known by others, because this place is stronger than the palace, he explained. And then followed by Yang Fei's sigh. Hey, in fact, I came here today because of my mother, and I also wanted to let His Majesty forgive you and let you return to the palace through this matter. Back to the palace? What a joke. He finally came out, and he has to go back to suffer. He can't come. With Yang Fei's sad expression, he felt distressed. Mother, you and I both understand this point. It's impossible. I know that the Queen and Her Majesty must have coerced you. If you can't get the formula, I'm afraid you will be blamed. So I will give you the formula, but if you can't make high-quality glaze, it's up to them. With the colored glaze formula, it is not an easy task to blow out beautiful colored glaze. In other words, even if they were given the recipe, what could they come up with? Really? That's great. Concubine Yang was very happy, and everyone hoped that their children could come back to them. This may ease the conflict between father and son. As for whether Li Shimin will let people create Liu Lai, that's his business. Okay, let's not talk too much about this trivial matter. Let's talk about something else. Lee Minutes actually said that this was a trivial matter. So what's important? This. Yang was a little surprised. What is important? How is your mother recently? Has anyone bullied you? I'm fine, don't worry. In the palace, the Queen takes great care of me, and your Majesty is also very good. That's great. The note I left last time? I also handled it as you wanted. My son is really predictable. The two father and son of the eldest grandson's family were also transferred to another place, and they won't be back before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lee Minutes nodded. Fortunately, the bitter mother is kissed. As long as Moa is fine, she can do anything for her mother. There is no mother who doesn't love her child. Although Lee Minutes used to be a jerk, he is still concubine Yang's child. Of course it's all about him. Mother, after I give you the recipe in a while, I will give you another note, and then you will follow the above, and you will at least have a good time in the palace. Maybe this is what Lee Minutes can do for concubine Yang. Because concubine Yang was not around, she had to teach her how to handle things. As the princess of the previous dynasty, concubine Yang also saw it through, especially in the palace. She had to be careful and be vigilant every day. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may be smashed to pieces, and there will be no slag left. Okay, I will try my best to excuse you in the palace. I just hope you don't cause too much trouble. Concubine Yang probably didn't know that Lee Minutes was at the time of his fame. There are many titles, and he is smart, but he has a way to deal with anything that comes up. Don't worry about this, it will definitely happen. By the way, mother, are you thirsty? I'll ask them to prepare some drinks. This. Yang seems to be unwilling. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. At this moment, her face suddenly turned pale. He covered his stomach with his hands, and seemed very uncomfortable. Mother, What are you doing? That frightened Lee Minutes. What to do? What's the matter with you? Is it a stomachache? Concubine Yang's face was so pale that she couldn't even speak. Sweat dripped from his forehead constantly. Did Lee Minutes feel food poisoning for the first time? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 96 Cannot Fall, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 97 To Scold Lee Shimin. It's okay, I'm okay. It'll be fine in a while. Concubine Yang said that it was all right. But that's all. Is it all right? Mother, what's wrong with you? It's all like this, and you still say it's okay. Exchange good books. Pay attention to the VX public number. Book Friends Base Camp. Follow now and get cash red envelopes. Lee Minutes asked eagerly. The mother about this life is a good person, but also a person with a tragic life, the princess of the previous dynasty, and the previous dynasty was destroyed by Li Yuan. And she still wants to be a daughter-in-law in the Li family, having to endure cold eyes of others. Lee Minutes couldn't see her suffering a little. Therefore, when he left the palace, he also left a note for her to follow. While keeping herself safe, she also cleared some people who were unfavorable to her. When Lee Minutes kept asking questions, Concubine Yang's face was red and white. Finally, he said, "It's menstruation. It hurts. It hurts suddenly recently. It turned out to be dysmenorrhea. How can I relieve this?" Lee Minutes immediately searched, and in less than a second, hundreds of thousands of results appeared, and he chose the best one. Pay attention to keep warm during menstruation. If the pain is severe, apply hot compresses. You can also drink roses in brown sugar water and ginger to relieve the pain. I see. Zushan, exist. Zushan entered, and when he saw the glamorous young woman in front of him, he was a little puzzled. This is my mother." Lee Minutes only said one sentence. Zushan fell to his knees in fright. "I don't know that it was Concubine Yang who came here. I'm rude, and I hope you forgive me." Unexpectedly, this young woman turned out to be Lee Minutes' mother. No wonder she looked so similar. "Don't be too polite. There's not that much etiquette outside now." Concubine Yang's voice was very nice, soft, which made people very happy to hear it. But no strength. But Zushan did not dare to get up. "Is Concubine Yang sick? It seems that her face is not good. Do you need me to call Lang's Hong?" he asks. "No need. Get up, and prepare me some tea made from brown sugar water and ginger. Come here quickly. Bring a hot towel along with it." Yes. I'll prepare now." Although Zushan didn't know why, he still did it. On the other hand, Lee Minutes asked Concubine Yang to sit down, and the entire Shengtong group got busy. It can be seen that he still attaches great importance to Concubine Yang. After a while, Concubine Yang put down the brown sugar ginger tea. "Take a breath." The complexion also recovered a little. "Is it better?" "Mother, it's better. Where did you come from these methods? And they are so easy to use. I don't feel so bad anymore." Concubine Yang was curious and moved at the same time. Lee Minutes relieved her pain so as not to be too uncomfortable. But she had never heard of these methods before. How did Lee Minutes know about them? And about this aspect, most of them will be very taboo to mention. "Oh, I heard from others that a hot towel can warm your blood, and ginger syrup can warm your body. So let's try it. It really works." "Is that so? Then I go back to the palace and I can share this method with others." The kind-hearted Concubine Yang said. In ancient times, women suffered from dysmenorrhea, which was directly overcome. They usually rest well at home and rarely go out. At the same time, this made Lee Minutes hate Lee Shimin a little bit. So why let Concubine Yang come out? He didn't even ask her if she was in good health. It was really scolding to let her come out in this situation. Is he in such a hurry? Why don't you come out and ask for it yourself? Lee Shimin is really finished, and Lee Minutes will not give it to him. Does your majesty know? I don't know. It's better not to let people know about this kind of thing. Mother, there are some things that you need to say. Don't keep it in your heart. It will only make you uncomfortable. Some people dare not speak out what they want. and they can only make themselves sad when they are done. If she said this, maybe she could rest in the palace now. Understood? I'll tell you next time. Although concubine Yang recovered a little, her face was still not very good, a little sallow. That's good. I see that my mother's face is still not good. Have you been sick recently? Yang sighed. Recently? That hasn't been adjusted. Sometimes ancient women were very taboo to talk about that. So use that instead. Regarding this aspect of the disease, Lee Minutes directly searched. It's probably the only thing that can be used now. So he said, Mother, there is a child here. As long as you take it for 7 days, you will definitely come back in the future. Following the development of the situation, he searched for concubine Yang's entry. I have been searching for a formula. So, he was going to write the formula out. Oh, Yaina actually understands this. Concubine Yang looked at Lee Minutes in shock. It just so happens that someone has taught children. This recipe can also be passed down, and it will benefit women all over the world. Lee Minutes mentioned this to the world, and he couldn't help but feel that the situation was very big. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart. It's really gratifying. Then take it back and take it for the mother first, and you can write it down. She has no doubts. As long as her son gives it, she will definitely take it, because Lee Minutes would not lie to him. Yes. Then, Lee Minutes waved. Write a formula. Yang took a closer look. Black chicken, white phoenix pills. The following is the composition of drugs: blackbone chicken, antler gum, turtle shell, oysters, mulberry octopus, ginseng, astragalus, angelica, white peony, cyperus officinlis, asparagus, licorice, rehmannia glutinosa, quanction, silver bupleurum, salvia, yam, ghorgon, deer antler cream. A total of 20 herbs are combined. Yes, this medicine is tonic, with the effect of nourishing qi and nourishing blood, regulating menstruation and stopping belt. It is used for deficiency of qi and blood, weak body, sore waist and knees, irregular menstruation, and uterine bleeding. Oh, that's the case. I see that the queen seems to be like this. Why don't you take it with her? Can you? This medicine is not restricted to people, but anyone who has irregularities can take it. So, that's right. Here's that glass square. He'll ask Zushan to bring it together. Tana, I am fortunate to suffer you. No, my mother can tell me anytime I need it, and I will definitely satisfy it. Then, he called out, Zushan, go and take out the method of colored glass. Zushan wondered why he took that thing, but still took out a piece of paper from his arms. Sixth Prince, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. This is the method of colored glass. Mother, take this method. When Zushan saw it, he was a little reluctant. After all, this thing will be a big source of income in the future. Lee Minutes didn't think so. He doesn't think Li Shimin can create various styles of colored glaze. At least there is still a time lag, and he can even advertise himself. Just like Yujiu, let the world know that there is still a saying about imperial colored glaze in the future. Thanks. Yang was about to say thank you. It was at this moment that Xrengai walked in. Sixth Prince, Jiuxiu has been waiting outside for a long time. Oh, when concubine Yang heard Jiuxiu, her expression became a little weird. Is she? Chapter 98. Someone came to the door. Mother knows her. It's not an acquaintance. I just heard a thing or two in the palace. Oh, unexpectedly, Jiuxiu's reputation is still very loud. There is a story about her in the palace. This girl became the Oiran of Yaihonglu at a young age. You know, it was originally an in a million existence. At the same time, her reputation is so great that everyone in Chainan knows her. The accomplishments in poetry and lyrics are unprecedented, and no one has come since. Unexpectedly, concubine Yang would pay attention to such a woman. If it wasn't for her being in the brothel, she might not have received such attention. At the same time, the fate of ordinary brothel women is not very good. But some people are different. For someone like Jiuxiu, she will change her fate because she knows Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes listened to what concubine Yang said. It turned out that this woman was so powerful. but maybe even worse than myself. So it is. What is this girl doing for you? Did you go to the brothel? Someone came to you. Are you responsible? Yang asked in shock. It must be Lee Minutes who caused trouble again. You must know that Lee Minutes beat officials at every turn before, for no reason. This made the girl come to the door directly. There must be something important. As far as I can think of it, it is probably because of those things in the brothel. Lee Minutes smiled. How is it possible? I am innocent. No. What's the matter? The girls are all coming. Or did you hurt Sumyeon's heart? Concubine Yang was a little anxious. After all, this matter was not a trivial matter in her opinion. It may endanger Lee Minutes and make things uneasy. She didn't know what Jiryuxiu was going to do on this trip. Mother, let's go out and have a look. I can't explain it to you for a while. This ... aren't you in a hurry? I really worry about Concubine Yang. No hurry, no hurry. This matter can't be rushed. Xrengai, bring their glazed nameplate with you. Yes. Will you Lee nameplate? What is it for? Yes, Mother, engrave people's names on the glass. They can be used as jade pendants. Do you want them? The boy can make one for you now. Do it now. Is it that fast? How did Concubine Yang know that the current Liuli craftsmanship owned by Lee Minutes was already very advanced, and as soon as the money was in place, the Liuli factory could be opened? It won't be long before a large amount of glaze will flow into the market. It can even be personalized, like carving some names, paintings or something. From this point of view, even if Lee Shimin obtained the colored glaze, it was still in the initial stage. He wants to use it as an economic pillar, which is impossible in a short period of time. And it will also serve as a stepping stone for Lee Minutes. Advertise for him. Therefore, after a comprehensive consideration, Lee Minutes handed over the method to Concubine Yang. At this time, someone finally understood why he wanted to make a Liuli nameplate, not just to show off his wealth, not just to pretend, but more to prepare for Liuli to open up the market in the future. Yes, the boy will tell them to do it. It won't take too long to have it. After finishing, he confessed. Concubine Yang still doesn't seem to believe it. It's only been so long. It's really shocking that Lee Minutes has developed into this. She had heard everything about him from other people's mouths before. When I saw it today, it was even more incredible. Okay, let's go out. Don't make people wait too long. After Lee Minutes finished speaking, he went out. What? Concubine Yang had no choice but to go out. The two went all the way outside. It was already full of people here. At the moment of the grand occasion, in the entire Cheonan city, I am afraid that there are only so many people during the New Year and the festival. There are two groups of people here. One group is mainly rich people. They line up to buy for fruit soup. The other group was headed by a woman. All of them were gentlemen, and they also had some family members by their side. There are thousands of people. Concubine Yang and Lee Minutes came out together, and when they saw the woman in the lead, they panicked. Because this girl is so coquettish. It is Jiryuxiu. Jiryuxiu also saw Concubine Yang. This graceful young woman also attracted everyone's attention. Welfare for reading books. Pay attention to the public. Book Friends Base Camp. And draw cash point coins every day for reading books. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Only then did Lee Minutes realize that he was wrong and should not let Concubine Yang show her face. As for Jiryuxiu's eyes, she looked at Concubine Yang for a long time, and then walked towards Lee Minutes. Concubine Yang also stared at this woman. This woman is really good looking. No wonder, she said. Jiryuxiu also said, sister is not bad either. This girl is really polite. Lee Minutes seemed to sense something was wrong. Something seems to be going on between the two women. He thought to himself, Jiryuxiu must have regarded Yang as an enemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be called my sister. Concubine Yang was too young. Standing beside her, she didn't look like her mother at all, but more like her sister. Someone apparently identified her as a rival in love. Concubine Yang thought that it was Jiryuxiu who came to her and wanted to be detrimental to Lee Minutes. Therefore, it is inevitable that the words will be rushed. This contradiction is really interesting. Yena, this is Miss Jiryuxiu. right?" Yang asked. Without waiting for Li Minutes to reply, Jiuxiu was puzzled. "What is the name of Li Minmin? Could it be that the one in front of you is not called Zilli?" Tana. Everyone was also puzzled. Why didn't they call him Zilli and Yana? Yang seemed to feel that she had made a slip of the tongue. If people know that Li Minutes is a prince who lives in the people, he is afraid that it will cause trouble for him. So he hurriedly said, "So, this girl liar is Jiuxiu?" Yang is really smart. Saying this, it seems that the doubts have been resolved. "I am Jiuxiu. Dare to ask who you are and what is your relationship with Mr. Zilli?" Now everyone could see that Jiuxiu's words were full of jealousy. A good person said, "Seeing how beautiful this sister is and how close she is to Mr. Zilli, isn't this a question for nothing?" "Yeah, Mr. Zilli is born handsome, and he will inevitably attract bees and butterflies around him. That's normal." Mr. Zilli is afraid that he has a sweetheart. "Why don't you consider us?" These people are really not too much. Li Minutes was about to explain. This girl is quite articulate. Once a woman is provoked, basically nothing happens to a man. "Really? Should I be happy?" "Thanks for your review. If you want to cause trouble, please go elsewhere. You are not welcome here." "Do you consider yourself a mistress?" Enough. What a joke. Li Minutes suddenly shouted. The two stopped. There are more and more people around. The occasion that was supposed to be good was messed up by these two. He was very upset. Then, everyone focused their attention on him. What he wants to say is very important. Please, ask for full order support. Chapter 99. Why are you here too? The scene was quiet, and even the lively people watched the show. How to play the next game. Some people are still thinking, this Mr. Zilli is also a romantic person. Even with Jiuxiu's pursuit, he even provokes others. Both of them look great. Moreover, the two also had a conflict. Now let's see how he rounds up this relationship. Obviously, everyone called concubine Yang as Li Minutes' object. This is the most embarrassing place. No wonder concubine Yang is so beautiful and young. Too beautiful. As a former princess, her behavior is even more praiseworthy. Mr. Zilli. Jiuxiu was a little surprised. Concubine Yang is even more so. Liar. Li Minutes took a deep breath. Keep calm. Forgot to introduce to everyone, this is a mother. The word mother came out. Everyone was shocked. It turned out how dirty their thinking was. He even took other people's mother as Li Minutes' woman. What a shame this is. It turns out that she is really the hostess here. Everyone started chatting. Only Xrengai and the entire prosperous Tang group knew that concubine Yang was Li Minutes' mother. At the same time, Xrengai immediately realized that she was concubine Yang, and she did not expect to be so approachable. Someone started talking. It turned out to be Mr. Zilli's mother. No wonder she is so young. If there is a mother, there will be a son. It's so beautiful. It's really admirable to have such a mother. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. Zilli can't say anything at all. Words like this keep popping up. As a person of status, concubine Yang just kept smiling and gesturing with others, expressing her gratitude for everyone's praise. Your own beauty is innate. As for the most embarrassing one in the audience, it was Jiuxiu. She became hostile to concubine Yang for the first time, and said so many heavy words. This is unacceptable. But as the top brand of Yi Honglu, he has seen so much in the world. I'm afraid that Li Minutes hates him. But if you get concubine Yang, all this will be easy to say. So she said, it turned out to be Mrs. Rude. Mrs. must be a famous family. To have a son like Mr. Zilli is better than Yan Zhengsai, the mother of Confucius. The character must be extremely noble. Confucius' mother was named Yan Zhengsai, who was named the wife of King Kishing by later generations. After the death of Confucius' father Uncle Liang He, Yan Zhengsai had a difficult life with Confucius. The strong and brave Yan Zhengsai cultivated Confucius into a 9'6" tall, erudite under extremely difficult circumstances. Comparing her with concubine Yang, she is simply brilliant. Such flattery made concubine Yang feel a little more comfortable, but she was still somewhat hostile towards this woman. After all, The two almost quarreled just now. This woman brought so many people to the door again. Is it to seek justice? But it doesn't look like it. You are a brothel woman. What are you doing here early in the morning with so many people? Yang asked the key. This time I asked everyone. Because of what? I am afraid that only Yang does not know what they are going to do. They are here to go through the registration procedures and pay for it. And these people came spontaneously, not Jiruxiu. The words came to the brothel woman again. It was inevitable that Jiruxiu was a little unhappy. But Jiruxiu adjusted her mentality. Still politely replied, Madam doesn't know anything, we are here to pay for learning this time. Paying money to study? Yes, ma'am. We are here to learn. Yesterday, Mr. Zilly played the people like a fairyland. We are here to learn. Jiruxiu added. Another person asked, did Mrs. Zilly teach the peeper to his wife? When concubine Yang heard this, she thought of the peeper. When did Lee Minutes know the peeper? He didn't teach him himself. More than half of the people in the palace would teach him. At the same time, he looked at the side of these people, and all they were carrying was silver. This made concubine Yang embarrassed. She thought these people were here to find trouble. It turned out to be sending money, and I almost screwed up. I can't help but feel a little guilty for Lee Minutes. You whispered, that ... Why didn't you say it earlier ... I almost made things dirty for my mother. At the same time, there is also some blame. Why not say it earlier? He almost made a mess of things. So Lee Minutes couldn't hate himself. Mother, it's okay, you go inside, it's too hot outside. Go inside and cool down. Lee Minutes didn't mean to blame her. Instead, she advised her to go inside first to save her embarrassment. But she didn't leave, signaling to wait. She said to Jiruxiu, Miss J, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Please don't take it to heart. I wrongly blamed you. I'm so sorry. In the eyes of everyone, concubine Yang is really elegant. If she's wrong, she will admit her mistake, and she will not lose sight of mud and water, which is admirable. Madam, how could it be? Don't worry about what happened just now. Jiruxiu responded that as long as concubine Yang didn't hold grudges, it would be fine. How dare she hold grudges against her? Unless she stopped studying, she would not have anything to do with Lee Minutes. That's fine, that's fine. In the end, Jiruxiu was afraid and embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Zilly, when do we start? People have been waiting for a long time. Yeah, the money hasn't been collected yet, it's time to start. So, he greeted, Xrengai, let everyone start, and distribute the Liulai nameplate to everyone. Give it after paying. Remember to match the names. Let me help too. Yang suddenly asked. But anyway, I'm much better now, and nothing else. Lee Minutes couldn't resist her, so he had to follow her will. Lao's mother has kissed. This registration will be left to my mother. No, maybe I haven't written in a long time. Just to write and read. After finishing, he sat down at the table on the side and picked up the pen. Can you start it? Okay. Everyone line up and come one by one. Lee Minutes then organized everyone to line up. Concubine Yang wrote the words, one after another, and her handwriting was very beautiful. Garnered constant compliments. She responds one by one, and Xrengai distributed the glass nameplates along with it. Watching 200 tals of money fall into the box. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Concubine Yang was also quite shocked. How did Lee Minutes do this? 200 people, 100 tals each. More than 20,000 tals of silver. No one has the ability to make money like this. She wrote and wrote, and Lee Minutes also came to help. On the side, a pair of eyes stared at them. Then, someone walked out and came to the place where Lee Minutes was. While Lee Minutes was handling the matter, he looked up and saw the visitor. Cannot help but made a shocking sound. Why are you here too? TXT download address. Fonia reading, Chapter 100. Who is coming? The visitor was another noble young woman in red, and she came to the place where Lee Minutes was. This aroused even more speculation. The previous concubine Yang was the mother of Mr. Zilly. Then who is this young woman? Not his. Another group of rich people is constantly guessing, and no one can guess. Then there is what kind of existence Lee Minutes is. First, the two great princes participated in the opening, and then, two noble ladies appeared at this time. And that Jiryuxu would actually take the initiative to come over. I don't understand too much of everything and so on. And it's more of envy. People live like Lee Minutes. That's easy. The young woman walked up to Lee Minutes. The fragrance permeates the body. The enchantment of this woman made some men feel heartbroken. They have only seen such fair-skinned women in brothels. Otherwise, it's an official woman who doesn't have to go out at home all day long. Other times, like some peasant children, the skin is dark, and although the facial features are three-dimensional, they are not as good-looking as white skin. That woman is also generous, letting people watch. There seems to be a sense of self-superiority. How did you come? Lee Minutes asked suspiciously. Yang also stood up vigilantly. Point the pen at the visitor. Wang, what are you doing here? You don't seem to be here. It turned out that this person was Wang Gaifai, Li Shiman's concubine. Yesterday, there was trouble with Li Shiman because of Wang Xi. But Li Shiman didn't want to solve it for her at all. It made her very angry. And the things that could not be solved in the palace could only be dealt with outside the palace. So, she came too. She came here for a very clear purpose. It is related to Lee Minutes. Although Lee Minutes is no longer a prince, the blood of the royal family flows through him. At the same time, Jiryuxu said nothing. With the lessons learned from concubine Yang just now, she did not dare to go up and tear it up again, for fear of tearing up the wrong person again. What if she is Lee Minutes' sister? Or is it someone else? Just in case. She was afraid. But I saw the performance of Lee Minutes and the two. She hesitated again. The other party didn't seem to be very popular. Why can't I come? You are all here. I'll also come to see Mr. Zill's career. It's different from what I imagined. Wang Gaifai smiled. Lee Minutes' name outside the palace is no longer a secret in the palace. There were 6 guards beside her, all of them with sturdy backs. At first glance, it is not a messy master. It felt like they could be shot at any time. But in Xrengui's eyes, these people were nothing at all. He stepped forward, his massive body attracting some attention. In addition, many of Lee Minutes' students also followed. If this woman dared to do anything, they would be the first to disagree. In contrast, concubine Yang has been very low. Facing such a battle, concubine Wang was a little flustered. The hero did not suffer the immediate loss, but his face remained calm. With a light wave of her hand, her people retreated. Wang, you are not welcome here, you can go, Lee Minutes said. He didn't have a good impression of this woman, because she was too troublesome and obtained a lot of resources from Li Shimin in order to raise her child Li Yan. The scheming is very heavy, and I have never suffered a loss. From these points of view, Lee Minutes hated her. Since she was a child, this woman was not optimistic about herself, and even made things difficult for her sometimes. She came here to find herself today. She must have asked for him, so she hated her even more. I only came to you when I have something to do. The so-called visitor is a guest, so you treat the guest like this. This is what the Shengteng group should do. Everyone judges. Stupidly, no one cared about her. Her face is also very thick. I don't think so. No welcome is no welcome. You go. Let's continue. Go? It's impossible to go. If you don't listen to me, I will tell you your identities. Concubine Wang finally walked up to them and threatened. Although the sound was small, it was still heard by the people nearby. Jiryuxu has heard it very carefully recently. I couldn't help but look at the two again. Lee Minutes hated threats the most. This woman even dared to threaten herself, so how could the conversation go on? At this time, the crowd was arguing. What is the identity of Mr. Zilli? What is the identity of the mother? Really let people know. They may be in danger. Lee Minutes was just about to chase Wang Gaifai again. Concubine Yang said, then let's talk inside, it's too noisy outside. Lee Minutes also wanted to know what she was going to say. Say nothing more. It's okay to listen. Come on, as concubine Yang intended. That's right. I have something to say. I won't eat you again. What are you afraid of? When she finished, She licked her blooded lips. I'm afraid this person has to use some means to get Li Shimin's favor, right? You see, it's really pretty. Some of the men were drooling and swallowing desperately. Come on, let's go inside, Li Minutes said, and facing Zushan said, Zushan is responsible for you here. You come to register. Understood. Zushan trembled a little. This person must be someone from the palace, and it may even be a queen, or a noble concubine or something like that. Jiuxu took the initiative to say at this time, let me come, I will help you remember. After finishing, he took the pen in concubine Yang's hand. This time, Wang Gaifei looked straight at him. This girl is handsome. It seems that after you came out, you lived a good life. This is what Li Minutes said. It's better than living in a high wall. The high wall was mentioned twice in a row, and the last time was to Li Chenqian. The benevolent sees benevolence, and the wise sees wisdom. Everyone has something they like. Let's go. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense here. Humphrey, interesting. After finishing, concubine Wang followed Li Minutes inside. Her 6 guards were about to enter, but were blocked by Xrengai. Don't get close to idlers. These 4 simple words made 6 people unhappy. Draw the knife directly towards each other. HMPH. I don't know whether to live or die. After Xrengai laughed, a cold light flashed. Tang Dao appeared. Dang dang. The 6 people's knives broke open directly. Fall to the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. This is the warrior. It turned out that there was such an existence around Li Minutes. No wonder he took Xrengai with him wherever he went. Some people also called a good knife with a hero. During the period, some people also recognized the knife, and they all said that the knife was made by Mr. Zilli. Xrengui's performance was discovered by some people in the dark. With his Tang Dao, it caught the eyes of some people. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I'm afraid that Li Shimin will know about this again, right? Go back. I'm fine. Wang Gaifei said at this time. The 6 talents retreated and did not go any further. Isn't it better to do this earlier? You have to force me to do it. Xrengai took the Tang Dao and stood at the door, unmoved. Let's go, Mrs. Wang, please come in. Please. Zushan, go get some drinks. A group of 3 entered the living room. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website,